let's make it work.
Yeah,
bro.
let's make it work.
Let's make this happen.
Let's get it going.
Let's get the countdown.
All right, let's hit it.
Ready?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
What is good, my friends? Welcome back once again to the official Splash Brothers podcast. Joshy, joining me today, my man, for the first time in a long time.
In a minute.
No surprises. No one's going to walk through the door. It's just you and I
Lock
today,
that
bro.
door.
We are back to the... Yeah. You know what? It's unlocked right now. Should we just get the official lock?
Let's get it.
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
You heard it here first. Yeah, I'm going to amplify that sound, baby, because that is a locked door. Kendall's even at work, so nothing is going to happen. And what I mean by that is a lot of... I like to keep Josh on the unknown. If y'all don't know, part of the beauty of the dynamic of the Flash Bros is... My name is Sam, by the way. But
what up?
Come together, and I have a lot prepared for the episode and keeping Joshy in the dark.
That's right.
Joshy, today, there's no dark.
There's no dark.
Yeah, if anything, I'm the one in the dark.
Yeah.
Because you have a lot of meat for the main topic you are taking over today.
That's right. I would say this is probably one of the meatiest I've come prepared. Probably. I've prepared a lot for the other Xeno Saga episodes.
For sure.
And spoiler alert
for
if you guys didn't understand what the name of this episode meant.
Right.
We are covering Xeno Saga episode 3.
That is absolutely right, guys.
So,
yep. Also sprach Zarathustra.
Also sprach
right?
Zarathustra.
Which means, I remember, thus spoke Zarathustra.
Yeah.
What does that mean? You're going to have to wait to find out.
We're going to have to get into it.
I'm going to have to wait to find
Yeah,
out, because
we are.
I truly don't even actually know.
Yes.
So, Joshy, kicking off this episode, being bi-weekly, as we have been now. This is kind of our third episode, I think, since we've started the bi-weekly.
Yeah, this is the third. Yeah,
format. Yeah. So we're going into December. We just came off of pregame, which, if y'all don't know, that is our premium series we record before getting into the actual meat of the Flash Bros podcast every episode.
Yeah.
Kind of the VIP lounge.
For sure, the VIP lounge.
Yes.
And also the kind of more personal.
Yes.
More
unfiltered.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But I feel like we handled it a little different going into this episode. We kind of treated it a bit more like our traditional catch-up segment, which we normally have here.
Yes.
So if you guys...
Called it Rendezvous.
That's right, Rendezvous. If you guys are missing that, go check it out.
Check it out, guys.
If Patreon can work.
Yes.
One day.
If they can, one day. Through all of their errors and whatnot.
Right,
but guys, we have everything on our Patreon. Go check that out. Patreon.com/Flash Bros Podcast. It will be we got our multi-tap plug coming in later. You'll hear Joshy and I with our beautiful voices coming out with some background music in a bit. But Joshy, following this format today, I thought we should just off-rip jump into our first segment. What do you think?
I think it's a perfect
let's do
idea.
it. We got the theme song.
Yes, don't forget.
It goes like this.
I was about
Newsflash. Boom!
That was good. I like
coming into the newsflash today.
A keeper.
I think it is a keeper. Yeah.
I think we should say
we could
newsflash.
Yes.
An N. You know what I'm saying?
Newsflash. I love that.
Yeah,
no, that's perfect. Okay. And we could even, if we're feeling frisky, run into the whole Danny Phantom theme song, because
Sam and Joshy, they were agents, and then they started talking about the wages.
And it's time to view the Rock of Ages.
Yeah. They're gonna talk about it's the newsflash.
Zarathustra edition. Ooh. All right, Joshy, today for the newsflash, I'm announcing officially, I'm taking back over the news segment. We kind of we did a little testing ground starting in season 3 of the Joshimation station, right? Which you're still very much here. You're with me. You're a part of it.
This episode is going to be a lot of the Josh.
Absolutely. But a lot of I briefed you, unlike most news segments, I briefed you a little bit on what we had found, and we talked about some things off-cast and on pregame.
That's right.
So I have a pretty narrowed list here, but I thought it would be most appropriate to kind of just trim the fat today, because there's a lot of news to talk about, my guy, and I kept about half of it in the dark for you. So
I will say I've been itching to understand what we talked about off cast which I won't say because I want you to get into it and just completely.
Well, you could allude right now.
I am a huge fan of Pal World.
Pal World.
I'm a huge fan, and we have been reporting on Pal World for.
Whoa! I'll be real.
I'm so sorry.
Had a whole discussion last episode because we were like, why is this not a conversation for Game of the Year?
It's mind-boggling if you don't assume, or if you assume that it was released last year.
Oh, yeah.
Or this year,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So, we got some talk about it, right? Because I did throw a hint your way.
Yes.
Especially, this is a great week for me because usually you're pretty up-to-date on news, but coming out of this crazy week,
it's been a crazy.
And you had a bunch of doubles. You're doing that double job now.
That's right.
Right.
Which is officially ended, by the way. I had
it's done.
Yeah, I had until takedown, but that's like January.
So. Why did I think it went into like the second week of January or December?
Because think about it, people want their lights up for December.
It makes sense.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of like bittersweet. Is Robbie doing that with you?
No, Robbie's too busy with his job.
Busy.
Yeah.
Which he did last year, right?
No, I don't think he's ever done it.
Oh, really?
I don't think so.
I think he was part. Okay.
Well, I think I just trying to ask him.
Sure.
But
Jay?
Yeah, Jay does it.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Jay does it. Shy, Dylan, Ben, Scott, Ryan, our boy Frankie. I don't think you met him. Super cool guy. There's just so many homies there.
All the homies. No, dude, that's what I love about it.
I know. Seriously.
So, Joshy, let's start today.
Let's get it.
By the way, all these articles are coming out of IGN straight today because there was no reason to look elsewhere. They had all the news we needed.
They had it all.
I have a couple articles focused around Power World. I'm going to start with the first one, okay?
Hit me with him, Sam.
Buckle in, my friend. We've got Power World devs may end up getting help from an unlikely source in its Nintendo patent lawsuit. An 8-year-old GTA 5 Pokemon mod. Do you remember? Does it ring a bell?
Yes.
Yes.
Because I'm pretty sure the mod was taken down, correct?
I think it was.
I'm pretty sure it was.
But you will be interested in what this article has to entail because we have more details, my friend, about the current situation with Power World and Nintendo.
Okay.
So let's jump into it.
Hit me with it.
Not Nintendo. I mean, technically it is the Pokemon Company as their independent subsidiary.
Yeah.
Pokemon Company is the ones going after Power World. It's not Nintendo.
It's not Nintendo.
Yeah. Complicated because it's like, okay, Pokemon is under Nintendo, but kind of not really because
it's not the same.
Pokemon is huge.
I was going to say, Pokemon, I don't know how much Nintendo even has to do with like Pokemon Go or Pokemon Sleep. That's very much their own like Pokemon Company.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, I really don't know how.
Yeah, if anything, like I feel like, because Nintendo, for example, has no hands-on on anything like that has to do with the trading cards.
I was going to say the trading cards as well.
The figures.
And the figures.
Nintendo has their hands in the video game aspect of Pokemon, right? They're like partnered and licensed or something.
Or no, they're first party.
It's first party, yeah. But it's not like Nintendo really is the overseers, as you might think, for Pokemon, right?
Totally.
So, let's start with earlier this month.
Yes.
I wasn't made aware until right now, I will say, but earlier this month, and this article came out a few days ago, so probably a week or so ago, Polypair confirmed the 3 Japan-based patents. I'm going to be paraphrasing this article. But it is revolving around catching Pokemon in a virtual field, and there's 3 different patents that have to do with this concept.
I've watched videos on this.
You have?
Not on this official statement, but I knew it was going to have to do with being in a field. Because that's, if I'm mistaken, freely catching them was patented in Arceus, in a field.
It makes sense,
So that was a recent patent,
right?
Which was something they did with Arceus, and therefore they have some kind of theoretical right to.
Right, and to be fair, it's not specific. It might be more specific in other articles, but I didn't do more digging besides what I got here. But I think what is important is that rather than filing a copyright infringement lawsuit, which is kind of what everyone that's what started the whole combo, right?
That's right.
It's Pokemon with guns.
That's right.
It's like it looks too similar. No, that's not even what Nintendo was coming after them at all, right? They're coming after them. It actually says Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have gone down the patent route in the past together, right? But they want approximately 5 million yen, which translates to $32,846, somewhere around there, plus late pay damages. Okay, so a little more, kind of bullshit, as well as, this is the most important thing here, an injunction against Palworld that would block its official release. So it would basically bar Palworld from continuing past this point. Wow. That is the full details we know of what is being fronted to Pocket Pair right now. Okay, so there is a mechanic, let's just get this out there, that involves a ball-like object called a Pal Sphere, right? Being thrown at monsters out in a field to capture them. Similar to Arceus, actually, right?
Because it's free. You don't, unlike even, what's it called? Scarlet and Violet, which you have to initiate a battle to be able to catch any Pokemon.
Okay.
Catching Pokemon. In a field was patented in Arceus.
Okay. That was okay. Yeah, so I didn't know that detail specifically, if that was something new, or if this was like because a field, member technically before, like, they expanded, I think, in Gen 3, right? Where they did like a little sphere of like grass, or a little like circle of like sand to like show like, oh, we're in this area or this field. So what does field technically mean? But it's good to know that, right? Like this open world type field that you're saying. Okay, so one expert, let's jump ahead here. So one expert has suggested a GTA 5 mod dating back to 2016 may be recognized as a precedent by the court. And that's because it included the catching mechanic long before Pokemon Legends Arceus, before the patent was made.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, and there's more details basically just backing that up and what exactly that means. But I think that is the meat of this article. And I wanted to get your thoughts, Joshy, because you are so invested in all this.
I'm extremely invested. So I will say now, this could be big because relatively, this patent is pretty recent. We're talking Arceus, right?
Yes.
So that's already...
What? 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
Right?
2020.
Not 21.
22.
22.
Has to have been.
So,
yeah.
2 years.
So 2 years, right? This idea of, what's it called? Palworld. The fact that it's been in development longer than Arceus has been out, I just don't think there's any merit to it. And that idea of that mod even too, of that open catching whatever you want, it just feels so, to me right now, I just feel like there's no merit. I really do. Like there's I get it. These patents are like loopholes almost. Because you can patent something as simple as an action of throwing a sphere, catching something freely in a field. In a field specifically. That's the funniest part about these. It's like little loopholes that you got. So if Pokemon Company is playing that loophole game, which I believe they are, I believe that Pocket Pair is going to be able to fight against this.
I certainly hope so.
You know what I mean?
I think that there is hope here, especially with this coming to light, because I did not think of all that was going to happen, that this is going to be a part of the conversation, that this company that did stop what they were doing, probably for copyright reasons, right? But they are coming in with these patents and being like, we actually did that before it was a thing. It was even like you said, Pocket Pair was already developing this game.
Yeah, it's not
it makes no sense.
It makes no sense, and there's no merit to it. Yeah. And I have said since the beginning, this was why the suing this idea in the first place was, or it's not suing. It's still suing. Okay. I always believed it has no merit because it doesn't. There is, and what they're playing is that, like I said, that loophole idea of catching a monster in a sphere in a field. What the fuck are you talking about?
What does that even mean,
the most
bro?
Vague thing
that is so vague.
That's so vague. That is so vague.
So if we were flying, like akin to Skyward Sword, and we're all just going around and we're catching them in the air.
What if it was in the desert?
Yeah, are you serious?
What if it was in the desert?
It's bull.
It would absolutely not have any merit. Yeah.
Smells like baloney, my guy. I wanted to add, though, I appreciate your thoughts, by the way, because I am 100% with you. Yeah. I thought you'd be excited to hear this update. I have another update for you. Okay. This is now outside of the legalities of Pocket Pair. This is Palworld Cross Terraria coming 2025.
Whoa!
And December update to add huge new island. Did you see this coming or what, my guy?
The opposite of seeing it.
The opposite of seeing this coming. Because I know you're a big Terraria guy.
I was going to say, are we talking an update to Terraria? Or are we talking an update to Power World?
No, sir. We were talking about an update to Power World. So let's start with, this is a summary, okay? Power World's December update, which December 4th now. This is coming very soon. We'll add a large, mysterious island and a crossover with Terraria planned for 2025.
Wow.
With more details to follow. Despite the patent lawsuit, Pocket Pair remains very confident in its position.
Wow. That is incredible.
Hope.
Wow.
Hope.
Okay. So
I did not see this coming.
We're not talking December 2025?
We are talking the December update. That was like the summary I put together. I apologize. It made it sound like Terraria thing is coming. I'll spill out the Terraria part right now. Okay. So despite the lawsuit and allegations,
this is wild to me.
It says, meanwhile, Pocket Pair teased a surprise crossover with indie smash hit Terraria. There are no details yet, but artwork showing characters from both games clasping hands is expected to arrive sometime in 2025.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah.
That is crazy. I did not expect
that. At all, my guy.
Anyway,
right?
I never could have.
What doesn't this actually though give more grounds for Pocket Pair? Because having a crossover with Terraria, probably the biggest Minecraft, not Minecraft S game. That's also very unique.
2D
and one of the originals.
Yes. Absolutely.
Right? This Terraria's been around for a long time.
For a minute.
I mean, it just shows you in this name that this ain't Pokemon at all.
Yeah.
They're not even doing Pokemon things. No. If anything, the capturing a monster on a field is a very small part of what this game actually is.
What it's actually about.
Right?
Completely agree.
And it's not about, let's go into other Pokemon aspects.
Right.
This isn't about leveling up your main party. This isn't about, this is about your mounts, and this is about your base, and this is about crafting.
Yes, your even materials, farming, those aspects which are not ever a part of any single Pokemon game at all.
I don't think any word you just said is a part. I think
never have been.
Right.
Never have been.
Home base in Ruby and Sapphire, that is not what we're talking about. Okay?
Nope.
That's it.
Nope.
Literally, home base.
There's no farm.
There's
no
farming, materials. Yeah. What?
No, it's, I mean, I could say it a million times. It's not even close to Pokemon.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is that,
it's not.
You could say, you could say, looks like they're Pokemon holding guns. And it stops there.
And it literally stops there, my guy. Let's, I got some pictures for you.
Okay.
So we got, these are released. These are officially from Pocket Pair. So this is kind of showing the new island and the new update. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, that's a new
right
there.
This, how would you describe this biome? It's almost like a ethereal.
Yeah, for sure.
Kind of forest.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a new pal.
This, massive ride-on
with
him, beetle horns.
Yeah, we've seen him before, but they have different elements.
Oh, I see.
Specific
tiles. Yeah.
And there's no gold one in that guy. That is so cool. That looks like it's a dungeon. Oh, would you look at that?
Would you look at that? So I got those pictures there.
Wow. Okay, so that makes me excited.
And this is the official image. Official image, yes, sir, of Terraria Cross Power World.
Wow. Now that is cool. I love that. I love the little bunny there too. I love that so much.
Even showing a little bit of what Terraria really is, how it's it's more than what it seems.
Yeah.
Right?
What's it called? The Eye of Cthulhu.
The Eye of Cthulhu. Looks terrifying.
So good.
That's way more scary than the moon coming out of Majora's Mask. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, yeah. Bro.
That's terrifying.
Absolutely. So he's like the boss of the main enemy, or one of the main enemies, which are floating eyes that attack you. So cool, dude. I love that. Little, Depresso, little Cativa, and little, what's his face? I said this with Johnny. Furret? No, not Furret. Whatever that guy's name is, I can't remember.
Is that the mount?
Yeah, there's a mount. He was telling me.
Is that the dragon mount? That's not right.
No. That's like an early game. Shoot, I can't remember his name.
Long neck dinosaur.
Long neck dude.
Puff the Magic Dragon.
Oh, that's a good one too.
Yeah. Well,
wow, that is some cool artwork too.
Crazy,
that's
right?
So nice.
Didn't see this coming. Are we satisfied?
Very much so.
Hell yeah, my man.
And honestly, like, I think other indie game developers too would also panic a little bit more, but I
agree.
Strong in their resolve, which that gives me confidence.
I hope so, bro.
Because I have confidence in them. I've had confidence since the beginning since we started talking about it.
You have.
When I started playing the game, it's not a Pokemon game. It's not even close to anything the Pokemon Company has ever put out, and any kind of relation that you have is in like aesthetic alone.
Yes.
Even aesthetic. That's pushing it. Like design, maybe. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But as you've put it in your words, what are you patenting and copyrighting cartoons?
Exactly.
And like
that's what I'm saying.
Little
monster creatures.
What do you mean?
You're patenting the designs. You can't do that.
You can't do that.
Right. I would understand if they ripped 3D sprites or ripped like some ideas and recolored them. These are
but
all
a four-legged cat that has features is not
and saying
the same as another four-legged cat with features.
Saying that it reminds me of Pokemon holds zero merit. Because I promise you can find a lot of stuff out there. You'll see yokai from Yokai Watch that remind you of Pokemon. You'll see Digimon and be like, that kind of looks like that gives me the vibe of it. Okay, what is the difference? There is no difference. So I'm
going to say this right now too. Yeah. There was zero talk at all of World of Final Fantasy. Okay, which remember,
great example too, by the way,
dude.
So Pokemon
you played a little bit of that. Exactly.
You pick a starter, by the way, which you don't do in this game.
Nope.
They evolve, which they don't do in this game.
Right.
Okay. There are types, right?
Yep.
Or I guess that is.
No, they are. Right, because you pick between, like, it's like the three gods, right?
But it's like, we're talking like, there are other games that do it so much. That's also, it was turn-based, wasn't it?
Yep.
Turn-based.
Turn-based. You
which is
capture
not what
them
Power World is.
In a sphere.
Yeah. It holds zero merit. There is nothing that you can do about Power World.
Yeah.
It's a completely unique game. And you know what? I can get it. If they're frustrated because they're doing something different with the idea of monsters that you befriend and use for type like styles of fire creatures, ice creatures, I can understand being frustrated. Yeah. Because guess what? They're doing something you have not done.
Yes.
And that you refuse to do. Right?
Absolutely.
So, stay mad. That's what I'll say.
Stay mad, bro. Stay mad. If you don't want to look at it as a good thing for more pushing you guys to be better, then stay mad.
Exactly.
Yeah. Joshy, let's segue here. Yes. I got some lesser news before I jump to something else.
Okay.
Did you hear?
Yes.
That Nintendo has finally officially placed Echoes of Wisdom on its timeline.
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay.
I know exactly where it
yeah,
goes.
So where is it?
So it's on the Fallen timeline.
Correct,
right before,
my man.
The first Zelda game. You know I'm a huge Zelda boy. Come on now.
Absolutely right. Josh has nailed it. It is right after, on the Fallen timeline.
Yes.
Right after Triforce Heroes.
That's right,
Which we barely count anyway.
I really wish it wasn't on the official fucking timeline. It's like a splotch. Like what a terrible
ink splatter on
the
exactly. Website actually.
And it's they also added something, and I'm gonna bring this up now. If you bring up that picture one more time, just a little detail.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's in Japanese. No. So this is a brand new classification of what happens in the timeline. It says the decline of Hyrule Kingdom.
Okay.
So this has not been a part of this timeline so far. Up until this point of Echoes of Wisdom. So the idea kind of going with the original kind of plot. I really have to shout this out right now because this guy I've been obsessed with since I got into the Zelda lore. This guy's name is Zeltic on YouTube.
You have mentioned him before, at least to me.
One of the most important Zelda YouTubers out there. I genuinely believe
one of the most important.
No question, I think.
Wow.
In everything I've experienced as a Zelda fan.
Sure.
He made this
lore-wise,
but also timeline-wise, and the importance of the timeline and this mindset that a lot of people get in, where it's like, well, they're never thinking of a timeline, bro. The truth is, I can see where a lot of people are coming from. When you play a Zelda game, they're very disconnected. Very. Especially when you get to points where stories they want to kind of be their own story, right? That you don't want something completely, on the case they don't want something just completely reliant on another game.
Sure. Yeah.
Even something like Majora's Mask, which is a direct
creative freedom
within
each title.
That's exactly what it is. But he made this video, Does the Zelda Timeline Even Matter? And
the thumbnail's a capital yes.
I love that too. That's so good. So I just wanted to say real quick,
cool.
The Zelda team, and something that I even felt like I learned from that video, he just brings up so many great interviews. The Zelda team, this entire time, they've been making Zelda games, Ocarina of Time included, up until, A Link to the Past, up until the first game, have always been thinking about, this timeline, and they develop a game thinking of a timeline. It's always been that way, but it does get complicated at some point, because then you are dealing with the outcome of what happens in Ocarina of Time, which is literally creating two separate timelines. That's the idea, which is, okay, Link goes back as a kid, warns Zelda, and saves the world because he's sent back as a child.
Yes.
What happens to the other world? Okay? They killed Ganon, but Link is not there. That's what they literally were thinking about when developing Wind Waker. This idea that, okay, there needs to be a new hero to come up because there was no hero there to save.
Why would they do that?
And then Twilight Princess. Okay, that Ganondorf, which by the way, all these Ganondorfs are the same.
It's the same.
It's the same guy.
Ganondorf.
The same Ganondorf. Exactly. Yes. Just takes place in the future. The Sealing War. What was it called? The Sealing War. They talk about it in Link to the Past, but that whole idea of Ocarina was
Sealing War.
The Sealing. I don't remember.
Link to the Past.
Yeah, they mentioned the Sealing War and why Ganon was
sealing, as in seal.
Sealing.
Like sealing something, not the ceiling.
Yes. No, the Sealing War.
The Sealing
War.
I don't know if I've ever heard that, to be honest, but it makes sense.
So the reason they made Ocarina was it was a prequel to A Link to the Past, because they talk about how the 6 sages sealed Ganon away. And so they said, okay, let's make the precursor to that story, Ocarina of Time. And they said, okay, but then they're interested, we want to make sequels to this game. Coming Majora's Mask, to Twilight Princess, to Wind Waker, to all those games that branch off there. So this whole entire time, the Zelda timeline has been important. And I want that to be mentioned when looking at Echoes of Wisdom, because I appreciate that there is still even just
attention to detail.
Yes, they care about it. I'm going to be honest.
They really do.
It's not as traditional, because unlike other games, they're kind of having their cake and eating it too, where Final Fantasy says, we want complete creative freedom. We don't want any connection between games for the most part.
Right. Which is true.
Yeah. But we also want to continue this story. So they're doing kind of both of those things. And it makes Zelda one of the most special series out there. Because not only are they their own experiences, but they can be played in an order. And that is really, really fucking fun.
It is really cool.
It is so cool. So anyway, I know that's a tangent.
No, man, no. It's all the heart that goes in behind this, because you are the person that I thought of when it came to this info, right?
Absolutely.
No, dude, it should be said.
Yeah.
Thank you for all that, Josh.
Absolutely.
I'll just wrap with the official statement from Nintendo about this, which they said, the hero Link sets out to rescue Princess Zelda, who was captured by Ganon. Following a fierce battle, Link defeats Ganon, only to be swallowed by an eerie rift. It was as if he'd been stolen away. All across Hyrule, more mysterious rifts are forming and taking the people of Hyrule away. Nobody is safe, not even the king himself and his advisors, who have also gone missing.
That's right.
Princess Zelda must set out on her adventure to save her father, the king of Hyrule, the people, and of course, Link.
Love it.
So, I wanted to add that in with another tidbit of info coming from another company, a completely different company. It's coming from Sony.
Oh.
This is stemming from Sony several days ago, maybe 2 days ago. They just announced they're making it a really big deal. It's their 30th anniversary
we talked about this
PlayStation.
We
did talk about it a little bit. So what I told you off cast is they released some info, like retro info, that we've never officially known. they released the actual all-time sales of the PlayStation 2.
Whoa, really?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Does it change what we thought?
Before on the website, I want to say it was like Nintendo DS is number 2, right? At 154 million. It says right here, 154.02 million units sold. This is what we're talking about, not the money.
Right.
The actual units sold. Nintendo Switch is so fucking close.
Yeah.
146.
Wow.
It's 8 million behind the DS right now.
Wow.
And it's not stopping.
Yeah,
so that's nuts, right?
Yeah.
The PS2 was estimated, just like the 360 was estimated for a long time.
Right.
I think Xbox released their they released their actual sales data for the 360 actively because everyone wanted to know, but the Xbox One was bombing so bad they didn't. Wow. So we actually don't know the Xbox One sales, if I'm not mistaken.
And they probably won't.
Well, like, unless you're bragging, they've never needed it. They've never actually confirmed the PS2 before.
Right.
On Wikipedia, it said 155 plus. So it was like it just went over the DS.
That's so interesting.
Right? Now we know 160 million.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
That is wild.
Actually wild. A screenshot on their website just shows this massive number. And it says PS2 is one of the biggest selling video game consoles of all time, with over 160 million consoles sold worldwide since 2000.
Wow.
That is phenomenal.
That is probably never going to get touched, right? That might be one of the best of all time. If the Switch, which in my lifetime has been one of the most just like anomaly systems of all time, can't even come close. I mean, it's coming somewhat close, but not like that. That's a margin.
It's very, very marginal, man. Yeah. It's like when you get, it's almost like I look at it at like a graph, right? And you know how like in a graph, when you exponentially go up, how it starts to stall, right? That we're at the stall point, and we're also on the cusp of the Switch 2. That's right. So it makes it very tough. They're definitely, I got high hopes though, right? This is the last Christmas they're going to be pushing this thing, obviously, right?
Of course.
And it's worldwide sales. I still am holding out. I think there is a chance, maybe, that they could hit. This would be like what? If they're at. Sorry, let me go back to the numbers.
No, it's okay.
So, oh shit. I already canceled it out. You know what? Let's just move on.
Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. All right. The next thing.
Yes.
Also from Sony.
Yes.
And to kind of start the wrap here is that Sony has been basically confirmed to be working on a brand new portable to compete with Nintendo.
They said that?
Kind of. All right?
Wow.
It's reported, all right?
Wow.
Let me give you the details, all right? Bloomberg reports that this unannounced handheld console is in the works right now, although it won't be released for some time and may end up coming to nothing. Sony has declined all comments whatsoever.
Wow.
This is not coming from Sony.
Wow.
But Bloomberg specifically said, I'll quote them, Sony's portable device is likely... Likely years away from launch, and the company could still decide against bringing it to the market, the people said, asking not to be named discussing private plans. This is coming from within the industry of developers who have reported to Bloomberg.
Sorry for ending up.
It's all good, yeah. And my assumption is they're just wanting to remain completely anonymous because they'd probably just get destroyed by Sony if this is released. But
absolutely,
it's kind of more rumor territory. But what do you think of that?
Okay, so this is very fascinating because we just reported on Xbox having a rumored console that they were making portable.
Yes.
Which I assumed, obviously, which I still assume, is more in competition with the Steam Deck as a level of tech, like portable tech. If that makes sense.
Yes.
So like, I don't know. I have no idea how much merit that has because we're all just in speculation mode. But if that's supposed to be like a Switch competitor, that's pretty different than what Xbox is talking about.
It is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because Xbox isn't talking about doing some Switch thing. No, it's fine. I'm going to take a pee anyway.
Oh, really?
Okay, so we're back in.
We're back.
Joshy, let's actually segue to the last bit of info I got for you.
Okay. Let's do it.
Which is... Sonic fans cannot believe that the latest Sonic 3 trailer actually gave Shadow a gun.
Oh my gosh, yes. So, have you seen this?
Yeah.
You seen the trailer?
I didn't see the trailer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we watch it real quick?
I don't know if we need to.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well,
you just see it for a split second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
What's your thoughts?
Okay, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely I think I preferred the first trailer a little bit, but that just a couple of things that I thought were really, really cool was just what they showed off with Shadow.
Sure.
Just looks like he's gonna be, if they land it, he's gonna be like the most fascinating character in the movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just with the way they're handling, it feels like they're handling with respect and not letting him be the joke and allowing Sonic to kind of be the fast, quick speedster, that he is.
Right.
Quippy, you know what I mean? But kind of leaving Shadow to be that kind of like serious anchor, which I just think is going to be crazy cool. I don't know if it's his gun. I don't know if he just beat up a bunch of guys because he like steps on something and then the gun flies up. It's like twirling up and he just goes like and he catches it. Yeah. But it's straight out of Shadow the Hedgehog.
Right.
It's straight out of it.
Okay.
Like, it is so cool to see it.
I'll be honest. I don't think I would ever want to see this headline. To be honest, okay? Because let me paint a picture in summary of like what they did with Shadow as a Sonic fan.
Right.
In my humble opinion.
From what you
Sonic Adventure 2 being such a staple childhood game. Like, looking back, especially Sonic Adventure 1.
Totally.
There's major issues with those games, no question.
Totally.
I definitely have the nostalgic lens. Mm-hmm. They're great. Mm-hmm. They ruined the best new character coming in, which was Shadow, they just went too far.
Like
nobody was nobody was asking for it. It literally, it was like Jak and Daxter suddenly went to Jak 2. Right. Like just way dark tone. Guns are a part of this game now. It's mission based. We talked about it with Johnny on cast, but it's not that that's bad. It's just it's not Jak and Daxter, right? They dramatically shifted away from who he was, and that is how it felt with Shadow the Hedgehog, bro. It was like, do we really need to give him a gun and a bike? Come on. Why? Why would he need a gun? He has the power of the darkness infused in the Chaos Emeralds. He can teleport. Why the hell does he need a bike? He's fast like Sonic. He can teleport. He uses the power of like dark magic to kill and throw punches. Guns are useless. Bikes are useless. This is all just a fad.
It's just like to make him cooler.
Exactly.
Right?
So it felt like, despite all these like mistakes, it's a recurring theme on the Sonic IP, right? The fact that they didn't show anything like that in the first two Sonic trailers, which I've seen of Sonic 3.
No, they showed his bike.
They did show the bike, right?
Yeah.
The gun thing, I think, is the most prevalent. Maybe I just
didn't show.
Missed the bike.
Whatever
on the bike. The gun was like, okay, I didn't see it. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's for some other reason.
Sure.
But maybe they actually were like listening to fans, which they seem to be doing now, right?
Absolutely.
So the
whole Sonic movies have been based on listening to fans, by the way.
I agree.
Because they started it, not really. And then there was internet backlash. The only time I've ever seen it to that degree, completely redesigning the character Sonic for the movie. Yeah. And then just starting a whole new style.
No, they did. They did want to do it right, bro.
They did it right.
They really did.
Yeah.
So this is this actually gets a pass in my mind. I'm really curious to see what they're gonna do.
So what I have this feeling of is that I think Sonic Adventure 2, and to a degree with this included, Shadow the Hedgehog, are almost getting this prequel treatment, where in recent years, the people who kind of really grew up on that and saw these ideas younger and were more like nostalgic kind of based, they are leaning into, not just with the design of Sonic 3, the movie, which just looks like Sonic Adventure 2.
Literally.
Like its logo is the
logo?
same exact
Come
logo.
on, man.
Yeah. Leaning into the bike and leaning into the gun is exactly what, like you said, fans were pissed about, but it's been long enough where it's almost like this nostalgic idea of like, oh my gosh, Shadow has his gun. He's got his bike. Maybe that's not what you wanted back in the day, but it's changed. It's changed in the public mind.
Yes.
Which is just everything we've seen about these new Star Wars I'm so sorry. The new Star Wars stuff. It's like they are embracing the prequels in a way that, you know, those got mad backlash when they first came out, but times have changed. People have grown up, and there's just like ideas that are a little bit more embraced by pop culture.
Yeah.
So
right, not blinded by the emotion of maybe what was or what we want.
Exactly, but like exactly, it's like that idea of like it is, and I remember it,
right?
And I remember the feeling of it.
Exactly,
so,
bro.
So I think it's cool. I kind of think it's cool.
Yeah, I'm just really excited to see how they handle it. I just think it's more funny and a meme than anything.
It's gonna be so interesting. I really want to see.
So, and the article on IGN that's titled this, you know, they actually gave him a gun, is really just all the public appeal and like everyone's freaking out that Shadow got a gun, like in all caps across Reddit, across Twitter, across all these platforms. He has a gun. He pissed on the moon. Yeah. Like all these trends, right? Trending on Twitter the day of the trailer.
Yeah.
He has a gun in all caps is the highest, and then he pissed on the moon. On the moon. Wow. Those are the two highest trends.
What's that second one?
I don't know. I just know it's attached to Shadow.
I didn't see him pissing in the trailer.
We should fact check this.
Well, I saw the moon getting like attacked in the trailer.
So the what I know about the moon is that Gerald Robotnik is Dr. Robotnik's grandfather.
That's right.
And he is like painted to be really the ultimate antagonist at the very beginning of Sonic Adventure 2, which we kind of get a taste of in these trailers with Maria, with this Space Colony arc.
Right.
So Space Colony arc, which is where Shadow was born, which is literally on our moon in the solar system. Right. He built Space Colony arc in half of it in a Death Star-ish way, and he doesn't reveal it until like it's reaching the climax of the game, and suddenly half the moon shatters away, and it's just a massive metallic Eggman head that's the half the moon, and it takes his mustache, and it harbors into a point, right? And it shoots another planet, or maybe this was even another rotating, what do you call it? Like a moon. It's called a satellite, right? Yeah. Another satellite, because it shoots, I think, the actual moon and just destroys it, right? So it was almost like pissing on the moon. Yeah. Seems to be some kind of like dog on all of this, right?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh. Eggman pisses on the moon. What the heck? Yeah, that's if you type in he pissed on the moon. Eggman pissed on the moon. Eggman pisses on the moon. What is this?
This is so funny. That's hilarious.
If a man on the moon was able to urinate, this is dumb. Yeah, you know, I don't really care that much.
No, I love it.
Absolutely love this. Let's wrap with Paramount. After this announcement, made a actual
I saw this
working Sega Genesis cartridge,
That's
bro.
So cool.
Look how sick this is.
Yeah, I saw this on TikTok actually. So it's like kind of set up that style. That's more Sonic 2, right? Or because like in the original cartridge, it's Knuckles hiding in the bushes, right? Or maybe it is Sonic 3.
Is it Knuckles hiding in the bushes? I don't remember because the titles, like the artwork on Sonic, first Sonic game and the second one was like Sonic, right?
Right.
And then there's Tails that appears.
Right.
Yeah. I don't remember the third. I think Sonic 3 had a similar one, but that was before Knuckles.
Yeah. Sonic 3?
Uh-huh. Yeah, because it was Sonic 3, and then it was Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
I thought there was Sonic 3, and that was Knuckles' introduction, and then Sonic...
Yeah, look, Sonic 3 Genesis.
Genesis. Oh, look, he's hiding. I was right. Look.
Oh, you're right!
Yeah. See, it's like a...
Oh my gosh, it is!
Yeah. See?
I never knew!
Yeah, and then that's Knuckles. So, if I'm not mistaken from what I played on Sega Genesis Collection, Sonic 3, you fought against Knuckles. He was like the villain or the
right,
the antagonist,
or like an anti-hero.
An anti-hero for sure. And Sonic 3 and Knuckles, he was playable.
Yes,
that's what it was.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was a separate game.
That's right. It was a separate game because I played that growing up. If you remember, one of my favorite GameCube games was the Sonic or the Sega Genesis collection.
Right.
Yeah, that's where I learned about Rystar.
Yeah, Rystar, bro. Yeah, dude. Yeah, very wonderful. I want to say that they had 3 renditions even. They had the original Sonic 3, they had Sonic and Knuckles, and then they had Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And you could, like, have a special thing on your file or something if you, like, if you're Genesis, you, like, put them both in or something like that. Okay. I don't know how that'd be possible. But,
I don't know either.
But the Genesis had weird shit. Remember, they had, like, the Mega Drive, and it was, like, an extra add-on.
It was, like, to the console itself.
Yes. Yeah, that had, like, higher quality music and stuff. Who knows? Like, that honestly crazy. Not a nostalgic thing for me, just because I didn't really go hard on the Genesis.
I never experienced it. All I know from it is just what I learned when I was younger, which I had a lot of love and respect for the past console generations.
Yes,
especially the Genesis, or especially the Sega consoles.
Especially.
Well. Yes.
My man, I think. We have arrived.
Are we here?
We're here.
Wow.
Yes, dude.
It came so much quicker than I expected.
You need to prep or anything? Or?
I don't think so. Could I have a pillow for my back? I don't know why my back is killing me right now. Bro.
Yeah. Do you want the tiny Knuckles
show? Should I take Knuckles?
Yeah, it's kind of perfect, no?
Josh 3.
He's kind of my favorite little back pillow. Sometimes Gengar is too. He's like a little bigger.
Gengar.
All right.
Yes.
Joshy,
we're
finally here. All right, we have wrapped our news. Let's, honestly, unless there was any, I can open the floor if there's anything else you wanted to add in.
Bring to light?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, kind of. Just really quickly, Oda released a statement about One Piece Season 2. Just said filming is going great. He took some time to go
Live action.
Yes,
sir.
So Season 2 is almost done.
Okay.
It's coming out next year. Pretty exciting.
Yes.
And Oda he releases statements a lot, but he released some pictures of him visiting the sets and checking us up.
So cool.
He has a chair that says executive producer Eiichiro Oda, which just makes me happy. I think the best thing you can do for adapting anything is allowing the creator and the person with the creative vision to be there to experience it. And I think that's the most you can do when it comes to something, especially in anime adaptation, which is famously one of the hardest things to adapt. And I think One Piece might be one of the first times it's really it's not just, it's passable, it works. That show is good. You know what I mean? It makes me cry. Bro. The emotional moments hit. The characters work.
They do.
Their interactions with each other don't feel silly. Even some do because it's a silly show.
Yeah.
But it's not to a degree where it takes you out of it, if that makes sense.
No, bro. You're 100% right. Yeah. It's hard to even put into words.
I really can't.
It's almost
such an anomaly.
I cannot think of another example.
I can't either. I haven't seen that new Avatar show though, so I don't know.
Okay, true.
But I've heard it doesn't even do it as well.
On feedback, it doesn't sound like it's doing that hot, right? And that, for all intents and purposes, that should be the one to nail this, right?
Theoretically.
Just as much as One Piece, right? Because of even on Western fan hype, right? Mm-hmm. So I feel like no one has even come close before.
Absolutely.
And if we've learned anything too, what has been the bar on the Avatar side of things? It's that they don't want the original source to mess with the new content.
Absolutely.
Right? They don't want. What is it? 2 brothers that wrote the script?
For the original?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was. I don't know if they're actually brothers, but I know it's 2 directors.
2 directors. Okay.
That's a good.
Why did I think they were brothers? I'm not sure.
That's a good point though.
Well, this is so exciting because I don't know if I mentioned it on cast. Maybe I did, or maybe on pregame. But I just finished the first season of the live action.
I think you brought it up last DLC.
I think
episode.
so. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
the first time dude. So good. Yeah. Like not just like you said. It's not just passable, bro. No. It's like again, it's hard to put into words, but it's like capturing those quirky, almost like anime tropic moments. in live action, that's not a translatable thing.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like it's the true like use of the term adapting something.
Yes.
Adaptation. That idea of adapting something.
Yeah.
Is just, you know, it's a tough thing to do.
It is, bro.
Yeah.
And how they handle everything on Zeph. Isn't that his name?
Oh yeah, Zeph. Yeah.
And his his restaurant and everything.
The Bharati,
Sanji, the Bharati, everything that goes down, even with his martial arts combat. The warlord, right? One of the 7 warlords.
Mihawk.
Yes, dude. How they portray him.
Yes.
Taking down a ship with one strike, dude. Actually hype.
So good.
So good.
Yeah,
bro.
it's so good. That's what I'm saying. It's not just passable.
No.
It's
no.
beyond.
I couldn't be more excited.
I'm so happy.
Yeah. What is good, my friends? Welcome once again to the official Flash Brothers podcast.
Welcome in.
Weekly show is essentially 2 best friends sharing casual discussions centered around our collective interests. Wouldn't you say, Josh?
I would say that's completely correct. In fact, I would say that's really well said.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, brother. We got a blend, a perfect blend, you might say. A spicy blend of retro and modern topics framed around our collective diverse interests.
That's right.
Often gaming and anime.
I would say
pretty much talk about anything.
We will talk about everything.
Yes.
Everything that we want to.
Yes.
Right?
This is a very personal show, I would say,
absolutely.
Joshy. Our focus is set, however, on spreading positivity, positive vibes within the duality of our informal yet comprehensive and informative content.
That's
We
right.
like to keep it cash, but we also like to go deep. And I think you and I, with the passion we have on things, we're deep divers.
I was gonna say that's almost. I would say that's an important part of the show. No,
Yes.
It's a deep dive into everything that we like to do. Everything.
It's essential, man.
Yeah.
While also having a dream, Joshua, of building a vibrant community where you, at home, can become a part of the crew.
That's right.
Joshua, our episodes drop
Yes.
every Saturday at 5 a.m. with pregame dropping 24 hours in advance.
Gosh.
I will say this is a loose schedule.
Yes.
Obviously, time forbid, and this is a 2-man team.
That's right.
So that's the goal every week.
Yeah.
Available everywhere.
Perfect.
So personally, I like to use Spotify.
Me personally, I use YouTube
Yes.
music.
Joshy, someone might be wondering out there how they might become a part of said crew.
That's a great thing to wonder.
How they could join the community.
That's right. Join the fleet. Well,
We would
wonder no
say-
further, right?
Yes. Questions, comments, theories, discussions, and more. And more. Can be written in, my friends.
Yes, sir.
Patreon.com/Flash Bros Podcast, where you will receive direct updates, Discord access, and you can sign up and see our very special gold tier sponsorship. Gold tier sponsors. Gold tier sponsor. You might be asking.
Yes.
What is this, Josh?
That's a great question because I'm honestly wondering that.
Yeah,
We've been
well-
doing this for a minute, but I've never asked.
Well,
Honestly. I should have.
I have an answer for you, buddy.
Good. It's about time.
It is a list of our VIP crew. Yes, there's unique perks here with special recognition during each episode, access to all of our exclusive premium content available through we've got 2 miniseries right now.
That's right.
Still growing.
That's right.
And all of our Patreon only posts directly through the website, the ability to directly DM us through Patreon, as well as even send us a text message if you know us personally.
Absolutely.
Exclusive channel access within our Discord community server, and there's also a link on our Patreon, and it's absolutely free to join. And a membership lock-in.
Oh my gosh, wait.
means there's a permanent subscription price for you.
Are you talking about like forever, or you're
Forever.
talking about like for the next couple of years?
No.
Oh, you're talking about
I'm
forever.
saying if you signed up today, $5 a month, you pay that forever.
Forever.
In fact, even if, we all understand money issues. If your card declines.
Oh, yeah.
Even if you get a new card,
Yeah,
you forgot to
new card.
update it on Patreon. Oh no! Patreon is so dope in that it's not one of those sites that'll just cancel.
Right.
You have to hit cancel
yourself.
manually.
Yeah, that's right.
So
That's
unless you cancel,
Yes.
you'll pay it forever.
Well, thank goodness.
Thank goodness. But Joshy, what if I don't want to sign up for anything?
I think that's a pretty reasonable thing, me personally. I think that's something that you could probably get away with not wanting to do.
I would say it's absolutely okay.
Right. So help me out here. Let's say I don't want to. What are you
Flash
gonna do?
Bros Podcast at gmail.com. Simply send us an email, or even easier, if you check out each episode on Spotify, there's a Q&A
Oh, yeah.
or comment, and you can leave whatever you want directly on that post. Come directly to us.
I think that sounds perfect.
Hey,
In
man.
fact, I'm typing it in right now. I'm going to email you at this very second.
Test it out,
I'm testing
it. Your support, my friends, means genuine growth for this podcast and our community. And you know Josh and I are all about that love. So we love you guys. Thank you for being a part of all of this with us.
That's right.
We couldn't do it without you.
We literally are nothing without you guys. You guys are the lifeblood of this whole idea that we have going. You know what I mean?
Oh,
right?
I know exactly what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. So anyway, I thought I'd mention that.
Hey, well, that's a great segue because Absolutely. I think I'm just ready, bro. I'm buckled in. I'm ready to kick off our main topic today, Josh.
That's right.
Which we mentioned when the episode was starting off, but this is episode 3.
That's right.
Of basically a 5-part series.
It has been a 5-part
we have
series.
done, yes, of episode 1, Missing Year, Pied Piper, episode 2, and now finally episode 3. That was out of order, by the way.
That's okay.
I didn't forget. Yeah, Pied Piper comes way before that.
That's right.
My favorite, arguably.
Me too.
But this is actually going to be an exciting conclusion for me, right?
Yes.
Sitting the seat of the audience.
Yes.
I know. I mean, let's paint the picture. If you guys haven't been here for this 5-part series, I don't think we've done anything like this. Is a first for the Flash Bros.
It really is.
Right? Doing back to back to back in this way.
Yes.
Joshy has taken lead on every main topic in this, and I'm here sitting as a fan of the extended universe. So this has all come from our love of Xenoblade.
Absolutely.
Right? But now going into Xenosaga, a series that my dear friend Caleb, who's a part of the podcast, Caleb, we'll give him a proper shout out in a bit. But he raved about this game on the PlayStation 2 and this whole series when I was a kid, right? So now, stemming from all that, you dove in way more than you thought you would, and here we are to finally...
than I ever
so
could have
much
expected.
More, bro.
I started the first game with that mindset of like, all right, we'll see how far I get. Never expecting I would play Pied Piper or like and
games.
Really be as sucked in as I am.
Yeah, bro.
But once again, and you'll see by the way this story wraps up, it is a Takahashi experience. A whole the game, the story, everything is a brainchild of his. So yeah, I'm excited to get into it.
I'm stoked. So let's strap in.
Let's get into it.
This is coming off of, I believe, not the last episode. We finally took a break with doing the Game Awards forecast, right?
We did.
The second year 2 of it.
Yes.
But before that, we had the episode of the Missing Year.
That's right.
Which was, I think, right before the start of 3.
So it's there's a year in between the second and the third game.
Right.
Unlike the first 2, which picks up right after the first one.
Got it.
And it's 6 months into the year is when Missing Year takes place.
Okay.
And then that goes into 6 months later, which is the start.
The start.
I wanted to ask you too. Do you remember how Missing Year ends? Do you remember how that kind of
not specifically?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Let me. No, because I'm still even thinking of of Pied Piper. So Missing Year, that has Lactus in it, right?
No, that's Pied Piper.
That is Pied Piper.
So Missing Year is you remember the story we follow with Grimoire Verum?
Yes.
Gnosis
so
terrorism, Nephilim,
Verum.
Yes, we see.
Yes.
That's exactly it.
And shoot. I would love it if you recapped.
Check this out. I couldn't do this perfect because it's all set up in the story right now.
Okay, perfect.
So
I'm I have bits and pieces, but I want it clear.
So going into just a little bit of a refresh. I'm gonna do this before I really get into the scenes that I'm gonna start to set.
Review.
Yeah. So Missing Year is extremely important to everything that Xion experiences, because if you remember the way that ends, her experiences with this other Realian Nephilim, you remember how she had almost like just the way Momo was with Sakura.
Yes.
They had that whole setup where it's like the same way, almost like the opposite of what Joachim Mizrahi did with Momo. There was this idea where he was trying to force, Gurmar Verum was trying to force these ideas onto this innocent girl.
Right.
What we learned from the end of that was exactly what we were kind of afraid of, which was Xion and Jin are much more connected with this overall story because of their father, who they find out was a part of the Utic group, which were basically, doing experiments on people like this Realian girl, and even from what we learned, like deeper into that that business
was mostly involved with like the Realian work and experiments, right?
So
and kind of even bringing up upon the conversation of like rights.
Yes.
Right.
So the Galactic Federation is what puts those laws into order.
Okay.
And the reason the Michelin conflict happened in the past was because of the Galactic Federation's push to, this starts in Pied Piper 100 years ago.
Yes.
Was this clash between Ormus, which are the religious, they're also called the immigrant fleet. Remember, we talked about these?
Yep.
These guys who had control over the Zohar, and the issue with that becoming humanity's need for the power of God versus humanity's worship and love for that idea.
And preservation and sanctification.
Exact sanctification, perfect way to say
almost it. Even in a direct parallel, it's an opposite of yin and yang.
Yes.
It's utilizing the power of God.
Yes.
And the side of, we cannot mess with that. This is not our realm to touch.
Absolutely.
Right?
So that's the fascinating part about this whole fight. And when I say Ormus, just think of they are the immigrant fleet. They've kind of transformed a little bit. They're more secretive.
You know what's going to help me?
Yeah.
I'm going to write it down. I'm going to write down the terms as you're giving it to me on the fly.
Perfect.
Because I think it would help me connect the dots here better anyway.
Yes.
So, yep. So let's go. So I got Ormus on this side and there versus the Galactic Federation.
Galactic Federation are the people who want the Zohar for weaponry. It's as simple as that.
Perfect. Okay?
Perfect. Sorry, I'm not trying to bring all this. So,
we got it up. We're cooking.
I'm gonna get more into what happens at the end of I promise I can do this perfectly.
I got you. Of Missing Year.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the storytelling that I'm ready to tell. Are you ready for it?
Ready.
So this game starts with a flashback sequence where we see a mysterious child in a ruined world. Essentially, looks like the pits of hell. Essentially, everything's on fire. There are gnosis everywhere. Doesn't tell us exactly when this is. An injured mother is taking this young child to an escape pod, and she puts him in there, and the second that she gets him in there, she rips off her necklace, gives it to him. This young child, we don't know who he is right now.
Like how young?
We're talking probably eight, maybe a little younger could be.
Yeah.
And when she seals the doors, she starts transforming into a gnosis, which means she was touched by a gnosis. So if you're touched by a gnosis, you either turn to salt or you turn into a gnosis itself. This was exactly what happened to Mictum, which I'm going to explain right now. This was the predecessor to what happened during the Michelin conflict. I'm not going to get into it too deep right now, but the escape pod takes away. We see that this child is safe, and the entire planet is in flames, absolutely destroyed.
Okay.
Cut to what's happening currently. What's going on?
Okay.
We follow Shion, who's working with Kanan and another character named Miyuki, who are working with Doctus. If you remember, Scientia. She completely gave up on
the Galactic Federation.
Yeah, not the Galactic Federation, but you know it.
Yes.
It's okay.
I know it. Don't tell me.
I'm gonna say it.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
3.
Vector.
Yeah! Let's go, dude.
You're like 3.
So,
Vector. I knew it.
So Vector was working. The first division was what she was working with to create Cosmos.
Right.
She learns through what happens in Missing Year. This is why I know I can connect this perfectly. That they had a hand in understanding where Grimoire Verum was.
Right.
The fact that he had Lemegeton, which is the ability to activate the Zohar.
Yes.
The Zohar you can use to control Gnosis, hence Gnosis terrorism.
Right.
That's how it happened.
And
Vector knew about this. Yes.
Was already a part of this, and Kanan was Lactus.
Yes, he was.
And in a very similar position previously of being almost fooled by what they were doing, actually working for Vector.
Perfectly
when Vector is behind it.
So he didn't exactly work for Vector, but he was a part of the government.
Yes.
So that's what he was a part of.
Right.
But he is
also, if I'm not mistaken, can I say
Please.
that if I remember right,
I'm so glad you remembered.
Yeah, dude. No, this is all coming back too,
good.
right?
I knew it was going to.
They get attacked, right? And in this attack, that's kind of the switch for Shion, and she chooses to not even say goodbye to Cosmos. She is fully just taking everything related to Vector, and no, I'm going all in on this. I mean, what are they, like rebels? Basically,
exactly. That's exactly what they are. Yeah, right. That's what it's because also they are anti-UMN.
Anti-UMN.
Super important because it was developed theoretically by Vector, which goes with this idea of tampering with a holy idea because the UMN is the imaginary number domain.
Yes.
It is. It is tapping into it through scientific ways,
through human means.
Exactly.
Right. That we don't fully
faster than light travel. We're talking faster than light communication.
Yes.
It's what this universe is built on. However, we don't know what it is. So we cut to them working with Scientia, breaking it. They're in the UMN at this moment, using their ESs, which are mechs, basically.
Yes.
If I say ESs, they are special mechs that are given to only super special people, if that makes sense.
Did you talk about this before?
I did talk about this before. I think you did. Yeah. I did. So we'll get into it later, but they are equipped with what's called a Vessel of Anima. We'll get into that. Don't worry about it.
You don't.
And they are breaking into Vector information. So through the UMN, they're doing this huge heist, fighting off against people to get specific information from Vector. During this time, this is so hype, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, and this is also why
anytime you say heist, I'm like,
come on, dude. So it's Doctus. So you remember what she looks like with like the Matrix goggles?
Yes.
She has no pants on. Remember that? She's an android.
But she's an android, right?
She's
not a Realian?
No. She was able to beat Cosmos during Missing Year. You remember that? Super powerful.
Yes. I do, bro. Yes, this chick comes in. She's got like the two guns.
The two guns.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So she's here, Kanan. One of Shion's old subordinates, Miyuki, who still works with Vector, but is able to get them in through this. Kind of a ditz, but we love her. You'll hear her name again. So through this, they're able to break in. Miyuki even asks, she's like, okay, so what is the true issue with the UMN? She breaks it down for everyone. She's like, okay, we don't know where this came from. We are relying our entire society on something we can't comprehend as humans, and yet we allow that to be everything we base ourselves around.
Right.
And Vector, the people that we are trying to clearly like get information on, are the ones who run it? Nah, there's no way that could be okay.
Right.
So they get the information they need, and they're able to get out of there kind of in the nick of time.
Okay.
They're in a diving pod. All of them are separate, though, so they're only able to meet in there. Shion is kind of on an island by herself, and she gets a message from Alan. She kind of...
Alan!
Yeah, we love Alan.
Yeah, we love Alan, baby.
She hasn't talked with Alan for 6 months. Since she left. She has not, because that's when Missing Year happened. She said, I'm done with Vector. I'm done with all of that. Never said goodbye to Cosmos or anything.
Right.
Alan
this
essentially...
was also because Doctus Cannon fucked up Cosmos, right?
Fucked up Cosmos, but then...
for the first time?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. But Cosmos did come back, remember, with that new shiny...
yes.
She was, like, able to save the day, essentially.
I couldn't remember if that happened right at the end, or if that was, like, right before the end.
Absolutely.
Like, that's kind of a first... Because doesn't she come in, fuck up Cosmos, and kind of plant a seed in Shion and be like... You don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. It's that Matrix thing, which is so funny that she looks like a Matrix character.
No, literally.
It's like breaking out of what you believe. You have been working for this company, you've been believing in the UMN, and you don't know what the hell they're up to.
You should start questioning.
They get their information, they get the hell out. We do see a flash to some other characters, the Four Testaments.
Four Testament. There's some Pied Piper
absolutely,
shit, bro. Let's go.
So they are defiling a coffin in this massive tomb, and when they open it up, this light shines through, and the Red Testament, who we have not seen yet, we've only seen the black. We know the black, the blue, and the white. White is Albedo, you remember? Rubio's brother.
Yes.
The blue is Louis Virgil, who was killed in the first game. I didn't really talk about him too much, but you won't really need to worry about...
his name is Virgil.
Virgil? Really?
Yeah.
I did not know anything
Virgil
about this.
is Dante's brother.
Wow. Okay.
Just
very, very interesting.
And also, his color is blue. He's blue. The opposite of red.
No way. Okay, so
he's weird, bro.
Yeah, he's working alongside the Red Testament. We don't know who the Red Testament is, okay? But the Black Testament, Voyager, we know this. And then,
is one let her off
Yeah.
of being an absence of color.
So the four,
or maybe it's
the four, rubido, negredo, and albedo, and then citrine at the end. They are the processing of alchemy. So that's kind of where their names come from. I don't really know alchemy so well.
Only from
Full Metal. But they don't really bring up the technical terms. No. So we see them raid this coffin and take whatever's inside. We don't know anything like that. Cut to Shion. She's opening the message from Alan, who she has not talked to in this entire time. He's kind of, hey, Chief, what's going on? Yeah, I kind of miss you, and then basically explains to her that the Vector completely plans to scrap the Cosmos Project. She has put her entire life into this, and her ex, Kevin, who I've mentioned before, who was killed by the prototype of the Cosmos
first game.
In the first game.
Yes.
Perfect, yeah.
Yes.
And kind of one of the reasons Shion cannot move on.
Kevin was the lead on the Cosmos Project.
He absolutely was.
Yes, sir.
And we don't really know much about him, really.
Because he died with all the info.
So no one knows what the true purpose of the Cosmos Project was besides Kevin. So basically, with all this, she kind of one of the reasons she loves Cosmos, has this like affinity to him. It's kind of all that's left of Kevin, and so this idea that they're about to scrap it and be completely done, he's like, yeah, I'm being transferred to the government, so it's all going to become a brand new project, and they're working on a new weapon system, completely scrapping Cosmos. So with that, she basically...
Man, my red flags are going off right now.
Oh, absolutely. So he explains, I'm being transferred to 5th Jerusalem, which is where the Galactic Federation is stationed, because they have a weapons... What he's explaining is that they have a weapons testing that's happening in some odd days.
Okay.
She prepares to go to 5th Jerusalem. She basically messages him back.
What is 5th Jerusalem?
Just the, so think about it, 1st Jerusalem
was like the first
was Lost Jerusalem.
Lost Jerusalem.
Then they've moved around. It's been so many years.
So this is like the current
it's the head
planet of humanity.
Of the Federation.
Of the Federation.
Because there's humanity everywhere.
Right.
So just think about it. If you hear Jerusalem, that's where the main base of humanity would be. Okay. So 5th Jerusalem.
Heard. Is the Zohar here?
So the Zohar, after what's his name, Grimoire Verum, messed up with all this stuff, was swallowed by a massive gnosis, and we don't know where it went.
Nice.
So we have no idea.
Okay.
Normally though, it was on Milsha. But that it was locked away by Joachim Mizrahi. That was his final thing.
I mean, hence the Milsha conflict.
Exactly.
Right?
So that's the whole idea. Yeah. Exactly. So she basically messaged him back. She's going to 5th Jerusalem. Then we see the Red Testament basically explain to Wilhelm that they are ready for all the preparations they need. Very, very vague. And we basically find out.
Love that.
She shows up. Oh, actually, just really quick. We hear about something called Kanan then reports to Yuli, if you remember her, who is on...
Yuli Mizrahi.
That's right. Yeah, buddy. So she's on this council, which is pretty important. That they basically overhead the kind of like operations of everything, essentially. So they're not...
a vector?
Of the government.
You're right.
But they're not like the leads of the government, if that makes sense. Because they're councilmen, if that makes sense.
Sure.
So they vote when things happen.
Okay.
Yuli has been on our side since part 2. She had this huge change. Love Yuli. She's changed on Momo. She treats her like a daughter now. There's true love in her heart, and so we can trust her. This all
happened in the missing year, right?
No, it happened in 2. It started in 2, but we really saw her expand. Yeah. So unlike other councilmen, she is working with the main crew. She's really making sure that everything's good. So Kanan reports to her basically with brand new information that they found a landmass that looks like a chunk of Earth just taken out, just floating in space, called Rennes Chateau. Have you ever heard of this?
No.
Okay, so Rennes Chateau is a real place.
Chateau.
It's a real place on our planet right now. And everyone believes it's a part of Lost Jerusalem, and there's a large amount of gnosis surrounding it. So, essentially, he explains because of its connections to Lost Jerusalem, Ormus has already sent out their people to go and get it because they are religious preservation.
Yes.
But they have because of the way the government has treated them, they are essentially like almost like terrorists at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Definitely outliers to society.
Outliers to society, but also will kill people to preserve these ideas.
Absolutely.
Because of their treatment through
it
time.
Kind of reminds me so much of Dune. Always.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. In this battle over the resource. And they're kind of like... I forget what they're called, right? But the followers on the planet, the religious followers, they're warriors, bro. Yeah,
absolutely.
And they're like, no.
That's who Ormus, the one who really takes lead, is Margulis. I showed you a fight scene between him and Jin. They got the rivalry. Like, these guys are swordsmen. They learned from Jin's grandfather together. They are like the rivals in this series. Margulis, obviously being a part of Ormus, already went out there. Yuli knows exactly who to call. She calls up the Kukai Foundation, which is ran by Junior, and he's employing now Jin, Ziggy, Momo, and Kanan.
The squad.
Yeah, the squad,
bro. Let's
go. So they're
squatted
the fuck up. So they are sent to go investigate Renly Chateau. So basically, because Jin's there, he's got the massive sword in his mech. They're all in mechs. Clashes swords with Margulis. Epic show of they're always just like, the animation is so insane good. Every time they fight.
Wait, I'm sorry, I got a question. Please. Are they representing Vector right now?
So
or are they representing
Yuli, the Kukai Foundation is a part of the government.
Right.
So but there's it's a little bit like more, they work a little bit on their own.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
But this main party has not joined Shion now.
No, Vector is no, not yet.
In the
story where we're at.
What's the group she's a part of now? Scientia. Yeah.
No, they are not associated with Scientia.
The only person a part of Scientia right now that's really prevalent from the main cast is Shion.
Doctus, Shion, and Kanan, who's working with them.
Right.
There's also you should know, she does not exactly work for Scientia.
Sure.
She's working with Scientia.
Because she is questioning
She's questioning on her own terms, though. She's not subscribing to any belief.
Right.
Like Scientia, she's saying, okay, I will work with you and figure out this stuff on my own.
Right.
Same thing with Kanan. He's doing the same thing.
Okay.
So, So
Thank
after,
you.
yeah, absolutely.
It helped me paint a picture of like where everyone's at. In all this.
Because this is a big story too.
It is.
So after this massive fight, they're at Renly Chateau. With this, Margulis, because there's this random space-time anomaly, which is like literally surrounding Renly Chateau. It's like this sphere that's just starting to take over it. And because this is happening, the leaders of Ormus are like, pull out now. This thing is like breaking a piece of fabric of space and time.
Yes.
Margulis being the guy he is, they're surrounded by, or the way they got there is through the Elsa. Do you remember me explaining this ship? It's kind of like the base of the ship. If you think of it as anything, Captain Matthews and the Elsa are they're kind of like our homies that drive us around everywhere.
Sure.
And it's almost like you can think of the Elsa as like Appa. It's not alive, but like Appa or Hawk's mom.
Okay.
You don't really fuck with the Elsa. Margulis throws the sword directly at Elsa's the
main
the boosters. Yeah.
Oh.
And it gets sucked into this anomaly. And I'm literally, first off, when I'm first playing the game, I'm like, no, you don't touch Captain Matthews, you don't touch the Elsa. Simple as that. So it gets sucked in.
Okay.
They have to pull back. Everyone has to pull back because this thing is sucking shit into it, essentially.
This is crazy.
Absolutely. Shion arrives on 5th Jerusalem and meets up with Alan. It's very clear he still has feelings for her, kind of stuttering on his words a little bit. You know, he's a bit of a goober. He's still, exactly. Oh, it's great to see you. And he still calls her Chief. And she's like, you shouldn't call me that. I don't work for Vector. But I should mention the reason she showed up was to view this weapons thing. She ended on good terms with Vector, to be honest with you. She's the one who left. So she's completely welcome to come as the former chief of the 1st Division. Even though Alan is now the 1st Division.
Okay.
Basically, we find out, Miyuki calls them, lets them know that Cosmos is going to be a part of the weapons demonstration that's going to happen with the newer model, is what they find out. That there is a newer model of Cosmos that's already underway.
Oh, yeah.
So basically, we find that out. We're like, shit, okay, we'll see what the hell they're going to do with Cosmos, with this new model. We'll find out about it tomorrow. That's tomorrow. Chaos, who's returning from this whole thing with the Elsa, basically tells calls up Shion and is like, hey, the Elsa, it just got sucked up into this shit. This is not going to good. It is not going to be good at all. While they meet up and they're talking, Chaos and Cosmos, she is experiencing like this headache and passes out. And then she hears, okay, I'm just going to describe it. There's this red goo, right? This visual of this red goo, right?
Udo.
And she hears a voice. She hears a voice calling out to her. All right? And then she wakes up. She wakes up in her room. She basically was able to wake up right. Someone's calling to her. Someone's calling to her.
Fuck,
Check this out. She wakes up right before the demonstration, and basically she goes with Alan to the demonstration. So at the demonstration, they see there's a whole prep and everything, and then they're watching from like glass that's around this huge arena.
Okay.
The first thing they demonstrate is this brand new model that was revealed named Telos, right? You could look up a picture, actually. You probably should. Telos, right?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And it's basically a brand new Cosmos that has anti-Gnosis weaponry and is completely a replacement of Cosmos.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she demonstrates this power perfectly. She's just put up against a bunch of Gnosis that were captured and destroys them with ease. Like, this is way beyond Cosmos technology, okay?
Okay. Yeah. So this is like some Doctus shit
Some Doctus shit, way beyond Doctus, way beyond Cosmos.
Way beyond Doctus?
Absolutely. Because she's also an anti-Gnosis thing. Like, Doctus is not built for anti-Gnosis technology. That's why Cosmos was built. So Shion basically, she kind of puts on these glasses and is kind of analyzing everything. We don't know why she's doing it, but she's actually recording Telos and everything that's going on. It's not disclosed by anyone who designed Telos, which is extremely weird, but Alan informs her that the leading of the project is a man by the name Roth Mantel. After this whole demonstration is done, they take away Telos. Cosmos is brought into the arena, and the person that she's facing is this brand new. Do you remember the Omega Fetter? That giant.
Yes.
It was what used the
weapon,
Zohar.
right?
Yes. It was the most powerful weapon of all time. This brand new Omega, they basically bring out. It looks identical to the Omega Fetter, and obviously
this one's Xenoblade 3, right?
Oh, I didn't mean to say Fetter. No, it's the Proto Omega.
Proto Omega. Yeah. Okay. The Omega Fetter is
that isn't
Xenoblade.
No, you're right. It's called the Proto Omega. Yeah.
Okay,
It is.
Proto
Omega. It shows up and absolutely is just making swift work of Cosmos. Like, it's kind of even sad to watch.
Yeah.
It's just beating her down. It has a Zohar emulator inside of it, one that they've been developing that's separate than the other 12.
Bro.
Yeah,
so this is no joke.
It's no joke at all. But Cosmos is a demon, so she lands this hit on it, which kind of makes it start going berserk, and it's a endangerment to the side, to the crowd. So the demonstration is shut down by Yuli. She just says, okay, we're done with this. Yuli and Shion and Alan all meet up. They see each other. They're good friends. And a character named Abel shows up. Do you know about Abel at
Abel.
all? I want you to look.
Abel is from Pied Piper, no?
No, he's not.
He's not.
He's a little kid. But I want you to look up a picture of Abel and tell me who you think he looks like. Just right now. I want you to
Okay.
Take a look. Just look up Xenosaga Abel.
Xenosaga Abel.
Just tell me what do you think he looks like? What do you think?
Okay. The first place my head's going is he looks like Faye.
Absolutely, he does.
He looks like Noah.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like
Not
Matthew.
Noah, Matthew. Or yeah.
Well,
to a degree.
Probably you see like the Noah and Matthew's hair's a little more out, right?
That's right.
Oh, look right here, right? There's Faye's picture.
That's right.
It literally looks like a boy version of really young Faye.
It looks like
with the ponytail, right?
So we'll get into what I believe this connects with Gears, but that's just something to visualize.
Okay, for later.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Yuli explains because of all these changes that are happening with her role as a councilwoman, basically her new job is to take care of this kid who has kind of a mental thing. We don't really know what it is right now, but it's kind of akin to like autism. He's not very
he's full human.
Yeah, he's full human from what we know. And he but yeah, he's no reality or anything.
Sure.
He can't really communicate. He just doesn't really talk. He'll like draw pictures and all that.
Sure, okay. We haven't really seen any character like this.
No,
so
we have
far,
not.
Right?
We have not.
Yeah.
Not at all, actually.
Okay.
Abel then draws a picture with the marker, a perfect replica of Nephilim, and Shion is like, "What the hell?
What?
How does he know that? How is he able to know that?" So after that, just a little sweet moment. After the presentation, Alan asks Shion out to dinner, expecting rejection, and she agrees for the next night, which is very sweet. Roth Mentel, I love a little romance. Roth Mentel then visits the Cosmos repair facility, basically lets them know, haha, you guys suck, and all your stuff is going to be transferred, including the parts, everything. Cosmos is getting scrapped tonight. We are absolutely, like, we're just throwing her away, right? And all the resources are all going to be brought to the government, which, by the way, being led right now is Dmitry Yuryev. Of course, it's Dmitry. Of course. Bro. So basically, he explains that to him. Shion sends, because she was recording that with the glasses I mentioned, she sends that to Doctus about Telos and tells them to kind of investigate more. Basically, during this call, Doctus explains that through the information they got from Vector, they found out about something called it's a program used for observation and investigation called Kanan. Vector has been using this program for over 100 years.
100 years.
She claims, though, there is no connection to so far from what they've seen, there is no connection to their Realian friend, is what she's trying to explain. But Doctus is also like, she's out of the Matrix, bro. She's like, yeah, I'm investigating this right now. Like,
right now.
I'm not even going to trust Kanan right now at the moment. Basically, right after that, Nephilim appears in front of Shion and basically tries to tell her, hey, trying to protect someone does not always lead to happiness, and reminds her of what happened with Grimoire Verum and all those ideas. And it doesn't really seem like Shion is really listening to her, really budging with that idea. And then we also see that Nephilim kind of explains that Cosmos is the only one that knows where... Okay. I'm actually going to... Okay. All right. She basically says Shion is the only one who can open up the heart to Cosmos. Once again, very vague. Nephilim's always very vague.
That's what Nephilim said?
That's what she said.
I thought Nephilim was not existent anymore.
It was the Realian girl that disappeared, remember? With the Song of Nephilim. So she had to kill herself at the end because of the fact that but Nephilim is outside the wavelength of anything. She is a part of the Zohar, kind of.
Okay.
She was remember, she was the experiment. Exists. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She's the, think about it, Grimoire used her.
Experiment.
Yeah,
with
in
Grimoire.
The experiment. Yeah, exactly.
I just thought that I remember that with the Song of Nephilim, she took it up, but that was the Realian girl.
That was the Realian girl. I can't remember her name. Amadel. Yeah, we find out her name is Amadel.
Yes.
And that Shion used to bring her flowers at the hospital that her father used to experiment on her. So with that being said, Nephilim also, we see a scene of her talking with Chaos outside. They're sitting on this giant thing and just basically are talking about Shion. It is she's not going to listen to anything I say. And Chaos is that's okay. She has to learn the truth at some point. Very vague, but that's the point of it. Let's see. All right. So Yuli has been doing research into this guy, Roth Mentel, and basically finds out there is no background. Roth Mentel is the one who's leading the Telos project.
Yes.
He's the guy who knows everything about it. There is no background about this guy at all in any way whatsoever. He has no history, no anything, and Yuli finds that extremely, extremely sus.
That's extremely way sus.
Absolutely. Kanan also explains with the information he's been able to gather that they're not going to be able to break into where the Elsa is without something on the level of Omega's phase transfer cannon, which is the most powerful cannon in the whole series.
And to just disintegrate things.
Absolutely, but it's beyond. Yeah, it's beyond that level. It's kind of a part of Gnosis destroying technology.
Sure.
So they're not going to be able to break into this place where the Renly Chateau is and the Elsa because they don't have that kind of cannon. However, Yuli has this idea that Cosmos has a phase transfer cannon.
Yes, she does.
Absolutely, she fucking does. All right. So we also see later Margulis, I want to mention, he was one of the biggest emotional ties for me in the end of this game. He's the one who rides with Ormus. You know that. Yep. The actual head of Ormus is a character by the name of Heinlein, who is this figure that he's not allowed to see. No one's allowed to see.
Heinlein.
And I'm gonna tell you now, because it's not a spoiler. That is Wilhelm. He is the leader of Ormus.
Of course it is.
He's the leader of everything.
No
absolutely.
way.
Yeah.
Don't tell me that's Rothman-Tell too.
You got to keep listening. Check us out. No, check us out.
It's always this dude who, because you were explaining even, I'll tell you where my headspace went. Just give it to me. Small detractor. You were talking about Yuli and how she's leading this fleet it's under like the government, but it's not technically like Galactic Federation. It's not technically here because of, as we've talked about, Wilhelm has his seats planted everywhere. So she's almost like in this, you remember in Star Wars how in the prequels, ironically, we're talking about this, but there is a big part of the government here, which is what Padme's a part of, right? Yeah, which is like that, what's it called? It's called the Senate.
Yeah,
okay?
The Senate,
so that Senate, and they're basically like in charge of order for the entire Federation, right? But who's pulling the strings here, right? And the Senate technically has law over the Jedi, but the Jedi are also not under that law because they're independent.
Right.
But also the Sith was in charge the whole time. It's crazy, bro.
I am the Senate.
I am the Senate.
So you got the exact idea. That is exactly what's happening really with Wilhelm. He runs this world. He really does. So essentially what Heinlein says to Margulis, to Margulis' shock, is basically don't approach Renly Chateau. Don't try to seek the information that's inside there. And he's like, but this is Lost Jerusalem. This is our holy land. This is what we've been fighting for. And he's like, no, it's in the hands of where it needs to be. And
it's outside of you.
Margulis, exactly. Yes. Margulis is like, this makes no sense. I have been living my whole life trying to find this homeland. This is like our right. This is our birthright.
Yes.
This doesn't make sense. But he has to listen to Heinlein. Heinlein is the highest degree.
Yes,
he's essentially the Pope. Yeah. A little above the Pope, to be honest. Almost like a holy leader is the way they view him. Of course, though, right? Of course.
Absolutely, bro.
So basically, Doctus also informs Xion that Ormus may be related to Telos' development. Just bad news overall. She also informs her that the research, she researched into her father, Suo Uzuki, that he absolutely was the head. He was a head governmental figure overlooking Utik at the time of the Michelin conflict, which basically confirms he was working with Utik, and that building he was with was Utik, which... it's not even spoilers. Utik has Ormus has hands in Utik. Everything that they were doing, blaming all that stuff on Mizrahi, right? Releasing the Song of Nephilim to make those Realians go crazy, and making the Realians even more tuned to the Song of Nephilim, and wanting to release it through the entire galaxy, was all plans for Ormus, because they wanted to take down the government in order to basically have the Zohar be completely theirs, have no threat to that. This is a conflict that's been going on for millions of years. These guys have been at it forever. So just this idea that they're, from the information they got at the beginning of the game, they're finally cracking this idea, and that Suo Uzuki was working with them, her father. Just crazy stuff. All right.
It's all connected.
It's all connected. Right after that, she gets a call from Alan, and right when the call answers, she passes out again. During that time, Alan's able to kind of rush to her room, make sure she's okay. She kind of just tells him she's exhausted. You get it. Sure. She's been through a lot.
Whatever.
Alan also explains that Yuli wants to meet with her on the Durandal, which is the ship where Junior and all the gang...
I'm sorry, the what?
The Durandal.
Oh.
What
crazy.
Is that?
That's Ike's sword.
Is it really?
Yeah.
No way.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yeah, bro. Actually, Durandal, is there any, I don't know if there's any name, Durandal, right?
Durandal, yeah.
There's an opposing force to this that's in Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem doesn't really go super deep. It probably does on a back end of things, but it's more fascinating with real world shit.
Yes.
And the shadowy figures are in front of your face. There's no spiritual warfare happening, right? But the Durandal is a blessed weapon by the goddess that was given to Ike's father, and he tried tapping into, it's called the Fire Emblem. Okay. The Fire Emblem touches the goddess realm. It's literally a Zohar. Okay. Wow. Ike's father touched the Durandal.
Yeah.
He went ballistic and he slayed Ike's mother right in front of him. Okay. It messed him. He went into what's called like the Fire Emblem rage. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So we're talking like he wasn't even a human at this moment.
Yeah.
He just burnt everything in sight.
Right.
It's a blessing he didn't kill Ike, who was a child.
Right.
But after this incident happened, Ike put this all in the back of his mind as trauma. Didn't remember it, obviously. And but his father, he grew up with a father who taught him nothing but he was so hard on him, discipline, war, all this stuff, right? But the aspects of a man and self-control and all these things that made sense knowing this later. But something else about his father was his father did not wield a sword. His father wielded a axe, a two-handed axe. Oh, yeah. Okay? Because he slashed the tendons in his dominant arm, his sword-wielding arm, after this happened, so it would never happen again. So he never killed anyone. He swore that someday when his son was ready, he was going to give him the weapon.
Durandal?
Yes, sir. Wow. To be able to fight the opposing force. Guess who has the opposing force, which is called Alendite? I don't know if that's a name in this series.
No, it's not.
Okay. Alendite. Alan is.
He is.
The Alendite is wielded by, guess who? The Black Knight.
Oh.
The Black Knight and Ike's father were rivals the entire time.
That's fascinating.
Yes, sir.
That's so cool,
fact,
too.
Ike's father was ultimately, he succumbed to death because he could only compete with the Alendite with the Durandal.
We should do an episode on
refused to use it.
Fire Emblem.
We should, bro.
That game especially.
This is why, like, it's why I like am so critical on Fire Emblem now.
I wonder what Durandal means then. We should absolutely look that up.
I have a bank for later. Okay, I'm saving a bank of like terms and stuff. I wanted to mention that because I just love it. You say a word and I'm like, oh, perfect. Instant connection.
That's exactly what I want to hear. Alrighty. I'm going to get back into it.
Let's do it.
Yeah. So Alan explains Yuli wants to meet up on the Durandal, which kind of clashes with the dinner date they had set up. Remember how he asked her earlier?
Okay.
And Shion insists that they go out for food tonight so that they can kind of get her mind off of it. And they spend...
okay.
Yeah, exactly. You know how Alan is. And they spend a really lovely night together. And kind of through this whole series, Alan has talked about he wishes that he could take some of the pain that Shion feels, not just with the loss of Kevin, but just she takes on so much and she allows herself to be the only one to take that, and he wants to be that kind of person. That doesn't come out on that night, but it's very important that they have this really, really beautiful night, and it seems like Shion really enjoys like Alan's company. Like they're just talking really well, but she just can't get her mind. She talks about, she's even like, yeah, Kevin used to love eating food outside. And, you can tell it's I love Alan because he doesn't take it as a disappointing thing. It's like, okay, well, I want to hear that. And I want to know that is, that's something that I love Alan. He's my favorite character. But behind Jan Sauer, I know, he's too good. He's a little bit of a little pussy, but that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
He doesn't need to be more.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But those feelings
about Kevin.
What
about Jan Sauer?
I was going to say he's my favorite character.
Honestly, he's the best character.
Yeah.
I mean,
he absolutely is. So then, Shion meets up with Junior, Momo, Ziggy, and Jin on the Durandal, and they talk about what Yuli, she explains basically that what they're in is, what the Renley Chateau and the Elsa is stuck in is called a hypersphere. And the only one... Hypersphere, yeah. Okay. The only one who's able to break into it would be one of those phase cannons. Cosmos is the only one that has it. Shion agrees that, what they got to do is break into Vector and get Cosmos back, which is their exact operation. Motherfucking Shion collapses again, passes out again, which at this point she's passed out like 4 times.
Interesting.
Which should be...
Is she having headaches?
She's having headaches, and she's getting those like flashes.
Something's happening, man.
Yep. So they break into Vector. They use Miyuki's like kind of like insight to be able to get in.
Yes.
They get in. They're getting like pretty deep into it. They all see Abel, who Alan explains is the pilot of the new Proto Omega. That's the reason he's important to Vector, and he's the only person who can pilot this massive weapon.
Why?
That's a great question.
Why?
That's a great question. Who knows?
Okay.
So Abel starts to kind of help them. He can't speak, but he's like pointing them in a direction, and they cautiously choose to believe him. They find themselves in the exact perfect path to get to the like trash bit, like just garbage everywhere. Cosmos, lifeless body is there. They find her because of the stuff they brought, which no one else should be able to have. They're able to reboot her consciousness, and they boot her back up and also take note of a strange operation running on her. Very weird, but Cosmos is back.
Like there's some like
there's another operation that's running in her brain,
in her chip, and they can't identify it.
I don't know what it is.
Oh man,
bad news.
Sus.
Right? Yep.
Okay.
Again, Shion collapses. This is the 5th time she's collapsed. And she's contacted by what is clearly Udu energy, which speaks to her.
The red shit again.
Yes. And it speaks to her. And she asks, it identifies itself as the will of the universe and asks Shion if what she desires of this world. And before that, she kind of, breaks out of that.
She doesn't answer?
She doesn't tell him. No. And then she kind of breaks out. Well, what do you say? What do I desire from this world? I don't know if I'd be able to just say that on a whim, especially if you're Shion.
I don't think I could either.
Everything she's experienced, she feels like
she doesn't even know.
She's lost so much through her loss with Kevin.
Yeah.
That was her connection to this world. That was one of the biggest things. She's dove into this work with Cosmos as one of her only ways of doing. She's not social. She doesn't do stuff. She doesn't go on dates. She doesn't do anything. She has thrown her entire life into Cosmos, and that's because she doesn't have really a purpose in this world. She does not feel anything beyond that. They're able to all get out, escape, and leave 5th Jerusalem. Luckily, they did. Roth, Mentel, and the Blue Testament are seen and basically note saying that everything is proceeding the way that they expected.
Interesting.
Very interesting,
okay.
Right? Yeah.
Roth Mantel, who is a part of Ormus.
He's with Dmitry Yuriev.
Oh, okay.
But there's ties everywhere.
Right.
So
Dimitri's already had ties with the Testaments, right?
Well, not so much. Not so much. He's kind of on a different level. He's more with the UTIC organization. Okay. He's got his own plans for everything that he's doing. Dmitry is very much I'm
trying to make this connection of Dmitry Yuriev has been like the thorn in everyone, the main antagonist, if you will, right?
Sure.
Coming from UTIC.
Absolutely.
And now a Testament is talking with him.
Yes.
We haven't seen this before.
Or he's more the government. If you remember, he was a councilman back in Pied Piper. He was the one who was using he was the one allowing Voyager to do these kills so he could move up in the ranks.
Yes.
But he gives up kind of on the government, makes his own department, which are the URTVs, and he still has ties in there because of the people that he knows and everything.
Right.
So
yeah.
Dmitry Yuriev is back. We also don't know how he could be back because we thought he was dead. So they return to the hypersphere. The whole gang is with them, and Cosmos arms herself with this massive cannon, huge. She literally puts 100% of her power in it, which destroys kind of these parts of the cannon that she's like able to put out. So she can't really use it again because she goes 100%. Creates a like hole inside this hypersphere, and the gang is able to fly in.
No shot.
Absolutely, they get in there. They get in contact with the Elsa crew. Basically, tell them the Elsa crew is like, we're okay, everything's fine, but for some reason, this piece of land is not allowing us to leave. We can't leave. Our our ship won't move, essentially.
Nice.
Alrighty, so check this out. Let's see.
Actually, let's break right here.
You want to break for a second?
Yeah, just break real quick.
Yeah, man.
Okay, so before jumping back in, I have been taking a little bit of notes here, and I decided to take a note and didn't say anything when you said Telos. Okay?
Yes.
Because I've seen Telos before. Telos is, I believe that there is a super boss in Xenoblade that is called Telos, or a Telos bird.
So in Xenoblade 2, she's a blade, in the same way that Cosmos is a blade in Xenoblade 2. So
that's where I've seen.
That's probably where
they're like some of the two most powerful blades.
I pulled her on a common.
You did?
Like, yeah. It was so awesome. It was pretty recent, too.
Do you have Cosmos?
No, that's what I'm shooting for. But there's a way that you can grind in Xenoblade 2.
Yeah.
Where if you... Do you remember on the cat place Gormont? If you feed that, that Armu Do you remember that? You can like level it up to level 90. You can fight that once it's level 99. It's going to take a lot of grinding, but if you buy that, it drops like 5 rare cores, and you can just keep doing that over and over, especially if you
I knew there was a purpose to that, bro. Yeah.
It's the best way to grind rare cores. And that's my plan to get Cosmos. I'm just going to literally like perk up with like meals and stuff to be able to higher item drops and all this stuff. Yeah. I already have the tech once I, once
you got it?
Yeah. Once I got it.
Yeah. Well, I want to see it when you do pull. I got to see that shit.
I also want, because we're here, I want you to look up Rennes Chateau. I can because there's a lot of real life lore to this place, which is a real place.
Well, can I tell you the direct... If you were to look up Telos right now, Telos literally means in English an ultimate object or aim, like an ultimate objective. But Telos in English is, dude, it makes more sense if you look at the Greek. Because you know how sometimes we have like Greek words and the Greek, it'll take 2 Greek words and put it together and that'll make the English, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is not the case here. This is rare. The entire Greek word is telos, okay? And in Greek, it literally means... end.
Wow. Okay, this is perfect. This is perfect.
End of the cosmos?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. Okay, so check this out. Getting back onto it. So once they meet back up with the Elsa, they're able to essentially continue back on foot. So they are now on Rennes Chateau, which I can spell for you if you...
I have it here.
You have it?
Yep. It's a real place, like you said.
It's a real place, yeah. It should be in France, right?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a castle?
Just a little, it's a small village of people, but the religious purposes to it is a lot of people believe that is the burial ground for Mary Magdalene, and that is the spot where her body was taken, and that's where she was
I've been
buried.
here.
No shot.
Yes, I have.
You're fucking with me.
No, I've been to this castle. I'm not kidding. I didn't know this, dude.
In France?
Yes. When my dad and I did the trip down the Rhine, we stopped at like 2 touristy places. One touristy place in France, 2 touristy places in there's Amsterdam and Germany.
Yes.
But we stopped at 2. I couldn't remember what they were called. Just like 2 places that were definitely not on your like stereotypical like trip to Europe.
Yeah.
It like most people didn't speak English.
Yes.
Right. It was very out there.
Yes.
These were like castles that survived World War II.
Right.
Right. And like the French Revolution.
Revolution.
Dude,
canonically,
this is crazy.
You have been where they are on right now.
Literally, this town.
You've been here.
I've literally been to the shit.
You've been in Xenosaga 3, dude.
The Rennes Chateau.
Rennes Chateau.
I am Xenosaga.
You are.
I am Telos.
Incredible.
That is wild.
So
I'm gonna look it up in Xenosaga.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So they continue on foot through Rennes Chateau and find themselves in a cave filled with so that's where exactly, or no, that's a little bit later, but they find themselves in a cave right before this that's filled with scripture on the walls, and Momo's able to it's Hebrew, and she's able to decipher. Of
course it is.
I don't have the decipher here, but it just has it's some kind of scripture.
Wow.
Yeah. So in this cave, they find themselves face to face with the Blue Testament, who reveals himself to be Lieutenant Virgil, who was killed by Cosmos back in the first game because she was literally trying to shoot a Gnosis, and because he wasn't a Vector employee, he was with the government. It was at the beginning of 2. She shot right through him, so clearly he became a Testament right after that. He's kind of taunting them, and basically the scripture on the wall starts kind of glowing this purple and resonating with their ESs, which are their mechs, which are essentially the they are all equipped because they're all like high up in some kind of way.
Okay.
They are all equipped with the vessels of Anima, and even Virgil starts kind of laughing at them, being like, "You don't know what the vessels of Anima are? Yeah, you guys are kind of scrubs." Kind of being honest. This is where a fight with Virgil has to happen, and it's interrupted by the White Testament, who shows up, and immediately Junior recognizes him as Albedo. He doesn't even say anything. He's like, "That's Albedo." There's no question about it. Yeah, no question about it.
No shot.
Yeah. So they escape through that, and the crew continues to move forward, and then they find that gravesite, that picture that you were showing. There's a gravesite with all the names of their ESs that are all on these graves. Very strange, right?
What?
Very strange.
The ESs they're currently on.
They're in, yes, with the Vessels of Anima, all a part of it. They kind of go into the large tomb and recognize it because in the first game, they go into this Encephalon dive into Cosmos' memory, and this tomb is there. The tomb from the beginning of the game that the Red Testament was opening and was taking whatever was inside. This is the exact thing. And Cosmos even says, I've never been here before. I don't know why it was in my memory bank. I have no reason for that. There's no logical explanation. Essentially, Telos shows up, performs a sneak attack, and Cosmos protects the gang from it. And Telos claims she's here for the 13th key and that the time of awakening has arrived. Epic battle ensues. Telos versus Cosmos. You know, you could say cat fight, but it's way more epic than that. Cosmos recognizes that Telos is way stronger and is basically like, I can hold her off. You guys need to escape. Roth Mantel enters, walks in. This guy walks in. Somehow he got into the freaking hypersphere and explains that they already know her attack pattern because they're the ones that understand Cosmos. And Roth is revealed to be the Red Testament. He allows yep.
Shot.
So he's the Red Testament. How does he know all this stuff? Telos tries to destroy them with a blast of light, but Shion's necklace shines and starts glowing this light on this final moment. Cosmos is knocked down on the ground. Her eyes start glowing a blue, right? Everything around them starts glowing blue with this necklace she's had since the beginning of the series.
What is it shaped like?
It's shaped like a diamond. So check this out.
Got it.
Shion then has a flashback to when she was with Kevin, and he gave her this necklace. It was clearly like, you know, back when they were dating, they were clearly in love.
Yeah.
And he explains he was the only survivor from Mictum, and it was a gift from his mom. That character at the beginning of the game, that little boy, was Kevin. We find out that thing that his mom gave him before she turned into a Gnosis was so important that Kevin was the one that had to have it.
No.
Absolutely.
No.
Absolutely.
Way.
So in that memory, Udu starts asking Shion if she feels joy seeing this memory. Without even answering, Shion wakes up and finds everybody kind of scattered in a strange place that they don't know where they're at. During their venture, they just venture forward. They're like, okay, we need to find the Elsa. We need to find Cosmos. Cosmos and the Elsa are not with us. And Junior sees Labyrinthos, which is the tower where Utic did all the experiments, and the Song of Nephilim was
yes.
Dropped. That's where he jumped off of, and he was like fell to his death. You remember that?
Yeah.
That was at the top.
He was like saying Revelation.
Exactly what he was.
Yes.
That was the top of Labyrinthos. And Junior literally is like, this is impossible unless we are literally 15 years in the past. That has to be impossible. They hear gunshots, find a young Louis Virgil who's on the brink of dying because he was a Federation officer. And the reason the Michelin conflict happened was because Utic, who had control of the Zohar because they were secretly Ormus, right, were using it as these experiments. This is how Joachim Mizrahi was able to make the Zohar emulators.
Yes.
Yeah. All this stuff that happened, the Federation is already like on the ground. They've been
How many emulators are there?
There's 12. Like come on, you know this. You know
the 13th key.
Yeah, buddy. All right, so they save Virgil's life and bring him to a church where they find Fabronia, who is kind of was like a caretaker of Shion when she was younger. And they also find Shion at the age of 8, a little 8-year-old.
What?
Yeah. And a young Kevin who I even noted he's really rude to them. He's kind of an asshole. He's like, who are these random people? Why are they coming in here? Whatever. They save Virgil, and young Shion says she saw a ship that fits the description of the Elsa, so they move in that direction. They find out that the Elsa with everyone on the crew is okay. So they go in that direction, find the Elsa. Everyone on the crew is okay. However, Cosmos's black box has been broken by Telos in that fight, and it is literally impossible to fix her. There's no way to fix her. The one person that knew how to build that black box and everything, Kevin, and he is.
What's the black box?
It's just her core, so it's like how her whole operation system works.
Sure,
because she's an android, not a like a Realian or kind of like a biotic, if that makes sense. Yeah,
she's like no bioorganism, like that we know of at all.
No, except for Doctus, who's also an android. Right. So there's only a couple androids.
And Telos, right?
Yes.
So those would be the three.
Absolutely, that would be the three. So it's impossible. Obviously, in this, this is a terrible bit of information for Shion. This is like almost like mind breaking. It's like, okay, I lost Kevin and now I lost Cosmos. So outside of the hypersphere, Yuli contacts the Durandal and explains to the Federation government is moving towards Mictum. So time is moving outside of this hypersphere that they are now in, where they're seeing all
like
this stuff
in some weird time paradox,
some kind of paradox of some sort.
What the heck?
So Ormus is now after what they just learned from the information they got, Zarathustra, which they learned from the Y data, which they got from Momo in the second game.
Hold up, back up one second.
So Ormus is after something. We don't know what Zarathustra is.
It's now come to light that they are after the Zarathustra.
Absolutely.
Ormus.
Yep.
That is very, very
fascinating. Very, very fascinating, huh? They find out the only way to escape. They do a bunch of research. There's a character named the Professor who's, he's like a goofy old man, but he works on the Elsa, and he basically explains to them the only way they can break this through this space-time anomaly is using the power of the vessels of Anima and their amount of power that they generate to break out of it, basically. But they lost the vessels in that transfer, that flash of light. They completely lost their ESs. Shion, with just like her idea of the world is broken, Jin tells them all, don't go anywhere. If we are in the past, we don't want some kind of butterfly effects. Shion does not listen and tries to go towards the old city of Melcha without informing the others. And Alan is the only one who kind of joins her, and she's kind of like, okay, follow me or not, I really don't care. And he's like, okay, I'm going to go with you. I'm going to protect you.
Yeah.
If I can. They find out that there's a TAC unit transferred by the UTIC that was destroyed by the Federation, because it's kind of a war zone outside of the city, because there's Federation members who are trying to get the Zohar back, and then there's UTIC on the inside, which are being basically killed. They find this it's essentially just a car that was like a giant truck transferring things, was gunned down by the Federation government, and the person who just came to investigate it was literally Shion's father. So she sees Sao Uzuki just like checking up on everything and being like, damn it, they destroyed these weapon realians that we were creating, and then goes back to UTIC. Through this, Alan and Shion create fake IDs by like using the bodies of the people that they found on the UTIC thing, and they're able to enter Labyrinthos with these hacked IDs that they have. And Alan,
smart,
yeah, exactly.
Smart.
Alan notes it doesn't
Alan's
look like
smart dude.
He absolutely is, and he always has been. He is the chief of the First Division. He was the vice chief in the whole game. He's just a goober.
He's just a goober. He's just a goober. Yeah, and he's not really a warrior, but he's fucking smart.
He's not a fighter, but he's a smart guy.
Yes, dude.
He's a little bad with the girls, but he's not.
Maybe it'll work out.
Exactly.
He's got a good heart.
He basically tells Shion that, like, this doesn't look like a hospital at all from what you've told me in your memories. Because remember, she said she remembered her father working in a hospital. Her mother was in this hospital. That's where she remembers Amadel and bringing the flowers to her. But all these things in Shion's mind are, like what you said with Ike, just completely, they're just so far deep in the trauma. She trauma banned everything, bro. So basically, she was like, okay, she's coming to this realization. My dad didn't work in a hospital. This is a UTIC facility for experimentation. And I assumed it was because I was 8 year fucking old. So check this out. During their search, they run into no other than Joachim Mizrahi, who informs them, believing that they work there, that they are finding test subjects to resonate with the vessels of Anima. Boom.
Boom!
That's how they're going to get out, right? That's how they're getting out. So Vessels of Anima are used as a mediator. This is just interesting information.
Yeah.
We find out that the Vessels of Anima for UTIC was used as a mediator between people, regular people, and the Zohar. It's almost like this middle ground of this holy technology and like human technology, okay? Vessels of Anima, very, very fascinating. They learn this. Shion basically sees her mother's name as a test subject while she's looking through all this stuff. And through this also, they're kind of like trying to blend in. Shion is told to go fetch Kevin, and which is a shock to her that he's working with UTIC when he's never told her about this information at all. These guys were lovers. They were closer than anyone. This was Shion's person, and apparently shouldn't even know this fact about him.
Yeah, this sucks.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
This is even more of like, it's what do I trust?
More salt on the exactly.
It is,
but this is even deeper than like Vector, because Vector was just a job at the end of the day. But this is like her purpose in life was
for sure
Kevin. She loved Kevin more than anyone. She did not feel any kind of she lost her parents.
Yeah,
she was clearly estranged to her father and mother, and then Jin was not this character in her life who's playing this role of paternal or even anything.
No.
So she has focused all of it onto Kevin, and now she's kind of just a lost person in this world, which is so incredible because there are so many times I have found myself in the past in that situation where it's like,
no, it's so
I've decided to really focus my everything into a person, and you can't do that really. We'll learn in this story.
It's not the answer.
Yeah. So basically, Shion. I'm so sorry.
Do your thing.
Okay, very important. When they go into Kevin's office, he's not there, but they see Kevin's early design work on Cosmos' original design, and Shion makes a fucking copy so they can reboot Cosmos. She's got this faith that like, with this, they have the information, so she literally is like hacking it. Even Alan goes out, has to like talk to Kevin. He's like, sir, I just wanted to talk to you about this, and she's like downloading it. You know what I mean? During that, they are running this facility.
They're literally running this. I can't believe this is happening.
Yeah, I know, isn't it crazy?
The only possible way this could happen is this scenario where you're in the past somehow. Yep. You're messing with data that was long lost.
Exactly.
Like, are you serious?
Exactly.
This is like wow.
Yeah.
Wow. It like, we're just magically here right when we fucking need it most.
Perfect. Weird though. Why did they end up there? Why? Still don't know, huh?
I don't know.
Check this out. All right. Shion leaves and then finds her mother as a test subject, and her father is literally like kind of working on her in that moment. She goes off on her dad. She's like, how could you do this to your own family? You have a daughter. Suo Uzuki is so like, he's like, what the hell? Who are you? What do you know about this?
Yeah.
How do you know this is my wife? How do you know that? How do you know I have a daughter? Like all this stuff. And because of this, she's like kind of scolded by him. And Alan's kind of like, dude, fucking reel it back for a second. We're not supposed to be here. Kind of like with a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And she's like, okay, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to say all that. I don't know anything about this. He's like, okay, fine. Go escort my daughter home because
too easy.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, you convinced me.
And so yeah,
that wasn't weird at all.
Yeah. So she's basically told like, go escort my daughter Shion home. So they have to take young Shion and they go back to the church where Virgil is making a recovery. But Virgil is extremely racist towards Realians, and Febronia is a Realian, so he's almost opening up. We see this like side of him where it's like he's the Blue Testament now, but this is him in the past. He had a relationship with a and they get like physical after a while, like not like kissing or anything,
sure,
but you see him like laying on her lap and she's like kind of petting his hair, and he's like, I've never really felt this way about a Realian. Like, I don't see you as just like a tool. He's a soldier. He views this as,
but he's experiencing real emotions of the soul.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly. And this realization of like, wow, I
love this this depiction of the Testaments, much like the commandments, right? Like how they maybe this is who you see now and you can judge now, right?
Yes.
But everyone has like their reasons and their story of where they've come from.
That's why the Testaments are some of my favorites, bro. Because think about it. Except we don't know who the Red Testament is.
Right.
All right. So we basically learned.
But I'm with you.
Yeah.
Pied Piper was like, we saw the Testament as a man before a testament.
Before he was a testament.
Even though red flags are going crazy.
Totally.
Right?
But we saw. Yeah, exactly what you're saying. So we learn on the inside that basically they have been planning Ormus, which is working in Utic. They're so, like, Margulis is there. They are all connected, basically working with another man named Sellers, who works directly with Mizrahi. Essentially, their whole plan is to release the Song of Nephilim, to make the Realians go wild and blame it on Mizrahi, not having anything to do with Utic, but that being their ability to take the Zohar and kind of destroy the Galactic Federation.
Sure. Okay.
Makes sense?
Yes.
You with me?
Yes.
So that's just what we learned. Yeah. That's what they learned.
And this is like from like the past.
This is from the past, yes.
Right? So this is
these
like
characters.
This is like painting a picture, really, of like the why behind a lot of like these big decisions, behind these big like operations.
Yeah,
like of all angles. Bro.
Absolutely.
Wow!
So glad you're getting this.
I am, bro.
All right.
I am.
So Shion and Alan,
I'm like,
this
if I'm
information,
being real with you, because before you continue, I just want to say like I have all these.
Also, we're making great time, by the way, just so you know.
Oh hell yeah! Yeah, he's got this big like notes.
Yeah, I do.
He's been working on in front of us.
Yes.
We're probably in like the last ticket.
Yeah, we're coming up.
This is kind of, if I can give you a visual in my mind of how the story is going.
Yes.
It's that I am. I'll use the circle I drew earlier to kind of represent. I'm building a link between all of these different things from these stories overlapping, and it's like, oh, well, that means this. And like, oh, like I thought that meant this, but actually it means this. But
absolutely,
I'm still missing the big. Like, even though I understand all these, like, overarching thematics about eternal recurrence, way before we even started this conversation, I don't understand what this end game is. I don't understand so much that has to do with Udo, has to do with the Zohar, and has to do with Wilhelm.
Absolutely.
And I'm ecstatic.
I'm so glad you're in it.
Yuriev is there's still some mystery here for me of Yuriev specifically.
Yes.
And, I'm sorry, Ormus.
Ormus. So he's not related to Ormus. You can think of him. You can write him down.
But that's
the
why I'm
Yuriev
curious.
Institute is kind of its own thing now.
Okay.
He used to be government.
But off of UTIC, right? It was like government, UTIC, and now his own thing.
Yes,
right?
his own thing now.
Right.
The Yuriev Institute.
That's why I'm interested.
Yes.
I'm like, why is Ormus so connected with him and everything that's happening? Because they're so far apart.
I'm so glad you're in this, man.
And he's clearly not Wilhelm.
Yeah.
Or is he being manipulated? I don't know.
What's the plan
I'm
there?
fucking in it, dude.
Okay, check this out.
Yeah.
So Shion and Alan get back to the Elsa, and they get to work on a new black box for Cosmos, kind of head by Alan and the professor, who are like working together to make this thing. Check this out. During this time, Shion goes and takes a shower, kind of taking a load off on all the shit she's learned.
Sure.
Seeing Kevin there, seeing her father, her mother.
The infamous shower scene.
Exactly. Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
During this time, while they're working on it, the Black Testament, Voyager, appears, and literally he makes this huge explosion, blows the doors down, and steals the casing, like the pod that Cosmos is being worked in, and he's just walking out with it. I showed you the scene before. Do you remember this?
Yes.
Okay, so check this out. Shion and the gang.
Point that this is happening.
Yeah,
now?
buddy.
Is she literally showering?
Well, no, she got out.
Okay.
You know? It was just like that's kind of what happened.
Shower, no shot. She runs out. The notes
Shion and
like
the gang,
making like blurry, so it's not inappropriate. She's just fighting. It's like, what is this game, bro?
Absolutely. So Shion and the gang rush to find the Black Testament with Cosmos pod in his hand. Ziggy approaches. However, last time he
hesitated.
He not only hesitated, he freaked out. He went, Voyager! And he literally he tried to.
He's like calm, collected.
Exactly. He approaches and oh my gosh, Junior's literally like, Ziggy, like, are you? And he's like, don't worry, I'm completely. Absolutely.
So
all right. So calm after everything he learned, and he literally calls him by his true name. He's like, Voyager, what are you doing here? Refuses to talk to him. Ziggy, boom, they break out into a fight, throws some hands, he's able to throw him back. We're talking the power of a testament versus this guy's like a cyborg is what he is. So he's just not on that level. But as this is happening, Shion goes in for a punch. He grabs her by the neck, is like choking her and shit. And Cosmos' arm busts out of the fucking pod. They start throwing hands. She activates what's called the Hilbert effect, which is you're able to touch beings that are able to transfer between the imaginary number domains. So Gnosis, it's anti-Gnosis technology, which means she can touch him completely. So they start going hands. Ziggy's up in the action. They literally team up perfectly to take on this guy. Absolutely. But honestly, they get this good hit on him, but he's like, he's a testament. He's good.
He's a testament.
And she calls out or he literally calls him name. He's like, Eric, what are you doing? What's your point? And then he's like, Jan Sauer. You know our fight is not completed. I will see you on Mictum. And he basically leaves him with that. Ziggy stares him down. This dude's hard as nails, bro. He's not losing it. He's literally approaching this with all the calmness that literally
he's like, damn right, I'll see
absolutely.
You
yeah, he's staring him down. A testament. This guy has beef with a straight testament. But he escapes and Cosmos is back. And they basically because of this, this is awesome. She's this form is actually the one that she's on. I've got the it's
Josh,
like the latest.
It's
yes,
been sitting here since yesterday.
It's the latest form of her. It's version 4 of Cosmos.
Version 4.
That's
baby.
Right. So we've gone through 4 versions already.
That's sick.
Yes, sir. It's her final design. Look at that.
So I'm sorry.
Yes.
Her hand comes out.
She breaks out.
She breaks out in reaction to
Shion. She's connected.
They're
again.
so connected.
Absolutely.
Why?
So that's a great question, Sam. You should keep on to those questions. All right. So then they now that they're kind of regrouping, they're like, okay, that was crazy. We got to be careful, but we got to get the hell out of here. Clearly, the Testaments are able to enter this place, and they have complete control because we already saw Virgil, the White Testament, and the Red Testament, and now the Black Testament. We need to get the heck out of here.
Yeah.
They come up with this plan to basically infiltrate Utic and steal the vessels of Anima to be able to create the amount of energy they need to escape.
Do they have... Utic has all 12 vessels, right?
They got all the 12 vessels of Anima, so it's going to be a perfect, easy ability.
This is coming to a finale.
Yeah.
And I'm
absolutely.
I'm really excited.
Good.
I'm really loving how they have paced this story.
Oh my gosh, it's so much better as a game, bro.
Yeah.
Like this, I'm not even mentioning the fights that happen, the energy of these songs that are playing, the emotion of this is the finale of the series, and I love it. So when they're infiltrating, one of my favorite scenes I just have to mention because it really brings Momo full circle. Momo meets Joachim Mizrahi, and he's kind of like, hey, will you help me with this thing, little girl? He's like, it's very strange, there's a little girl here, I am certain, they don't say it in the game, I think he knows it's her. Like, he knows it's Momo. And he kind of explains everything that happened with his daughter to her, and she's kind of like hesitant because she has been going through this arc, Momo has, of like,
a massive arc.
Yeah, I am a replacement for his daughter. And he kind of explains, he's like, I originally, wanted to work on a way to save Sakura, but now I'm working on my second daughter, Momo, and she's able to like really talk with her father, and he explains that he's just like, yeah, I will love her forever. And he's like, yeah, well, get back to whatever you're doing. And he just he goes through this elevator, and it was the last time he saw her, and she's like ecstatic. It's like the completion of this feeling inside her of Dude. Like she goes to Ziggy and she's like, he loves me, like he loves me. He doesn't, it's not just Sakura. I'm his second daughter.
She didn't have to work on nothing that Yuli was feeling.
Exactly.
It was no, from the beginning, it was genuinely for the right reasons.
Right. Exactly.
The love was genuine.
Exactly.
I got chills.
Real. I did too. I teared up at that part.
Yeah.
They find the vessels of Anima, and they're able to escape by fusing them with the ESs that they have, like that they were like fusing them with.
Yeah.
Since they know how to pilot them, they're able to get it. But over the ratio, while they're escaping, they're literally on their way out. Shion hears that her mother is in this specific wing and is about to be like tested on, essentially, like her big test. So Shion literally breaks from the group, and Jin's like, "What the hell are you doing? I know it's our mother, but we can't interfere with this shit." No, she's out of there.
Nope.
So then she's kind of like able to like run through. She's smart. She's avoiding like all the people in there, all of Utic, until she runs into the Red Testament, who literally comes in and he's like, Shion, takes off his mask. It's Kevin Winnicott.
Shut up.
And she is like,
no,
she's like,
way,
she's like,
bro.
Kevin, you're alive, like all this, and he doesn't say anything. He basically is like, he's like, and then he kind of like phases away. They all come in, capture her, of course. It was, oh my gosh, so crazy.
No shot.
But she's like fucked up. She's like, of course she's getting like arrested. She's like, Kevin is alive.
He's
a testament. Like,
I'm
all
in
this
shock.
Stuff. Absolutely. So she's interrogated by YouTube. Dude.
Fucking.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, dude.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
So
bro.
now it's starting to make sense.
Nuts.
He was Rothmantel. He's the only one who knows how to build Cosmos. Of course he can make Telos because he's the one who built Cosmos. So what is Telos and why is she better than Cosmos? Great question, everybody.
Tell me why right now. Fucking now. I painted this picture of the circle for you. Listen, Mantel.
Yep.
Okay. Kevin is literally on the side of Telos, who is the polar opposite of Cosmos. And right in the middle is Shion, who this entire experience, as you've said many times, has been searching for a way to reconnect. This is her purpose.
Exactly.
But actually, she has been pulled this entire time, somehow, the other direction.
So
she is torn in half.
Absolutely. Bro. And what does this new information do? Her entire point of living, everything more important than family, more important than any friends, Kevin Winnicott. He's back and he's alive. Even if he's a testament, she's literally thinking in her head while she's being interrogated. She's like, I think he will have a good answer. There's no way he wouldn't.
She's still, of course. She's in denial.
Absolutely. Yeah, every part. So, So she's getting interrogated by Utic, and she's even just like, the group kind of turns around and basically they make the decision on the Elsa, like everybody, Ziggy and Jin and everyone who's there. And I just want to mention Kanan's not there. He's on the outside. He didn't come in with them. So just to paint the picture, it's that. Junior. Yeah. It's Junior, Jin, Ziggy, Momo.
Okay.
And everyone who's on the Elsa.
Yeah.
But that's like the party.
Yeah, that's party.
Since they know everything, Chaos. Oh, Chaos too. I meant to say that. Yeah.
Chaos is on.
He's been with us. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been on board.
Yeah,
right.
The whole time.
The whole game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he was like, okay, I have memories. Me and Kanan, we infiltrate. Remember at the beginning of Xenosaga 2, they were up fighting. Yep.
Yeah.
That was the Michelin conflict. So they know exactly when this stuff. Chaos knows exactly when this stuff is happening. He's like, okay, what we're going to do while this conflict breaks out, sure, it'll be dangerous. This will be the perfect time.
Because they're still in this universe of like the past, right?
15 years ago.
Okay.
So they say, okay, because this is going to happen, we can break into Utic, get Shion back, and we'll basically be able to do it without that much fight because everyone will be fighting everywhere, including, Junior was there on that night. That was when he made the connection with the other URTVs, and that's when Albedo went crazy.
Okay.
All that business. So they all know where to go and what to do because they were here.
Because they were literally
Junior
there.
and Jin was there too. Remember, he fought Margulis?
Yes. Yeah, it was literally in there.
Exactly. He was in there. Exactly.
Wow, that's actually crazy.
So they show up using their information. They're able to go through it. Suo Uzuki, such a crazy moment. Basically,
Shion's father.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shows up to Shion while everyone's being interrogated, but the kind of fight of Milsha has started. So he's kind of like, okay. He's like, I don't know who you are, but I know that you are not bad. I just know this about you. And he was like, he lets her go and is basically like, I need you to escort my daughter Shion home. She is here. It's not safe. I need you to take care of that because you were so passionate about all this stuff. I don't know how you know this about my family, but I trust you. And he was like, I want you to know.
Dude.
He was like, I am trying to cure my wife. Nothing is more important to me than my family.
Yes.
This real moment where it's like he's really been painted as this terrible guy, and maybe he's doing unethical things, but he's really doing it for the family.
I'll be honest, Joshi, it's the exact opposite of what has happened with Kevin. It's the exact opposite.
Oh, you're so smart, dude. I'm so happy you're in this.
I was expecting the worst. I was expecting Shion to honestly be thrown into oblivion because now her dad's gonna admit he's just a piece of shit.
Right. So that's so special. Dude. That's so special. So she's able to escape. Absolutely. The Song of Nephilim starts.
Shut up.
Which is what is making those Realians go crazy.
Yes, dude.
Young Shion she was at the church when it all starts. So all these Realians are vicious, bro. They're ripping people apart. They're just clawing it. They're eating human flesh. They're going crazy. This is a brutal scene. They're almost like zombies.
Insane.
So she shows up.
It's I just watched with Kendall's family 2 nights ago. Split.
Oh yeah, it's like that. They're crazy. Literally. They're crawling on cars. They're just all this shit. So they show up. They show up to the church, right, where Virgil and Fabroni are. They're creating this almost love for them, right? And Shion shows up there. Literally, Fabroni is trying to protect Virgil and Shion at the same time. Fabroni is perfect. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I'm in it.
Cheers.
Got it, baby.
So yeah, they show up to the church. Young Shion is there.
I'm sorry. I'll bring you back.
Yes.
You said coming to the church.
Yes.
Shion shows up.
Yes.
To
No. Young Shion was already at the church.
Young Shion was already at the church.
That's right.
Yeah, right. And it was
Fabronia and Virgil.
Virgil,
the guy who's injured,
right.
but he's got this prejudice, but he's learning a little bit above it, at least with this one person.
So they're having like an emotional scene.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then these zombies basically break in, and Fabronia, trying to protect all of them, they just start like ripping her apart. Like they kill her. They start eating her flesh. Absolutely.
This is his testament moment.
This is the moment that breaks Virgil. Virgil literally, as a person, it was like because guess what? Who kills her? The Realians that he has been like trying to work around. It's like this one girl he like loves completely breaks him, right?
Yep.
So why
did she not go crazy? By the way,
Fabronia?
Yeah.
So, great question. Fabronia is actually, I wanted to leave this detail out because it's just a little too much. She was created to be a link with the Zohar. So she's her and Cecily and Kath, which are her sisters, that are like the mangled
three
corpses.
girls.
Yep.
Yeah.
The mangled corpses that are like holding the Zohar on Mikdam.
Yes.
Or on Mikdam.
I remember the
on
scene.
Milsha.
You showed me the cutscene.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So they're the only ones not affected by the Song of Nephilim.
Because they are half human.
They're half human.
And actually, the way she was able to save Virgil was she was able to give partially some of her like parts to him. Yes. I just left those parts out because I was like, I'll see how much.
No, I'm glad I asked that.
Yeah,
because that's helped me with painting the picture, and it's like,
I
have no doubt now at all of why, like, that's his testament moment.
Yeah,
bro.
exactly.
Like they all have that, right? Whether it be because they're at the rock bottom broken.
Yes. Which,
by the way, this is a contrast too of Jan Sauer versus I'm gonna say Kevin, but
Eric Weber.
Eric Weber, right?
Voyager,
is that like, when exposed to rock bottom and power is in your grasp, it's literally. Right, dude.
Come on.
Eric Weber takes the power, and then he wants to offer the power, and it's
be a testament with me.
Be with me. And honestly, he probably actually wanted it because they were comrades.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're the boys.
Absolutely.
And because he's like, obviously, you're going to choose this too, right?
Right.
Nope, I'd rather actually just not be alive,
myself.
Bro.
Yeah,
exactly. It's the exact spit in your face.
Oh my gosh.
And
but those moments, you're so right.
His moment. I love that this is not that. I love that Virgil is emotionally broken.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
He is put in a Shion-like position where being a testament is offered, and he's going to take it because why else is he here?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So perfect. You're saying this so well, by the way. You're
that,
enhancing this story so perfectly.
Good. I hope so because I honestly am locked in.
Let's go.
Seriously, it is helping so much that this beautiful, beautiful mastermind of Takahashi is actually putting things together. I'm not kidding. Every single thing that comes to my mind and I decide to look up, whether it's the Hebrew word, the Greek word, some connection with another fucking video game, all of this stuff actually just makes this that much more epic.
I don't understand how this is a space epic, bro. This is one of the greatest story. I'm not kidding. One of the greatest stories ever made by mankind. This is like next level storytelling with world building and terminologies with everything and it seriously like,
it makes AOT seem weak.
It AOT makes everything
not weak.
It's crazy, bro. I'm so with you.
Okay.
Shion sent by her father shows up to the church and is able to save young Shion with the help of Virgil. Virgil almost like has this like heroic moment where he's just like killing. He's still injured, but he's like killing these Realians. Saves Shion. Is like getting attacked from the back, and in this almost.
Do you see him like turn?
Like
emotionally,
like it's a breaking moment. The beautiful moment is in that church. The Blue Testament shows up and he's almost like laughing. Like he's like, oh, what a weak fuck. Like, look at all these, like literally being like, oh yeah. And guess what? I was weak. So are you. I am now free, right? I have this ability and I am the testament, right? So Shion even being like, check this out. This is one of my favorite moments with everything that's happening. Because of Fabronia's like almost otherworldly attachment to the Zohar and being that conduit, essentially. She shows up. Her spirit like shows up in front of the Blue Testament Virgil, and it's like, she's like, this is not what you should have become. And like, do you not remember? And he sees like Virgil, like the original Virgil, and like how much he's suffering. And she like kind of grabs him by the face. And it's like for the first time, he's like remembering this like person he lost. He is not even close to the man that he wanted to become. And it's like in this moment, oh my gosh.
I did not expect this.
I did not expect it either. In this moment, just going, I mean, it takes its time and it's so beautifully done. But he sees
it's like the urine stuff.
Absolutely, bro. So check this out. He gives up the ability of a testament.
No, he doesn't.
And he literally starts fading away with Fabronia. And that's the end of the Blue Testament.
No. Yeah. Shot.
And with that, Xion.
I mean, I didn't know how they were gonna beat him.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the beauty of it is that like these people who want to go above humanity.
Yeah.
At their core, you can't be more than you are human. And guess what? Wilhelm will exploit that idea of you are a broken man, you are this. But what brings you?
But you can be more.
What brings you back, man? The love. That feeling of
companionship,
yes,
love,
but a
purpose
purpose of being the man you wanted to be. And
dude, you're
so
fucking right. Because, absolutely, like there's no ceiling theoretically to this idea of a testament. You're tapping into godhood, right? You're invincible. Right. That's why I said. Right. I don't know how they were going to beat him, right? Whatever.
That's a great question.
Unless you can kill a god, which probably is going to happen here. But I'm saying that, the fact that in this power, think about it for yourself.
Yes.
Okay. In this state of power.
Yes.
Even though you're immortal now, even though all the limitations you had as a human are gone, are you satisfied?
Are you
because
happy?
You don't have purpose anymore.
You're lost.
Like you said, he's exploiting your sense of purpose, and he's going to try to give it to you, but it's not going to fill your cup because it's not your purpose.
Absolutely not,
right? Dude.
Perfectly said. Perfectly said. All right. So young Xion runs from this, and Xion tries to go catch up with her. She's able to get to Labyrinthos and goes to her mother's room where these the Realians who are weapon
going crazy.
Yeah, there's like in Utic they were developing weapon Realians, which are like they literally look like crazy looking like
necks.
Yeah, they got scythes on their arms.
Sure,
they're crazy looking.
Wow. Like a little fucked
kind
up
of look
looking.
similar. Do you remember those homunculus people in
dude? Yes.
You know the ones that are like the zombie looking ones? Yes.
Yes, dude.
They kind of look like that, but with like spikes on them.
Right.
Crazy.
Like
right?
basically embodying like failed experiments.
Absolutely.
That are just nothing.
They're being experimental.
They're nothing but destructive.
Exactly. So once they hear this song, nothing but murder. So check this out.
Insane.
They show up. This is the moment that really broke Xion, that she just keeps completely in her back. We see it a couple times.
Okay.
Junior is able to change the Kukan Foundation to like clouds and like thunder, and she has like a PTSD attack in the first game, and she's like, I hate thunder, and it's like the weirdest, and everyone's like, whoa.
Are you good?
Because there's thunder outside. In this moment, 8-year-old Xion shows up to her mother's bed, and
because we haven't known why.
We don't know why. No, we don't know why.
Yeah.
We're alluded to it in the first game. We see her biggest fear is this hospital room with blood all over the place. Her father tries to go protect her mother, and Xion, and essentially her father.
8-year-old flashback.
Yes. Yeah, 8-year-old. This is
8-year-old
the moment that happens.
Okay.
These monsters start chasing her and her father, which after she sent Xion to get Xion, went to go get her mother. So he's in the room, is like, holy shit, my daughter's here, right? You understand where they're at? So they're in their mother's hospital room, right?
Yeah, inside Labyrinthos.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
Suo Uzuki's there. 8-year-old Xion shows up.
They're being attacked by other maids in the cell.
These disturbing things start like breaking down the door, and he basically makes her hide underneath the bed, and they break down, just like start ripping into him right in front of her, and then go right up to her mother, start stabbing her, who's like in the bed, like comatose essentially, stabbing through. You see the knives coming through. through Kill Bill-esque, where there's like blood being spattered onto her, and it's just like they're killing.
Holy
the most traumatic thing a child could ever see.
Absolutely.
And it literally...
And while thunder's happening.
Absolutely. In the back, there's a window, and it's like...
Whoa.
Yeah. So check this out.
That's actually some very, I mean, you know, I obviously haven't played the game, but in my mind,
it's
that is a crazy, crazy piece of imagery in a video game.
Absolutely.
In the story for painting what PTSD, specifically childhood, locked away, traumatic PTSD,
Absolutely.
What this actually looks like.
Absolutely.
I can't believe this.
So in the opening to Episode 2, Jin he's trying to get this Y data. He's with Kanan and the rest. He beats Margulis, and he's like, I need to go save my sister. Like, I need to go get her.
Yeah.
So that's where
that's
Jin,
how the cutscene ends.
Yes, that's where he's at. Other Jin, not the modern day Jin, who's trying to also save, regular Xion.
Yeah.
At this point, Xion catches up into the room, and she's like, she sees this shit, and it's like bringing all that trauma back. Before that happens, the young Xion like crawls from out of the bed. She sees all this. This is gonna blow your mind. I'm not kidding. She sees everything that's happening, and she literally like screams out and calls towards the Zohar itself, which activates, bringing the Gnosis into our... It was not Joachim Mizrahi. It was Xion as a child who somehow has the ability to activate the Zohar. This is new information.
Brand new.
Brand new information. Well, it was alluded to. This idea that Xion's special.
She's connected.
She's somehow special.
Connected to Cosmos.
Exactly.
Whatever it is.
She got touched by a Gnosis
just like Mary Magdalene is a character. I mean, let's not disclude that.
Who does?
Xion? Doesn't she look
no.
like Mary Magdalene?
Cosmos looks like Mary Magdalene.
You're right.
Who is Xion?
So who is
Great question.
Xion,
so check this out.
Okay.
She calls out to... Young Xion calls out to the Zohar.
I know Xion is.
This is everything that comes from the fact that they had to build Cosmos in the first place comes from young Xion seeing this and activating the Zohar. Check this out.
She can activate the Zohar because she's anima.
Let's keep going. I want you to hold on to it.
Let's go.
Check this out. Okay. Modern Xion seeing this, she's with everybody.
Okay.
Seeing this information happen. Like the fact that she brought this ruin onto the universe, it was her and not anyone else. She has another moment and she literally screams out, activates the Zohar and summons outside of this rift, what's called Abel's Ark, which is where the Zohar is now. It's a Gnosis kind of spot where the Zohar ended up, okay? Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay.
It's called Abel's Ark?
Abel's Ark is the name of it.
Okay.
Check this out. Okay.
Yeah.
So the whole gang is in the hospital room now. They're like, holy shit, like, Xion, are you okay?
Yeah.
Right?
Wait, but before it gets to the party, you're literally seeing this thing being summoned.
It gets summoned outside of this rift.
And it's coming towards the rift?
No. It summons right outside of the rift. Almost like it needed to be activated in order to be summoned.
What'd she say? Did she just scream?
She screams, yeah. She's like
it.
overwhelmed. Yeah.
Boom, it appears.
And then a light shoots up. Boom. It shows up right outside of the hypersphere. All right. So check this out. To make things worse.
I can't guess anything.
Kevin.
I'm not gonna lie. This is insane.
Kevin shows up.
No, he doesn't.
He shows up as the Red Testament and he's like, Xion. This is everything we wanted. This is why this is happening. I need you. I've done all of this for you. I need you. Right?
No!
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
and she's literally Kevin.
No.
Yes,
Please tell me
you
she
too.
said, no, she doesn't.
Absolutely she does. Absolutely. So she's like, Kevin, I need you too. This is like the most important thing. Jin gets in the middle. Everyone gets in the middle. What the hell? You're the Red Testament. You haven't shown up all this time. You haven't told anyone. Yeah, Xion, no, you're not going with this guy. She's like, no, guys, I'm going with him. Like, this is my whole purpose. There's no fucking way I'm missing out on going with this. And he's like, no, I promise I've done this all for you. I want this for you. I want this for us.
I hate this. I hate this.
So check this out. Because he's Kevin Winnicott, he literally, Cosmos is like protecting Xion too. He's like, Cosmos, drop your guard and listen to me, basically. And she's like, I'm sorry, Kevin, I can't do that.
Thank God for her.
I know. My creators are Xion and Alan. right? She's basically like this.
No, she
This
doesn't.
moment is so
Alan,
fucking awesome.
shout out, bro. Let's go.
Literally, Alan's
That's
with them
beautiful.
the whole time. By the way,
yeah, I know,
too.
but she's very aware Alan didn't actually make her.
Absolutely.
Are you kidding me?
No, but that's the thing.
That's
she's saying it
she's
like
beyond
robotic,
what she is.
She's learned so much more, and she's not just a programmable machine at this point.
No.
So check this out.
That's what I'm saying. This
she
is
knocks
crazy.
out Shion, hops on her, basically because Shion was not going to not go with Kevin. Like, there was no way they could have stopped her.
Yeah.
So she knocks her out, brings her to the, gets on her. Did you know she has a motorcycle? I don't know if you knew that.
She
has like this.
I knew she had like Gatling guns.
Yeah, she's like able to summon this motorcycle. So she brings them on, goes to the Elsa.
Yeah, let's go.
We see old
Shadow
Jin
style is what
show up. Yeah, basically. She has a gun too.
She's got a gun. She
right
has
there.
a gun.
She has a gun.
Oh, literally.
It's right there.
It's not a Gatling gun.
No,
she has a
she
gun.
has a gun.
I love that. Okay.
So here's what happens. We see old Jin come in and save 8-year-old Shion.
Okay.
And then the rest of the gang, basically, like, Chaos and Junior are like, okay, so what the fuck is this all about? Was this made? Like, is this an illusion? And they kind of find out this whole thing starts to drop. They get on the Elsa and they start flying away from this anomaly.
It finally flies.
Right? It finally flies. They're able to get away. This whole thing was set up by someone in trying to literally reactivated the consciousness of all these people that once lived. So the Joachim Mizrahi, the old Kevin, all these people were really there, but it was an illusion to a degree. Their consciousnesses were brought back from the imaginary number domain, the collective unconscious, you can guess it probably, the power of the testaments and what comes from it, Wilhelm's power. Because
himself.
There was an important thing that needed to happen. Shion needed to summon Abel's Ark. That was the way that they were going to.
That was the entire
only reason that they were brought back. Exactly.
Of what was
what we just saw.
Of course it was, bro.
So with that said,
because we need the Zohar here.
Okay.
The only missing link, by the way, where the fuck has this Zohar been? All these elements, all these Zohar emulators, bro. This is such a fucking setup.
Absolutely. So check us out.
I am buckled in.
Yes, sir. All right. So Kevin also explains before she gets knocked out. I meant to say this. I'm so sorry, but it's pretty important. He explains that Shion has the same illness that her mother did, which is connected to Udu. Essentially, this illness that's giving her the headaches, the reason she's passing out, the reason her mother was getting experimented on her by her father, and basically Kevin's like, I'm the only one who can save you, essentially. And she's like, sign me the fuck up, chop to the neck, you're going to the Elsa.
Yep, let's go.
Yeah. So yeah. I'm so sorry. So they were never in the past.
Okay.
We find out. Okay, this is the craziest part.
Past.
Abel's Ark is what holds Zarathustra. This was what Wilhelm needed. He needed Shion's ability to summon this Ark, which is called Abel's Ark, in order for him to have access to Zarathustra naturally.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, please.
Abel is with them right now?
No.
Abel is
back. Abel's back. No, he was not in the flashback at all. He's back with Vector with Yuli. Remember, they're not on this in this hypersphere at all.
You're right. Mm-hmm. Okay, so he's with Yuli doing what? Like what?
She's just looking after him.
She's looking after
But his whole point is when they call on Proto Omega, he's gonna pilot it.
He's the only pilot.
He's the only pilot. Exactly.
Got it.
So the fact that it's called Abel's Ark is very, very interesting, don't you think?
I do.
I agree.
This is not an accident.
Abel's Ark holds Zarathustra.
They don't, dude.
This was
if I've learned anything in all of, especially Xeno's Saga specifically, but in all of like this world building that Miyazaki's done, this guy doesn't recycle names.
No.
In any of his, like, dude, look at the names that have been taken from Xenogears. And then all of Xenoblade. It's like there are some overlap,
but there's no accidents.
But the names of things is no accidents. It's so all extremely specific.
Yeah, buddy.
Abel.
All right, so check this out.
By the way, Abel is spelled A-B-E-L, correct?
A-B-E-L. Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. We're with this, man.
Uh-huh.
All right, so Margulis and Ormus then choose to go to Mictum because that's where the... hold on, wait, just give me 1 second.
Sure. Can I pee, actually?
Yeah, go pee. So I'm going to explain a couple things really quick.
I'm nervous. I'm not going to like the ending.
No, you're going to love it. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Alrighty. So,
a couple of things.
Yes, Abel's Ark is very important because it houses Zarathustra. However, it's moving on its own. Zarathustra and the original Zohar. But it's moving on its own to Mictum, which is the place where Pied Piper took place. That was originally called Abraxas.
Yes.
It was the holy land of the people of the Zohar.
Yes.
Which was also the immigrant fleet.
Yes.
And the descendants of the people of the Zohar.
Now, Ormus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they were kicked out of Mictum because of what happened when they were trying to experiment with the Zohar, which summoned all those
the gnosis.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. And it sucked up into like a black hole.
Into a black hole, essentially. Yeah.
Disappeared from like the fabric of reality as far as we know it.
As far as we know it.
Because the thing about the UMN is it stretches so deep.
Oh,
so obviously.
Deep. Yes.
My guess, though, is that Wilhelm knows where everything is in the known universe.
Absolutely, he does.
But
do you know how he knows, too? This is something we see him working. The compass of order and chaos is an extremely important part to his ability.
I don't know this.
It's the second part to Wilhelm. It's essentially the two pieces of the... it's how he's able to understand what is happening. So take a look at this.
Oh.
That's what he's been looking at this entire series. So he...
Interesting.
Yeah. So this is...
So he is basically acting as an arbiter to protect one side from tipping too far.
Yes. He is the... Why do you think he's running everything, dude? He understands this stuff. We don't really understand exactly why. We just know that this is a part of what he knows. He looks at it and he says, "Okay, all according to plan." And there's There's a power to the compass of order and chaos. All right.
Okay.
So you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Alrighty. So Abel's Ark starts moving on its own, which is extremely important because Dmitry Yuriev, which I don't know if I've explained, he is in the body of Negredo, which is the brother to Albedo. Yeah.
He took over
his mind, exactly. And so he's able to work in the Yuriev Institute. They have a massive weapon that they have called the Merkaba, which Sellers, who's still working with him, is working with him.
Okay.
So they see that the Abel's Ark has gone into essentially hyperspace, but into the UMN and is traveling. And it's destroying every planet it travels past. It unenters hyperspace right next to Mictum, which is Abraxas, where Pied Piper took place.
Right.
This exact spot, which activates Mogulus and Ormus, which are basically like, head out, we're going to Mictum. Yuriev is like,
this is like the big war.
It is exactly the moment. All the big people are going straight to Mictum, and guess what ensues? Massive space battle. Right next to the
space
war,
let's go.
Exactly. The Merkaba, where Dmitry Yuriev is inside of. Because of this
I'm sorry, what's it called? The Merkaba?
The Merkaba.
Merkaba. Can you spell it?
I don't know how it's exactly spelled.
Merkaba. I'm just gonna, if I usually type in something
like
weird, it comes up, but okay. Oh, Yeah. Merkaba. Tactical warship.
Yep. Yeah.
The ultimate anti-gnosis starship.
Yes. Yeah. So it was built for that, basically. Okay. And Yuriev has it in control because Sellers, who used to work with UTIC,
Sellers is such a weird name.
It is a strange name, I know.
Sellers.
You can look up a picture of him. He actually freaking Mizrahi popped 2 bullets into his kneecaps.
Encephalon.
No. Look up Sellers.
Like this?
No. Like sell. Like say you're selling something. ER. Yeah, Sellers. Xenosaga. Yeah, that's him right now. He's in a wheelchair.
Interesting.
But he is the remnants of UTIC that isn't Ormus that's working with Dmitry Yuriev for his reasons.
Yeah, he looks
That's
like
why he has the Merkaba. He absolutely is. So our gang goes to stop Yuriev by entering the Merkaba. Huge space battle. They're literally having to remember the end of Xenoblade where there's like this huge battle in the sky.
Oh yeah. No, that's literally what I'm thinking.
That's exactly what's happening.
Like every Xenoblade game has that.
I love it. So this is the moment.
Okay.
So they're flying through. They get to the Merkaba. They're trying to stop Yuriev. They go all the way through. It's a dungeon. You know how it works.
Yeah.
And they get to Sellers, and he's basically like, Yuriev was a designer child, a child designed by people and sent through the UMN. All of them were just sent through the UMN. All these kids. One person survived, and that was Yuriev. He basically gives him his whole backstory, and it's like,
wow.
For this reason, he was chosen by Udu. He's one of the only people who ever made a deal with Udu. And by the way, I'm telling you all this just to waste your time. Turns out, Yuriev isn't even on the Merkaba. What he used was his ability, because he is Guinan, who is the leader of the Kukai Foundation.
Guinan?
Guinan is Negredo. That's his new name.
Oh. Yeah.
So Junior is Guinan Kukai Jr.
Yeah.
And Guinan Kukai, they have the story that it's like his son. Got it. Yeah, that's just their, so people don't know they're
No, for sure. It's helping me.
Yeah,
I
okay.
paid the picture. So, okay. This is
because
new form, like version 2, Yuriev. Right?
Yes, Yuriev, because he's Guinan, can access all of the Durandal where Yuli and all these characters are at, and is basically able to open up every single door. By the way, on the Durandal, the reason the Kukai Foundation was founded was to gather up all of the remnants of Utik. So they have every single Zohar emulator on this ship. Yuriev planned for it.
Of course he did.
That's why he chose Negredo as that. He has complete access to everything. So he shows up, kills everyone. One of the most brutal scenes in all of it. These soldiers show up and they're just killing everyone on the Durandal.
Slaughtering.
You have had the Kukai Foundation as your friends this entire time. Everyone's getting killed. It's literally brutal. Bro. All of the Saviorite rebels, or the Saviorites, which are what Yuriev's group is called.
Yeah.
And the Yuriev Foundation, they're just running through everyone. Shows up. There's a character named Mary. He just pulls up. She's been in every single game and just shoots her like straight up. And
this is literally like the Order 66.
It's end game, bro. I'm telling you, literally, it's his plan. So he distracted all of them so he could get to the freaking 12 emulators.
Right.
And he basically explains, with this, I can use these to fuse with
the Zohar.
Abel's Ark, which is on the Zohar. I will literally ascend to become a god. He starts fusing it, and essentially where the crew is able to break in to... So he also has control over the Proto-Macabre, because remember, he's the government official who is looking over the Telos project and the Proto-Macabre.
Of course.
Abel was called, he's piloting the Proto-Macabre, and he basically fuses that with the original Zohar. So he's able to make the ultimate
the Proto-Macabre is now the Zohar.
It is now
and
fused
we have
with the Zohar.
The 12 remnants, which are in the process of fusing.
Which he is in the process of fusing with Abel's Ark, which he is, and so the crew is fucked essentially, unless something can happen.
What is going to happen?
Check this out. Junior hunts him down. He's literally fusing all of them together at this moment. He's like, okay.
So he finds him in human form.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's explaining to him, he's like, I will ascend and I will become with Udu. I will be on the level of Udu. I will no longer be afraid of what Udu will do, like this fear, because the whole thing with Udu is that, he's gonna destroy, like the natural end of the universe will come at a certain point. So everyone who's experienced
it's like this fear.
It's fear. It's this huge fear. His explanation to get rid of the fear is, I will become bigger. I will use the power of God to become a god, and my fear will disappear. The only way they're able to stop him. So Junior shows up. It's his brother's body, and basically for a split moment, Guinan's able to take back, and he's like, Junior, kill me.
Way.
He's like, kill me now, shoot me in the fucking head. There's no way we can stop Yuriev. You need to do this. And Junior's like, I can't. The White Testament shows up, okay? Albedo reveals himself.
Albedo another brother, by the way.
He's their third brother.
The third brother.
And he's literally like, okay, this guy was crazy his entire life, but he's like this testament, and he's kind of ascended. He's still like kind of an asshole. He's like, don't worry, little brother. I'll save whatever's going on. He's like, I have the power of a testament. I can override what Yuriev has going on in Guinan's head.
Shut
Because they're
up,
URTVs. They can link mentally with each other.
Yes.
So he literally links himself with Guinan, right? And then Guinan, because he has this moment of like weakness,
like freedom.
Yes. Links with Junior. And through this process, originally Albedo was going to grab Yuriev into his body and then disappear and give up his power as a testament. That was his plan. And what Guinan does is he flips the switch, puts Albedo in the body of Junior. They were what's it called? I should explain this in episode 2 a little better. They were conjoined twins. So they were born stuck to each other from the back. They were like partially fusing into one. And it literally is their consciousness becoming one is what truly is the completion of Junior. He knows that, does that, kicks Yuriev and himself into the body of the Testament, right? And then deletes himself as with the power of the Testament.
No.
Does that make sense?
Shut.
Okay. So he kills Yuriev, including himself. And unfortunately,
he sacrifices
but
himself.
He does this
but
not
he
only
brings his brother back.
He brings his brothers together. They become the one. It's the true form of Junior. It's what he's been missing. He literally always talks about how he felt when he was a child, this second heartbeat that was next to his because they were conjoined in the back.
Wow.
And he never felt complete. He said he feels it. And when they're talking, Albedo and Junior, Albedo's like, I think I'm going to rest a little bit. And he's like, I think I'm going to rest. Resting in his own consciousness. And they're like connected at the back. And he's like, okay, Albedo. And then he literally like wakes up with this resolve. It's like Negredo literally used the link and everything they had going on perfectly stops the activation, stops Yuriev in this moment. But we're not done.
So,
yes.
Okay. So that I fully understand.
I did go through that pretty quick, but that's...
Yeah, and I want to make sure I understand it fully. Okay, so we have Junior.
Yes.
Okay?
Yep.
What's Junior's full name? That's...
Rabido.
Okay? And then we have Yuriev, who is in the form of...
Of Negredo.
Okay?
Who's also Guinan.
Guinan. Yeah. Thank you. Yep. And then we have the Red Testament shows
The White Testament.
Thank you. The White Testament.
Who is Albedo.
Yep. Okay? So, Albedo... I'm sorry.
He initiates, so they can all connect. With each other.
So how this goes down is, Guinan is currently unavailable. He's in the process of fusing. Right? So what happens is White Testament shows up.
Yep. With the powers of a Testament.
He goes to link with Negredo.
Yep.
Yes.
You got it.
And then
Negredo
what does Junior do?
Links with Junior. Takes the consciousness of
Negredo links with Junior?
Yes, because he's able to get inside his mind.
I see.
He awakens
forcing him to swap consciousness.
So what he does is he takes Albedo, kicks him out of his body, and Albedo's even like, brother, what are you doing? Like, what? You're going to kill yourself. Takes himself and Yuriev, kicks Albedo into Junior, completing his consciousness. These two were supposed to be one being.
So it's Albedo and
Rubido
are now fused in one being into Junior.
Into Junior. That's his true self.
And you even see no more White Testament.
No more White Testament.
And no more Negredo, who was guided.
Because he kicks him in almost like this like holding because Yuriev is not a URTV. Guinan was able to hold on to his consciousness, which was locked to Negredo.
Yes.
Kick him into the White Testament body and delete the powers of the White Testament, causing him to completely disappear. Just like with what happened with the Blue Testament Virgil.
Yes.
So he literally, he tried to hack into him to save him, and then he hacked to him, saved both of them, and then killed himself.
So what happened in Negredo's body then?
Negredo?
Yeah.
He dies.
He just
dies.
He dies. Yeah. But stops the process.
Stops and deletes his and Yuriev's consciousness.
Okay.
Yuriev is completely destroyed. This guy, Yuriev,
shit.
was a genius, but could not have ever predicted that.
Who could?
Not me.
Who could?
I couldn't. And neither could you.
That is insane.
So, I'm going to continue. Are you feel like you understand what happens?
Yeah.
Because of this.
I'm kind of in a state of shock. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, for sure.
This is not at all how I thought it would go down. Just like Guinan didn't think this how was going down, bro.
Absolutely.
This is nuts.
It's like I'm
ready for more.
A next level brain move.
I am so
an ultimate sacrifice.
My points for I know you always have said that Junior is basically your favorite party member and character in that party.
One of them. I mean, with Ziggy, it gets a little tough.
It does, right? So let's take Ziggy out of it. I know he's one of your favorites, right?
This is the moment for him.
This has. Yes, dude. My points for Junior have just gone up dramatically.
But think about all these characters that are fulfilling these moments. Momo seeing her
literally
father.
Like prophecy, bro.
Exactly.
It's
Junior
crazy.
becoming the full version of himself.
It could
Albedo's
only be him.
part of him. And this could have only happened if Negredo sacrificed all of these. Okay. So it's just amazing.
If he just okay. All right.
All these characters are coming together. So,
I am so locked. It's not even funny.
So
I've made 39 bookmarks this episode.
Let's go.
Let's go. It's been 3 hours. I'm with the news. We've probably done 2 hours on this. I am loving this.
Let's go, man.
There's so much more I want to talk about.
Okay. So with this moment happening, the Abel's arc kind of gets away from the control of Yuriev because he's dead.
Right.
And gets pulled towards Mictum, which is where everyone else is trying to go. Margulis lands on Mictum, so does the Elsa and everybody who's on the crew who's with us.
Where's the artifacts?
The artifacts were destroyed. I meant to say that. So in the dungeon, you have to destroy each artifact in order to get to Yuriev to shut down his moment. But he was using Abel and the he was gonna fuse with Abel and the Abel and the Proto Macabre are fused with the Zohar right now.
Right.
And he was going to use that with the power of the other one as a catalyst to ascend using all those
basically
powers of
fully
God,
awakening the Zohar.
Exactly.
Right?
So
which
he had
has
to
been
destroy
under
all
lock
of them.
and key
Yes.
this whole fucking time.
Exactly.
So my question is, if you could start destroying in this dungeon these pieces of the what are they? The like 12
emulators.
Emulators,
Zohar,
right? How would he access? He needs those.
Well, that's why you kind of do stop him, but he's also like he's like further in the process, if that makes sense.
So maybe he didn't need him anymore
I think because they fuse into like one being. It's like a boss fight, so you have to fight 3 boss fights because it's 3 that fuse into one, and then it's a little confusing to be honest, but it feels a little bit. It makes sense. Right? It makes a little more sense when you're playing the game. Because it's like you're fighting the bosses and all that.
It's almost like, to be honest, it sounds like it's like a big plot point, but they made it into a game.
Yeah, you know I mean, I would say it
because I would say after one dying or one being destroyed, he couldn't access his power.
But he needed those to be able to fuse Abel and the Zohar and all these things. So it felt like he was on his way to using the power of Abel's arc and Abel fuse. So it was like it was endgame. If that
I feel like
sense.
I understand because I feel like he needed them to initiate.
And
then once he
I'm doing a bad job explaining.
No, I got you because I'm also like this guy Takahashi's way too smart. So he would do something that has holes in it.
Yes, absolutely.
So I think the way I can explain it from my perspective as a listener is that he needed them to initiate that fusion process and then to start basically ascending with the activation.
Exactly.
He didn't actually need them anymore. Right. If anything, you're almost destroying them because like to prevent this from ever happening again.
Absolutely.
Right? And they are also like a living being because they're connected to this like crazy dimension and there's a lot of tech involved.
Yes, absolutely.
And so it's kind of like a self-defense thing because it's also like almost like a weapon of the God realm.
Absolutely.
Does that make
that's exactly what it is.
Right.
But it's like the human-made version.
Yeah. So that's kind of like my explanation that I'm making sense of it.
Yes.
And really just stopping him was stopping his evil once and for all.
Absolutely.
And ending whatever he was going to do with the fusion or even ascending in the first place.
Absolutely.
So it does make sense.
So you're with it?
I'm with it.
Okay, cool. So with that being said, Abel's arc that holds Zarathustra continues to Mictum and literally like Zarathustra literally like kind of goes to Archon Cathedral, which is like the worship place for the original Zohar and all those spots. That's where Ziggy's family was killed at Archon Cathedral.
Dude. I'm like, I know this name.
You do.
Yes,
because we talked about that in Pied Piper. So Zarathustra, like, it travels through the UMN and then goes to this specific spot under the cathedral.
Okay.
So
on its own.
That's right. Yeah. Or maybe it's being summoned by someone.
Well, Wilhelm is still at large, so
great point, buddy. Smart guy.
Out of the
alrighty
here. Yep, I'm in.
You in? Yeah. Perfect. All right, we cut to Margulis, who's talking with Heinlein, and Heinlein is like scolding him. You remember?
I thought he couldn't see Heinlein.
No, you can't. It's like a light. It's like a communication with like
so Wilhelm's screaming his head off.
So he's like scolding him. He's like I told you not to follow the fleet and to give up on the ark and all that. And literally like this is the moment of like Margulis is like moment of just being like, this is not making sense. I have been raised. I have done everything to follow what I'm supposed to do as a holy warrior.
This is the moment I know this.
Exactly. Why would I give up on my holy land? Why are you telling me now to give up on it at this moment? And Heinlein just walks out as Wilhelm. Out of this light, he appears right in front of him and tells Margulis right to his face, I am the leader of Ormus. I created Ormus back on Lost Jerusalem. Essentially being like, this was all created by me. I'm also the head of Vector. And all of this was to further what I am doing right now. He's very calm. He's very collected. He's like, all of this was for me. And so you serve no purpose to me anymore. There is nothing that Ormus can bring to me because I have Zarathustra on Mictum. Goodbye. Shattering this man's entire life. Imagine
his reality is
genuinely like try to put your as a religious man, just try to put yourself in a perspective where imagine if who you were praying to walked out and it was, I don't know, some guy who's like, oh, I don't need you. I'm like,
it was Trump.
Yeah.
Right. And he's like,
actually, yeah, I'm good. You're, I was I was kind of perpetrating your religion. It's not really of any purpose to you. You would lose everything. What do you have to do at that point? What do you do?
Your reality is actually shattered.
So what do? You kill yourself? But then again, you're everything you thought even about
too easy.
It's too easy. So we'll get back to where Margulis ends up.
Holy crap! Yeah, I'm very curious of Margulis because that's rough, bro.
This is the part.
That's the religious aspect. I know. That's the emotional aspect of this entire. I don't know, aspect of like where humanity is.
Yes,
that is nuts.
Even just
that's like the Pope actually, literally like talking to that God, right?
Exactly. So this is when things get real good. So Elsa lands on I'm playing. Elsa lands on Mictum, and this is the first time Ziggy has seen Mictum since he became Ziggurat 8, since he was Jan Sauer.
Okay.
Last thing he ever saw was what was the church called? Do you remember?
Archon Cathedral.
Archon Cathedral.
Yeah.
That was the last time he was here, and he's just kind of flashing back a little bit. This was his old home. He was the captain protecting this planet. That's what he did. So they approach. This is when it gets good. They approach the church, and the Voyager shows up right there. Literally, like, arms out, being like, remember...
Pied Piper,
yeah, exactly.
Let's bring it back,
basically,
baby.
Being like, Jan Sauer, you remember last time we stood foot for you? I could remember what your son and wife told me. And just absolutely digging into him. Not touching Ziggy, though. I mean, a little bit, you can tell.
You can tell.
It's the diggest you could do for this character, Ziggy. He shows no emotion.
Holy shit.
Basically just taunting him right in front of him. We find out from what Voyager says, he basically explains that Jan, well, we can kind of assume this, but Jan was being watched by Wilhelm to be a testament. And everyone in that group is also a potential person to become a testament. Momo, Ziggy, Chaos. I meant to mention that Kanan's with them now. When they act, shit, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Bring it back.
When they left the Durandal because it got all shot up, Kanan and Yuli were all with them. Kanan, Yuli, Mary, all these characters that were on the Durandal. Yeah, she's another character.
Okay.
Had to scrap for time.
Okay, yeah, no, for sure.
But she's like one of Junior subordinates.
Okay.
All of them are on the Elsa now. So Kanan was like, he literally has this talk with Chaos before they leave to Mictum, and is basically like, I found out that there's a program in my mind, because Doctus is continuously talking to him. I had to cut some of this, I'm so sorry, but I think it's really important for the last part. Kanan basically is like, I found out that I am made to spy, and I'm made to gather information for whatever the hell my consciousness is linked to. It's linked to someone else. Project Kanan is like, I'm not even myself. And he even says, he's like, Lactus. I know there's something with that name. And that was back on the Elsa, him talking with Chaos. And Chaos is like, come with us then. Like, come figure out who you're supposed to be.
Wow.
All right. You ready?
Wow.
This is the finale to Pied Piper. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Okay. This is finishing where Pied Piper ended. So with this information, the reason that Eric extended that offer to him was Wilhelm had been watching all of them using Kanan, and he points at Kanan. He's like, oh yeah, this guy, Kanan, yeah, he might not even know it, but he has been how Wilhelm watches you guys. Project Kanan, he's had other realities like this in the past, but for the past 100 years, or 15 years, he said, since Kanan was in contact with Chaos, has been watching all of them through Kanan. He's the reason Wilhelm is able to see what this whole crew has been up to, because they are all fit to become testaments if they so choose. You ready? You with that? That's some big information.
That was
okay.
What do you mean? Am I ready? I'm getting floored. I'm like, what?
Yes, for the past 15 years and to this day, and he basically says also known as Lactus, and Jan or Ziggy's like Lactus. Jan has no one left from that original crew of freaking all, Mikhail, Bugs, Melisse. Lactus, Eric, all like that was his crew. Like that was, if they're the Straw Hats, that's them. You know what I mean?
Right.
All of them are gone, and he's literally he's like, you're Lactus, and literally like in this moment, Kanan, he's like Captain, like he calls him Captain. He literally calls him Captain, and in that moment, I got so choked up. So literally in that moment, it's like, he's like, no, stay back. Like, I refuse to lose you. And, he jumps out of his dude, I love Ziggy so much. He jumps out of his mech and he's like, Voyager! And he does get dog walked. It's so sad because he's a testament. For sure. And he literally like snatches him and slams in the ground, and he's like holding his face down, just absolutely taunting him. And, Lactus, Kanan, he's like, Captain, stand down. He's like, if there's anything I can do, I'm coming up to do what I can. And he basically he approaches Voyager and he's like, I know why you did this, Eric Weber. Like, I understand you. This is the reunion of what's left of the crew. It's literally Eric Weber, Jan Sauer,
it's another
Lactus.
Trinity, by the way.
It is. It absolutely is. And he's basically like, I understand what you've been after this whole time. Ever since you found contact with Udo, you have been afraid, and you need power in order to stop being afraid. That's why you took the ability to be a testament in the first place. But that is finite. You are on a leash from someone else's power. You are being shared with, your power is being shared with you, essentially, is what he's telling him. And he's like, okay, well, what's your fucking point? He's like, right. I have my mental link, my subconscious link, because of my connection to Wilhelm, is to the compass of order and chaos to its self, right? That's how he's able to see through me. If you link and use your abilities with my self in my subconscious domain, because that's the ability of Eric Weber, you will have the power all to yourself. Tempting him. You see that? Yeah. So check us out.
Oh,
so he literally,
my gosh,
he literally
bro.
puts his hand, like Eric Weber, he's laughing. He puts his hand on Lactus. And
he laughs.
He sees, you see Eric, and he's like, the compass of order and chaos, it's spewing this energy. He's like, it's mine. It's all mine. And his fingers just start disappearing. He's like, what is this? And he's like, yeah, you are in no way able to handle the ability of this power. You are just a person at the end of the day. You claim to be a testament? No. You are nothing compared to this power. So literally both of them start fading away, and Jan is he's like, Lactus! And he's like, I'm sorry, Captain. He's like, this entire time, I didn't even know it. I thought I was your teammate, but I was playing for the other team. And if there's anything I can do in the end of my life, just make my life worth it to save you, Captain. And that's the moment they both disappear. He destroys Eric Weber. He destroys himself.
Dude.
And literally that's the moment is that
Holy shit. Can we pause right there?
Yes.
Because that is, dude, this is the finale of Pied Piper right here.
It is.
And I have to say.
It is.
Do you understand that what I am seeing first and foremost?
Yes.
This is once again a major direct contrast between two opposing forces. So I honestly hoped for more from the Black Testament, but it was pretty clear the whole time. His struggle was power.
It's the fear of
so he didn't have an emotional motive that pushed him in a way that the other testaments were pushed. He didn't have a link that shifted him back. His own power drove him to his end.
He was lost even before.
Exactly.
If that makes sense.
He was lost as a human being.
As a human.
Okay?
Exactly.
Right. And this power will consume you. It's literally what is painted so beautifully. I'm also going to say in this contrast, he fell by what he offered. He offered a manipulative chance to Jan Sauer, who he has been, again, there's a reason Jan Sauer got decimated in that fight.
Yeah.
Because he is stronger. He couldn't be stronger as a human.
No.
If you try to take on Eric, Eric's going to floor him.
Absolutely.
But with this power that's not his, he can do whatever he wants. Absolutely. And he's going to floor it and taunt it because he can't handle it, bro. Because what does every fucking villain do that is really just a power-hungry fool? They can never handle their power, and their own pride will take them down.
Exactly. And
always.
That hubris of the mental idea of like, I am able to be beyond, like I'm not.
Challenge me.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
that's
literally, it's the personality of like, they will not back down from any challenge. Yes. So I asked this when you were telling the story of I was like, he laughed when he made the offer.
Oh, absolutely.
Didn't even hesitate.
Nope.
Because you're doubting me to power right now?
Yeah.
No question. I'm going to take this with a smile.
Right.
And that was his downfall. It is the exact opposite. It's the reason that Ziggy today still stands.
Exactly.
Because he didn't take the easy way out.
He chose the hard way. He made his own choice. He made that choice.
He would not be manipulated.
Oh, I love it so much. But that's the moment of like, it's so good. That moment of like, he is what's left. And behind him is essentially his daughter, right? Who was calling out his name during that too. The scene is so good. It's so incredibly done because it's like he's grown so much since he was even Jan. Yeah. The moment where the reason that Voyager couldn't get to him the way he did is because he has grown above it. He is a new father of a new person. He has become a new man, and it is one of the best like character arcs of any story I've ever seen.
Also, his physical, like the fact that he was destroyed in one way only. It wasn't mentally, bro. It wasn't spiritually. It wasn't in any way but then physically. Yeah. And he took it because he's like, I'll take the physical. I can take it.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
Yep.
This is what I need to do.
I'm so glad you're getting this, dude.
This is so symbolic. It's crazy.
Okay.
I have another epiphany about Kanan.
Please come right through.
Do you want me to say it now?
Please.
Sure.
Yes.
Especially
this was the end of Kanan and Lactus.
This is right. So Lactus. Yes. I was I said in the episode, really hooked by the name. Once again, Lactus.
Lactus.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Okay. The best depiction I can get from Lactus is in Greek. It means milk, okay? And obviously lactate, right? Sure. Like lactating. Yeah. That's milk. You think of it. Right. Okay, what is milk though? Okay? Yeah. Milk, bro. Do you know? This is give me goosebumps.
Okay.
Do you know where Moses was taking the Israelites?
No.
To the land of Canaan. The land of milk and honey.
That's the name of it?
That's the name of Canaan, okay? Canaan, the land of milk and honey. That watch VeggieTales. It's when they're going out of Egypt. Watch the movie Moses.
What? Yeah,
they're going to the land of milk and honey.
Egypt.
Okay, so what is that connection? Because I made that connection before.
Back in Pied Piper.
What? Right. There's a deeper meaning of Canaan.
Right.
Which is Canaan is basically the byproduct of Cain and Abel.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So the fact that Abel became Canaan whoa, there's some deep symbology here that I'm going to wait to see until the story ends.
Wow.
So because Cain and Abel were brothers,
that's right.
Cain committed the first sin in the Bible.
Yes.
Okay? That sin being murder of his brother Abel. Okay?
Right.
So for all intents and purposes, I mean, you know, that is kind of what happened here. I mean, you know, if Cain killed Abel, in a way, in this depiction, Lactus was no longer, and became Abel. Right. Or I'm sorry, became Canaan.
Yes, yes.
Okay, what is this? I don't know where Abel connects here, but
that's so interesting because we'll get into that, obviously.
Yeah, and I'm going to save my Abel talk really for finding out how the story ends, because obviously Abel's arc is massive on so many levels. But, you know, relating to all this deep relation to mythology and values in religion and in the Bible directly, it's fascinating how far Takahashi's willing to go.
I completely
agree. What I want to wrap with on this is that Canaan is the land. I mean, that was the land that the Israelites were going to literally take over. It wasn't unoccupied land. It was, some people believe, some theologians think the Nephilim lived there. The giants. It was, I mean, the spies came back and reported to Moses and said that they were fearful. They could not go to Canaan because this is a land that God promised. This is the land that they cannot go to. There's giants and there's death everywhere. Okay? And, God was so disappointed that they didn't trust him that he made a march around the desert until after Moses passed, right? Like Moses.
How many days did they
let me actually be real. The first generation of Israelites, they never saw Canaan because they didn't trust God. Their generation past saw and finally got to Canaan, the promised land. But here's the deal, bro. Why was it already not the promised land from the beginning? The Israelites had to take back Canaan because Canaan was God's land that the descendants from Cain, symbolizing the first sin, right? Not the first sin, the first the first death, the first murder, and really he was cursed. Okay?
Yeah,
Canaan did come to God at the end, but his descendants were really cursed and evil. You know, like this is like. Right. And so, like, you know, then post flood, it's re-inhabited, but it's not good land, right? But it's land that came from Cain.
That's so fascinating. I wonder what we could find from that, because I really don't know. I don't know enough about that story to be able to apply that as much to the character Canaan and why he was given that name, because I'm certain there's a reason to it.
So where my head's going with hearing this story is now like exactly. What purpose is this besides theology? Okay. Well, what Takahashi could be telling here in this beautiful depiction in the brothers and all this, bro, is and especially trilogies is always a recurring theme here. It's like why three? It's always three, bro.
Always three.
How Canaan, like Lactus being milk. Milk is something that like is beautiful, but it can be tainted. Okay, and like Canaan is the land of tainted, right? So this is so direct because Canaan was Lactus being tainted and he didn't know it the whole time.
Program Canaan was what was made
Canaan.
Him.
Was what made him. He didn't even know he was a spy. He didn't know he was doing work for evil. He thought he was doing good the whole time, right? And he wasn't. Like, what a actual like rupture in your character.
Well, what do you think about the redemption at the end then?
So the redemption is the remembrance of Lactus. The redemption
like coming back.
Is coming back. The redemption is remembering who we are, where we came from. Captain, literally, bro. And being like, no, and dude, it's so crazy because this is literally of the three, this is the weakest guy. This is the guy who really like mentally isn't as strong as Ziggy.
No.
Power, not as strong as the Testament. Okay? But he challenges him because he, without hesitating, he actually knows exactly how to bring him down.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be from self-sacrifice. The extreme opposite of selfishness, which is all the Black Testament was about.
It's all Voyager's ever
So what actually destroyed Voyager, besides himself, was somebody else choosing to be completely selfless. No matter what sins they committed, and they didn't even know.
You're giving me chills.
I'm serious, bro.
Okay.
This is crazy.
Tell me that is not incredible, though.
That is incredible.
The fact that we can get all that from these.
This is the best rap for Pied Piper.
Dude, I literally told you when it happened, I was like, dude, I basically finished Pied Piper. This is incredible. And this story so far, I know I'm going at breakneck speed, but the fact that it is completing all these characters' character arcs through the entire game is phenomenal. It's incredible. These characters are getting like completed.
Yes.
It's amazing.
No, actually satisfyingly
seriously,
bro.
And not just in a way where it's like, oh yeah, they did that. It's like no, you conquered this. Everything you've been struggling with, you have conquered. Ziggy is a new man after this, because guess what? He not only did he avenge his wife to a degree, the rest of his crew can rest. It's like this thing where it's like, I'm left so I can take care of Momo. I am left as the father to remember my son and my old wife, and then continue on to take care of I'm so sorry.
All good.
To take care of what's next. I know, I'm so passionate.
Yeah, and I want to say too, that's all without even saying that I forgot. This is all at a literal cathedral.
At a cathedral. And like, Archon, what does that mean again?
Archon?
You remember you said it was something about that. Archon was like a biblical thing. But this is the redemption of even that cathedral too, because this is where he lost himself. This is where he physically killed himself and where he lost his his son and wife. But yeah. I do want to.
So it's full circle in that way too, right?
Like exactly. Well, that's what Eric was trying to taunt him with, but it was almost like they reversed it on him. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Bro.
Yeah. So, all right, I'm ready to continue if you're ready to keep going. I know this is a great moment because Pied Piper was so important to us, so I want us to enjoy this moment too.
Yeah.
Because
no, but This really is, I mean, that's how it feels. It feels like we just wrapped Pied Piper in the middle of the episode.
Exactly.
But we need to wrap the story because this story is not fucking done.
It's not done.
At all.
But we're on
the cusp.
Look at that, dude.
We're on the cusp, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Did you want me to say the meaning of Archon?
Yeah, actually, just...
Yeah, I'll throw it out. Yeah. It means ruler. In Gnosticism specifically, which, we should definitely hear that out. It is any number of world governing powers that were created into the material world to support the creator. They were put there by the creator. So Archon Cathedral, that basically is symbolizing it was put there by the higher power.
Absolutely.
Not I don't know, like if anything, if anything, it's either like a manipulation from above.
Yes.
Because God is in this universe that we're looking at in Xenosaga, right? Yeah. The term God has been coined by us.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dude, that's so well said, by the way. You're really good at...
Yeah, I appreciate that, so bro. I hope it makes sense.
It does make sense.
That's just kind of where my
head absolutely is. Is there anything else you want to mention about Pied Piper? About, like, what's going on?
You know what? Because we're wrapping Pied Piper anyway, do you mind if we take a break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Holy shit, dude.
We just watched the cutscene.
We did.
And put it in Chipotle order.
We did, yes, sir.
Kendall's heart. Picking that up for us.
Bless
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we watched the cutscene that we just wrapped up of this arc of the story.
Literally of the end of the
story. Junior and the Testament.
Of
not Junior.
Kanan.
I'm sorry, Kanan.
But yeah.
Well, he also sacrificed himself essentially.
Yeah, to a degree.
I do want to say so. In the middle of that cutscene.
Yeah.
I got to see how Eric's name is spelled for the first time.
Oh yeah, Eric.
Yeah, it's Erich.
Yeah,
Erich.
That's so funny.
Yeah,
I guess
it's weird, isn't it? Huh? Yeah.
Why?
Have you ever looked it up?
No, I have not.
Well, I'm telling you right now. It means the one and only, or ever powerful.
Wow. I didn't even know that. I had no idea.
Or Earthshaker.
Wow.
Yeah, it actually has German and Norse origin.
Wow.
Crazy.
Did not know that.
Yeah, I just know that Takahashi doesn't make mistakes.
This is why I love bringing you into this world, bro, because you know it so well.
No, dude, this is just amplifying everything.
I know.
You're incredible. Should be noted, your storytelling should not be taken lightly at all, bro. No, bro, it's a testament. that I can follow, bro, because this is deep. You know, putting these scenes and putting the experience you're getting into words, tough.
Thank
tough
you, bro.
to really paint this picture.
I put a lot of heart into this, especially
I
like
know.
just
I can
really.
feel it. Yeah,
I mean, you know, just doing it the love it.
You're
deserves,
doing it justice.
You know?
I
Exactly.
hope you know. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
okay. So
let's end the arc.
We're
Pied
finishing.
Piper.
We finished Pied Piper. Pied Piper's
Yes.
done. Do you want to move on? Is there anything else you want to talk about?
No, I want to save more thoughts for the end. But I really
which we absolutely.
I do think though, coming off the conversation of like this biblical stuff,
Yes.
I know there's a lot more in this. But I want to say that I think it was heaviest. I think like, you know, the name's Canaan, then like that's directly in the Bible, right? As being promised land. Like, and the fact that Lax's name is Milk, once again, these aren't accidents. And the fact that it was at Archon Cathedral, like the one God, the one true God, right? Placing it there with purpose. This was not an accident.
That Eric stuff blows my mind because that idea of power is exactly what his downfall was, but also what caused him to be a broken man.
Yes.
In the first place.
Right.
You know?
It was his downfall, like from his humanity.
Exactly.
And it extended into his godhood.
Exactly.
And nothing. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It seemed like unless this happened, nothing was going to take him down.
No.
Right.
Yeah, and that's the craziest part was that it was like that ultimate sacrifice was what. Oh my gosh, I love that he sends them off.
Yeah,
I hope the success of your mission.
It's crazy that like it's at the cathedral. This was like this big arc that had to really just take in all of these very similar meanings.
Yes.
I just think it was with purpose.
Completely agree.
So I'm excited to see like where are we going, dude?
Okay,
give me the headspace.
All right,
new setting.
All right, we just lost Canaan. That's right.
Yeah.
Tensions are high, but we are more activated than anything to complete this mission and to keep the power of what is ahead of us, the power of Zarathustra.
Right. So what does this mean?
So that's a great question.
Right. What is Wilhelm's plan?
What is Wilhelm's plan? Great question.
He's like the last threat, right?
He is. I mean, right now
because I was thinking like we got like two big threats.
Yes.
One being Ormus under Margulis, but that's not a threat anymore because they're basically put in their place.
Theoretically.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
So let's keep going.
Yeah, we got Tellus.
Okay, we do. Tellus as well. Perfect. You got it all down, man.
I got it, bro.
Okay.
I got it, man.
Okay. So they continue into the cathedral. If you remember, I know you didn't see Pied Piper, but in Pied Piper, they brought the Zohar up from an underground facility.
You told me that.
Yes, they continue. Raised up. They continue deeper into that. And in there, we are
under the cathedral.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We are face to face with where the Zohar used to be kept in this giant like worshiping spot deeper in the cathedral.
Yeah.
And who shows up right in front of us is Margulis. And basically this point of like him saying all these promises to lost Jerusalem. Everything that I ever knew was a lie. Me.
Everything I just said about moving on from the church. Obviously, I was lying, right? Because now we're in theology of we're in an underground church now, and who's the leader here? Right. Who's doing his own shit?
Right.
It's
Margulis. So Margulis, as the last, like all that's left of Ormus, really
is Margulis.
He shows up and he literally says, "I don't want anything." Beyond, he's like, nothing in this world matters to me. Nothing beyond my fight with you, Jin. I want it now. I want to end it here.
I want it now,
This is the moment where it's like,
holy shit.
You can tell in him, either he wants Jin to kill him, or he wants.
He's gonna
this
kill
is all
Jin.
that matters. This rivalry is all that's left in this guy's life.
Holy shit!
I tried to mention this before. We can pause for just a second, but I want to really emphasize just to you alone because you're experiencing.
Oh yeah, do you
the
actually
story.
want me to pause it?
Yeah. Well, just I'm gonna play a song really quick.
Oh yeah,
if that's okay. Holy crap, dude. Just the moment of like, this is it. This is all that will matter to this man. Even if we are not following him as our main character, we can recognize everything that has moved these characters forward, he is empty with. And he has one thing in mind. Jen ends up killing him. And he has to. It's like this moment of like respect while also understanding that there's something more important in this world to him. And that drive and that idea puts a piece to Margulis when he goes.
It has to.
Exactly.
Because he actually died with the only purpose that was left.
That was left. So if he survived and he killed Jin, there would be nothing in his life. So
but he wouldn't give it to him.
No.
Oh,
and he does not hold back because that is the fucking hardest fight.
Seriously?
I spent, I think, 2 days. I had to revamp my team. I had to I had to max out my ESs to the max because this is the final boss of the ESs. There's nothing left. And that song with just like that like choir,
the vocal choir, it fucking hits if it's done well.
And this is incredible.
This is incredible.
So this moment, it's like this end to Margulis and Ormus.
I'll be real. It's a very similar vibe to like Nier Automata.
Oh yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
Kind of like emotional.
That emotion in that that singing that you can hear. Yes. And it's like, it's telling the story of Margulis and what he has left. So Margulis is killed. They can't rest in peace. Seriously, he fought even if he was the antagonist, he fought for what he believed in and was faced with something that none of us will ever have to deal with, which is losing everything, losing your faith, those are terrifying ideas to a Christian, really. Like I can put my eyes in. What would you be left with?
Right.
What would you be left with?
Yes.
You know?
Yes, dude.
So just
for sure.
Beautifully done, if you ask me. So beautifully done. So I'm gonna continue. They continue on foot and they get to this incredibly like built hallway. It almost looks
are they still underground?
Yeah, they're underground.
Yeah.
This rest is all
under the
underground.
cathedral, huh?
Under the cathedral, that's right. So they continue on. And Nephilim basically appears in front of Shion and says, "You still need to awaken her other half." And she's like, "Okay, I don't know what you're talking about." This flash happens, kind of caused from Nephilim, and Shion appears in that tomb that we saw, but Chaos, a younger Chaos, is there, old clothes, right, looking directly at the coffin, and in the coffin she looks in. It's brown-haired Cosmos. We don't really know who it is at this point, but you and I know who this is.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So in this moment we see Mary. I'll say who it is.
It's Mary Magdalene.
We see Mary Magdalene, and we see her in this field of flowers, and she's like crying. And Shion sees something in her, this kind of connection that we really cannot explain completely through us. And she's like, "We'll do this together." She essentially like comes to her and like hugs, puts her arms around her, and the flower petals just fade up. The vision disappears, okay?
Shion said that to Cosmos?
Yes.
"We'll do this together?"
Yes, the Mary Magdalene that's there, that's crying, right?
Okay.
Who has blue eyes, by the way. Cosmos has red eyes, blue eyes in Mary Magdalene, okay? Just important to tell.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen pictures of Mary Magdalene like in the lore. Yeah.
Cosmos, it to a degree, awoken the will of Mary Magdalene. She has full blue eyes. She walks up to Shion and she's like, "Thank you, like for this moment." Telos shows up, of course. And Telos is literally like, her whole point is, okay, so you have the soul of Mary Magdalene. I'm the body of Mary Magdalene.
What?
That's what the Red Testament did at that coffin at the very beginning of the game. Kevin built this new version around the body of Mary Magdalene.
No.
So Telos is the body. She's the soul. Cosmos is the soul. And they literally have this final battle between them.
Bro.
And they basically, they duke it out, and essentially we find out that Shion is a reincarnation of what was known as the Maiden of Mary Magdalene.
The Maiden of Mary Magdalene.
A piece to, just telling you this now.
Yeah.
A piece to the role of Onimus, right? Right? Because,
yes.
So she was what kept Onimus in check, if that makes sense a little bit.
Yeah,
it's a little bit
key to Animus.
A key to Onimus, and Onimus was there to keep Onima in check, which was another
chaos.
kid. Yeah, we'll get there.
Yes,
we'll get
sir.
there. Yes, sir.
Yes,
they
sir.
face off with Telos, and she overpowers her completely. And she's kind of like on the floor, and she goes up to her, just like in Xenoblade 3 with En and Noah. In that scene in Origin, when they fuse together, it is just like that scene. They become one.
No shot.
Absolutely.
No way.
Absolutely. They go on further, and she is new. She's like, I want to explain. We'll explain it in a second.
Okay.
Kevin shows up. In the Red Testament,
of course he does.
He's playing
last one,
exactly.
Last man standing.
What are you gonna do? Buddy? What are you gonna do? So it's literally just him and Wilhelm. So he's like, Shion, I need you to come with me because you are the key to opening Zarathustra.
What does she say?
She says, absolutely. That's the worst part. No. I need you to stick with me. Check this out.
Fucking me.
Absolutely.
You're
Shion
kidding.
Hasn't hit this resolve
yet. No. I thought she hit a resolve when she reached out. That's why I asked. When she said to Cosmos in that vision, we'll do this together. She had never done that with anyone besides Kevin before.
She hadn't. But her connection to Cosmos and to a degree Mary from her human aspect is through Kevin. It always has been. So guess what? So Kevin is like a famously hated character. Everything he's saying is perfectly to manipulate Cosmos.
Absolutely.
He's like, we will be together. This is all for us. And she's like, absolutely. Like, I will literally give my full self to you. Everyone is like, are you fucking kidding me? After everything we've been through, after everything, and by the way, Alan's in the group too. So it's just like, he hasn't said anything yet, but
which is about to fucking pop off.
Absolutely. So she literally stands with Kevin, and Jin is like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, after everything, this is your resolve? And she's like, I cannot hear this from you. Like, you have not been the brother I needed. You have not been the family I needed. Like, this is all I need. Like, Kevin is all I need. And there's an actual boss fight where you fight Shion and Kevin together with the crew, right? Yeah, crazy.
Bro.
I don't know how I'm going to explain this scene as well beyond, I might just have to show you. Nothing is getting through to anyone because they're all talking directly to Shion. And there's one person who stands up and starts talking to Kevin. And that's Alan. He walks up straight to him and he's like, you have no right to say any of those things to this girl right here. You are using your power, everything that you have gotten as a testament, to run away from what is true and what is real. And then you have the audacity to then look this girl in which you have caused this pain, giving up your human form to become a testament, dying, and leaving her to her pain, while he was like, and I've been left wanting to take on her pain, yearning to be the one that can help take on this immense amount of pain, and you're coming right back just to dredge all that back up. Absolutely. This man is spitting, Sam. He is spitting. I just want you to see this scene, though.
Please.
Because he says some amazing shit, but this is the moment where he just goats beyond belief. I just couldn't say it as well as Alan did.
Yeah, it's very, very unique scene, man. Like, it's emotional.
It's emotional. It's also like this character has been silently he's been with Shion every time he's by her side, and it's like this idea of like he truly wants to take on the pain with her instead of using that pain or allowing it to be a part of this plan. And after that, soon after the scene, I would watch more if I could, but I think I can explain it pretty well from this point. He gets knocked back again. Or no, he doesn't. He gets shot at again, and Cosmos pulls up, and and Cosmos, or Mary, right. And she like has her arm around him, and she's like, "Let's go talk to Shion." And they both walk up together, straight up to him, and he tries to hit her again, but Shion like moves his arm up and is like, "Kevin, I can't be with you. Like, these people and everything I've found, like, these people are what I need, and these people are like what I have to have in order to be right." Like I can't be a part of you, and I can't help you with this. And Wilhelm then interjects right after that.
Wow.
He's like, okay, well, I knew this would happen, but Kevin, you failed. Just let them come in, essentially. And through that doorway, they find Wilhelm, who's standing with Zarathustra and the Zohar fused Abel Proto-Omega, which is all because of Abel's arc arriving there, is all together. And Abel is like suffering in this thing. Like you can hear him screaming and stuff. It's pretty brutal. But Shion makes this resolve and like comes back to them in such an incredible way that it's like she like not only is it's this scene I was watching with just tears pouring out of my eyes, because I've been in a place before where I allowed myself to view a relationship or even like that aspect as like my resolve. Ever since I was a kid, you know, I told myself I wanted to be a father, and I allowed that to be everything to me, and I hurt the people around me for it. And I'm not kidding. It's one of the most incredible moments I've seen in a character, because you know what? It's not good. It's not perfect. Not good. But it's not like the strong resolve of someone. It is a hard thing to see, but the important part is not like losing to it. Is not falling to it. It's losing to it. If she chose to go with Kevin, and she chose, but now it's like her resolve, it's like rock hard. It's like she's like, I'm with these people. These are my people. I have to be with them. Love Shion so much, dude. I one of my favorite characters of all time. Wilhelm calls back Kevin, and basically he explains to all of them, because they enter through. He's like, okay, I knew this was going to happen. I know everything that's going to happen. This person, Mary, the powers of Anima and Animus are what I need in order to activate Zarathustra, because this universe is doomed to be destroyed by Udu, is what he explains. And he basically says, we've done this before. I've been here before. Everyone's, you know, like, I don't have a memory of it because I choose to be a part of that flow. I choose to then, you know, allow myself to reset and then let the universe do its thing again. And I will refuse to let everything be destroyed.
So he like explains eternal recurrence.
He does. He explains in this moment what eternal recurrence is, why it is destined that Udu will destroy the universe. This is not just a premonition. This is the truth. And if he doesn't reset it, the universe would have been destroyed so much long ago. And he's got this calm resolve that we just, I can't stand it. But this guy is the leader of the Testaments. You're not touching him, right? Seriously. So, what essentially happens is, because of his control of, or his ability to control Anima and Animus.
Yes.
These names are so tough.
Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah. Start over.
Okay. So Wilhelm, because of his ability to, he knows the flow of time through the compass of order and chaos.
Okay.
He literally orders Mary. He's like, bring me the key to Zarathustra, right? Which ends up being the necklace that fucking Kevin trusted in Shion, because he knew this plan with motherfucking Wilhelm this whole time.
Oh my!
And you even see a flashback of when Wilhelm finds him at this orphanage, and he's like, do you wish to change like the fate of this world? He's like, I hate this. Little Kevin's like, I hate this world. I want to create a world where I can be with my mother. He's like, I can do exactly that. That was a good answer. And so he's the one who puts him in contact with the U-Tick and gets him as this like higher ranking. The whole plan was Kevin working with Wilhelm to create this vessel for Mary. Exactly. And control Shion. So it's this idea that even this has been the plan the entire time. The entire time.
So he orders Mary, and what does Mary do?
Mary grabs the necklace, and she's like bringing it to him, and she shatters it right in front of him. And he's like, I've never seen that. That's never happened.
That's before. Never happened?
Never happened. Because what happened is she literally says, I am not Mary, I am Cosmos. and she's this new being. She's not just the Mary that we knew before. She's not just the cosmos we've been it's like this being. She's like, in the same way that in that moment in front of Kevin, she was like, my creators are Alan and Shion.
Yeah.
Right? She is this new character. This is Cosmos. Cosmos is like who she is now. And with that revealed, Kevin kind of has like a redeeming moment at the end because he used the power of the testament and he chops off Wilhelm's arm.
Oh, no shot.
Yeah. And like stabs him through the gut. And he's like, you guys are destroying the universe. He's like, you are making the biggest mistake of any person's life. And I'm not kidding. They like literally, even Chaos speaks up at this one point, and he's like, yes, well, how could you allow this to happen to the universe? Allow Udu to destroy us? And he's like, no, I'm allowing this is so Xenoblade. I'm allowing the will of people to embrace the future. I will not allow recurrence.
Literally.
It's so Xenoblade at the end. I'm literally like, oh my god, this is like Takahashi's point.
Literally.
Is that the will of people and the will of what we can create when we allow ourselves to break from eternal recurrence, from this idea that we are in a fixed setting, predetermined idea.
Yeah,
humans have the ability to choose, and it's this incredible moment where through this, oh my gosh, it's so awesome. Nephilim, oh my gosh, I love this so much. So Kevin disappears because of it. Wilhelm disappears as well. He's basically destroyed.
Basically destroyed?
Yes. Zarathustra, yeah, he is destroyed.
Okay.
Zarathustra is activated, which is something that, he was literally in process of doing before they stopped it with this key, because of the vessels of Anima, which they took from the ESs.
Yes.
Yeah, because those are the key, essentially. Partially the key. So the Gnosis just come flooding in because it's like this massive draw of power. This is also revealed in this moment. Yeshua explains Chaos. Explains that the Gnosis are the people who refuse to exist within the collective unconscious. It's the consciousness that refuse their death. It refuses everything, and they become these like gross beings that are away from that like kind of
natural,
exactly
right,
that
circle
natural
of life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they're drawn to this moment. Nephilim shows up. Okay, at this very moment, like literally floats up to Abel's ark and brings Abel out hand in hand. They come walking down. It's such a cool shot because they also look identical to the two main characters in Xenogears, but like children versions of them.
Wow.
It's crazy, but she brings him out. Abel turns out to be what Udu has been searching for. He is an embodiment to a degree of Udu's will, if that makes sense. So to understand the universe is what Udu does. He is an observer.
Right.
He doesn't interfere. That's why people get so frustrated and are fearful of him, because he does not become a part of. You can't really like make a deal with Udu unless you're two characters who have ever done it. But is that even a deal, or are you being a part of it?
Maybe he just did it to observe.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So Abel turns out to be that. He's like partially Udu. That's why he doesn't understand people. He has this like wave that he is directly linked to Udu. So Nephilim, using her power of the Zohar, combines it with Abel's ability, and Yeshua and Mary stand together, and they
as Anima and Animus.
Anima Animus, and they start to reset the build that was let me see, the what is it called, Zarathustra.
That
was yeah.
That's
so resetting this, using their powers, they can unlock what has been locked away from humanity, Lost Jerusalem, all these like the codes to it, and destroy the UMN itself. And literally using their powers together, choosing with Nephilim and Abel, destroying the link, using Zarathustra, the last link that is humanity's biggest blunder, which was creating the UMN and allowing this kind of technology and power into the hands of man. And they literally are doing this almost reset of the universe is what they're not a reset of the universe, but a reset of the, you know what I mean?
The way the universe has been.
Exactly. Right? And so with this though, there's Gnosis flying in. And so the spirit of Mary is like staying behind, and Cosmos like comes out of it and starts defending them with like all her firearms, shooting down this whole spot, telling them, get the heck out of here.
Right.
Yeshua's stuck with Mary. They're like all kind of fusing into one. It's so incredible. Are you still with me, by the way?
Yes. Okay. Absolutely.
Yeshua believes he trusts in humanity. So the crew starts getting away. They have like a couple ESs. They take Jin's and a couple others to like this exit point out of the cathedral. And Jin kind of is like, hey, like he hears from Chaos. He's like, yeah, we're getting overwhelmed. We're not going to be able to do this. And he basically says like, I'm sorry, Xi'an. I'm sorry I wasn't really the brother that you needed. I'm sorry I wasn't here, but I have to buy them some time, you know, because they're like charging this massive. Bro. They're activating at this moment.
Yes.
And so he goes back with his freaking the sword, and he's fighting alongside Cosmos, and they're like destroying these.
That is
these.
So
It's so sick. But it just keeps going, and he freaking, oh my god, there's so many epic moments. So he's sword fighting consistently with like all these guys. His ES gets destroyed. He's just on the ground protecting them. He gets stabbed right through like the chest, and he's like,
man,
just still fighting, blood gushing out of him, just like the true, exactly, dude. He's literally like doing that moment of just like fighting through every single bit of pain. Cosmos is getting torn up, limbs getting ripped from her, but they're just like holding off these Gnosis in time for this massive like explosion that like kind of starts resetting, because they're getting rid of the fabric of like the connection to the fabric of like the universe.
So the Gnosis are gonna not exist.
Exactly.
Right?
And the UMN will disappear. So he leaves one trail. Yeshua and Mary leave one trail for the Elsa to be able to literally be launched through space, because this thing is like it's like holding the whole universe, and they can't use
the Big Bang.
Exactly, they can't use jump points if they don't. So there's literally one jump point that he literally just led this like tunnel to, and oh my god, it's one of the most epic scenes, because he's like they get to Tony, he's like, oh yeah, I'm the best driver of all time, you know what I mean? And he's literally like, you know why they call this thing the Elsa? They're like, no, like, it's the wings of freedom. He's like, I've never hit this area. He's like, this thing usually overdrives the engine or whatever.
Yeah.
He hits this fucking thing, these wings, like angel wings, sprout out of the Elsa, and it just like goes like all like as fast as possible. This like shit is like charging towards them. They hit the jump point, and then they end up in like deep space, like dark space. And it's like when this whole thing sets off and resets, everything is gone. The UMN is gone, which means there is no connection between stars, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And but Yeshua sent them right next to it was where Yuli and all the rest of them were, and they communicate through radio waves. And they're like, what the hell? This is like so primitive. Like this is But they get like, it's like you know what I mean? Like finding it like that.
Good.
Yeah. Thank you. Before they even escape, that's who I wanted to mention. Alan goats the fuck up. I literally wrote in my notes. Alan goats the fuck up, and Xi'an falls in love, because he literally is like, there's a Gnosis who's coming for Xi'an, and he's like, oh, Jin at the very end of his life too. I'm sorry, I'm getting too ahead of myself.
It's all over.
At the end of it, before he says goodbye to them, just real quick, he says to Alan, he's like, take care of my sister. Like, you need to take care of her. He has that flash in his brain, and he grabs like a gun, and he's like, ah! And he runs up and like tackles a Gnosis and like just lights it up. And she like literally is like, holy shit, like he's like protecting me.
Holy shit! I can respect it now.
Yeah, Jin like dies with a smile on his face.
Of course.
But Yeshua's like he's like Jin, we're doing it. Can you see? And he looks back and he's like dead already. And so they reset everything using the combined power of Anima and Animus, destroy the UMN, and now live in a world without faster than light travel and no communication beyond the stars. So they're with Yuli, all these people. We kind of see a little bit of, not really a jump in the future, but where they're at, the Kukai Foundation is all together, and Momo, Ziggy, and Yuli are all left together, and Junior basically like kind of has his final goodbye with Momo because they have that special connection because of his connection to Sakura.
Sure,
and how she told him to, protect my sister, and he basically goes like, Ziggy, I want you to take care of them. And it's like this kind of moment where it's like, he's got Yuli and then he's got Momo, and it's like, it's kind of this, it's like this perfect end to Ziggy. And then their whole plan, she's like, oh, can I please come with you? Like Shion, Alan, and Junior are all leaving on this ship. And there's like, no, it's going to take too long. Like we have to travel. They're planning on traveling to Lost Jerusalem because supposedly they only have 10,000 years until supposedly the end of the universe, and like, but I have faith we can find something. They end by leaving to Lost Jerusalem, and Junior tells Momo, he's like, no, you need to create a new, like you and Yuli and the rest of the Kukai Foundation, you guys are going to work together to create something new, not the UMN, but something that can bring humanity together. Leaves them on that. And it's so beautiful because it's almost like the family that he had kind of back on that moment. And then they fly off into space. And Shion has this beautiful monologue about embracing the future and allowing it to not not holding on to the aspects of what even, I can't even say it the way she said it. It's an incredible monologue.
Wow, bro.
But she, in the end, basically, you kind of see her and like Alan kind of playing like handsies, and they like hold hands in the end, and they're basically like, we're going to embrace everything that happens. And who knows how long it'll take to get to Lost Jerusalem because there's no faster than light travel. But they're on their way. I even wrote the Piper is paid. You get rid of the UMN. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And the final after credit scene after these incredible credits, which I was crying all the way through, you see Cosmos damaged completely. It's like the original body, and Yeshua says, he's like, it's okay, Cosmos, like you can rest for now. And she like closes her eyes, and you see she's right in front of Earth, like she is like literally right in front of Lost Jerusalem. And and it ends there. And I even wrote right here, I said Junior, Alan, and Shion all fly off together to find Lost Jerusalem and meet up with Nia and Melia so they can fix Cosmos with the help of Riku. Riku! No, but so that's the end. And that's the finale. It just ends with this beautiful thing of like, I did not know I could be that happy by the end of this epic, because it was like, what truly is the issue in this universe? It's like that chasing to be God. It's like using those tools and Anima and Animus and the Zohar, and you get rid of all of those and you can create like a true future for this world. Even if there is this threat of voodoo in a certain amount of time, like you gotta have faith in humanity to like truly survive and like live through.
You gotta have faith.
You gotta have faith, and you gotta believe in a future. You can't just reset your life over and over and over. There is no growth to that. You will never grow as a human being if you continuously repeat. If you go with Kevin, if you decide to abandon the people that you're with, if you embrace the fear and the power, and look what happened to Dimitri, destroyed by power. Look what happened with the Black Testament and all these characters, and everything that this series is saying about continuing forward and finding that self and that sense of like future. It is one of the most epic trilogy of one of the most epic stories I've ever experienced.
One of the most epic experiences. Yeah, truly. I did not know how it ended. You know, I knew that the major theme was with the ending with Chaos, Anima, Animus, Wilhelm, and, you know, Cosmos and Shion being activated in some way. But I didn't even know Wilhelm disintegrated, like, at all, you know? Like, this is wild. What a fucking story, bro.
It's incredible, bro.
Yeah, man.
I was broken down into tears during the credits, after the credits, sitting with the home screen and just everything I'd experienced with how invested I'd gotten. I'm even getting emotional now.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, there's something really that's hitting about it just being kind of done. And it really is one of the greatest experiences of any story, any video game. Yeah, it's like in everything I've explained about One Piece, it's not just a story, it's not just a game. This was an experience. I'm so glad I got to share it with you. I
am too. I'm actually genuinely satisfied with how it ended, with doing 5 episodes just about Xenosaga, right?
Absolutely.
No, thank you for all that. That was a treat.
Of course.
I will say there's hope. Let's I think we should break here, but I'll say that there's hope, immense hope, because of everything we've been getting.
I want to get into that a little bit.
You do?
We can, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it's important because I think we could make a meme that you could just go back and replay everything. Or you look for what's to come.
Exactly.
I'm hungry.
I'm also starving.
Grab a bite? Yeah, let's do it. I'm just gonna open the floor right now.
Yes.
Okay, we just took a little break, ate some food. And honestly, I think Josh and I are both a little emotional. Okay.
I'm
pretty damn emotional, and that's why I said, like, I'm not even in your shoes where you experienced this, but thank you for taking me on this journey, bro, because this has been so amazing,
man,
and emotionally on a experience of the cast and the characters and how everything was handled by Takahashi. I am actually sad on that level, but I want to say my brain is shifting to more, to the extended universe, to beyond, to hope for, like we were leaving before the break, like, you know, more is coming, obviously.
So I just want to say, after all that, do you understand the significance of that final scene, post-credit scene of, which I know was spoiled for you?
Future Redeem. That is okay. Like, I appreciate all this even more now.
Yes.
What exactly is said in that scene?
So, from what we see, do you really want me to say?
Yes, please.
Okay,
I've seen the scene.
I know. You've seen the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from what we can see, because of what happened with what Chaos and Cosmos were doing, with Nephilim and Abel, mixed with the emergence of the completion of Origin.
The completion of Origin
does take place.
Yes.
Right?
Okay. What does that mean?
So Origin, its system is based on Ontos.
Yes.
Right? Its system is based on the Trinity processor, which is based on the Zohar.
The Zohar.
And the power of that beyond.
Right.
This Trinity was made to be the
arbiter.
The perfect arbiter for the study of the Zohar.
Yes.
These are all parts to it. Okay? So these parts need to come together. Pneuma, Ontos, and Logos.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That happens, right? Ontos can't exist without the other two. Those two need to become a part of Origin in order to work.
Absolutely.
And truly activate. Yes. So with all these things said together, just like Xenoblade 1 and 2, Xenosaga is running congruent to these stories.
It is.
And at the end, we see these two separate worlds, which were originally in Origin, become physical, and then burst into light to become one again. And then the final scene, this is a post-credit scene, is that blue
Vector
light.
Industries.
Yes. Well, yes. Absolutely. That's before post-credit, though.
Oh.
The post-credit scene is the blue light coming to this fully formed Earth. right? This is dude, I can't even believe this. This is the start to the final story that Takahashi has been setting up for years. The end, that piece that we see, that's Cosmos. That it literally lines up perfectly with the after credit scenes. So this idea that the reason that's so important is because that is a continuation directly of Xenosaga. Directly.
Wow. Yeah,
it's taking
insane.
And it even knows to do it as a post-credit scene because that's when we see Cosmos' damaged body finally arriving home at Lost Jerusalem.
You can rest now.
Dude.
So I want to bring up something,
please.
And then kind of like enter into an epilogue, if we shall.
Can
on
I?
This episode.
Yes. I want to say.
You want to start?
Yes, I want to start, but I also want to say I will give a review for this game. Sorry, score is my miss.
Oh yes.
We'll give a score. I want to just
flash score.
Really quick mention just a couple of things that are a little bit more gameplay heavy.
Okay.
I think the combat is the best in the series.
Hell yeah.
The break mechanic is the best. I think the character progression is the best in the series. I also believe the exploration is the best of all of them.
Hell yeah.
They have this cinematic view to everything. I took a lot of screenshots because when you're walking around, it's a fixed camera, but the camera in this one just moves in this way where it like shows different aspects of where you're walking.
Oh yeah, okay.
In a way that I thought was incredible.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I never didn't enjoy a fight. There were a couple times in the other games where it's just a little convoluted.
Yeah.
The way you do things.
Well, I was going to ask because in this, you had to like restart a boss fight, you said.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Several times.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
ES Levy, freaking fatal fight. Yeah. That final fight with Margulis.
Yeah.
Not sweet.
No joke.
It's not sweet at all. It's genuinely like there are moments where I literally, when I was watching the walkthrough, he's like, okay, if he is like powering up the anima is like how you power up the ESs. If he starts powering that up, it's like every character just hit block. Like you need to spam that because you will die if you get hit by it.
Yeah.
So just these moments of like, I literally was like constantly healing, trying my best to. Characters were dying. I just had to. I think I was running it. The last one I had was ES Asher, which is it's Rubido and
true
and Chaos
yeah,
like they work together as the thing, and that was the only guy I had left, and I was like a couple hits away, and I was like, if I die here, dude, oh my god, it was one of the most exhilarating fights. But not even just
that's usually how my boss fights end on like Elden Ring.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Like I'm gonna go for it, and you know I usually lose.
Yeah,
but
even just that moment of like you're beating Margulis,
bro.
You know, like it's like there was so much to it.
Right.
It was just god.
It actually matched the emotional impact
seriously,
like, perfectly.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and the music,
Well, I was gonna ask if like, you know, because of that nature, I mean, if it deterred you, you know? Because
which part?
Well, like I remember playing Xenoblade 1, and I didn't really struggle with any particular boss fight in that game until the very end, right? Fighting Zanza. I remember walking through that damn space part because of the save point, like 3 times. Right.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, okay, I keep having to go through this because I can't beat the guy.
Yeah.
And I had to grind a little bit. I had to revamp my... I remember asking you, because you were more of a Xenoblade 1 guy. Or wait.
2 guy.
Oh, yes. That was after you beat the game. I was like, I want to know your build. Because I was struggling at the end.
Yeah.
Like,
you remember my build, the way I built them?
Yeah. Didn't you really focus on... Were you focused on Ryan?
I did Dunban.
It was Dunban.
Dodge tank.
So I definitely... That was my mistake, bro.
Yeah.
I heavily invested in Ryan.
Ryan's good. He is. He's really good.
But he dies.
But that's the issue with like having a health tank and an Argo like tank that is there to take the damage.
Right.
Is that if you have an attack that's so strong, it'll just kill them.
Yeah.
And so then for Dunban, his whole thing was, and there are some gyms in there that just it started getting busted. The amount of percentage you could like. literally stacked. So if he's not getting touched and he's doing big amounts of damage, it's literally the only way to.
It's
really,
actually the best aggro. I learned in Xenoblade 3 that the aggro system is if they hit you, after that it actually decreases aggro. Right,
because they're not as aggravated because they touched you,
because they hit you. But if you, so that's how like these on the fly aggro meters work that you can't see, right? But if you dodge it, it actually increases the aggro. Keeps it up. And if you hit them, it also increases the aggro. So dodge tanks are the way to go.
That's how I literally beat. I think I beat Zanza in one try.
Wow, bro!
Because I built him. I built them all. Three
for me, baby. Yeah. So, but I remember that did not. I've been frustrated with many bosses over years of being a gamer. No deterrent at all. Like it was like, I just gotta like try something different, right?
Absolutely.
Was that like the feeling you had?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, it. I would say, at least for this series, there really is like there's no true correct way. If that makes sense. And
well, that's a beauty of it.
Yeah,
right?
It's something I love about even just building JRPG characters.
Yes.
Which is the fact that it's like, there's good attacks and there's good ways to build a character. But to be honest, it's always going to be a little different. Every character you play. I got a little frustrated a little bit. I mean, obviously, if you are working at a boss for 2 days. Yeah. And I also was working the same day. So it was like I would be playing it. I'm like, oh my God, I just wasted my time. I hate that feeling. Right. Especially if it's right
But it probably added to like, if you're fighting you're fighting Margulis. I hate this guy even more.
Bro, exactly. I need to finish this. I got worried at one point. I remember calling Drew and being like, dude, if I can't finish this game because this boss is too hard. But I just needed to really get in there. I know, I really did.
I'm glad you didn't give up.
I'd say, yeah, absolutely. I wasn't gonna give up, but it was like that feeling of like, what if I can't do it?
What if I can't, bro?
I can't. So, I'll say it's very different than something like Elden Ring, because Elden Ring, it's you can have better builds, I suppose.
No doubt.
But I just feel that there is a level of like, you just gotta get better at the game, which is partially a part of like turn-based combat. Partially, you have to know what you're doing, but it really is not.
Yeah, I actually forgot it was turn-based. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh yes,
yeah, but
it very much changes the vibe.
It does.
It does because. But I mean, it will say it's tough always having to receive a hit. That is a tough.
It is, bro. I mean, they could I don't know how they handle it in this, but it's like if it's on your turn and you get to attack, does it literally attack now in real time, or is it like
it's more like traditional?
Well, like what I mean by that is I've played other turn-based games where like you choose like Dragon Quest does this, all of them. You choose the attacks of your characters, and then it plays out based on speed.
Oh yeah, so it'll show you your speed. So one thing I was just like, I looked up the shit. I'm gonna miss it so much. I have not played a game where I'm like on game facts.
Yes.
Reading shit where it's like hearing people's like strategies. A huge one was you just build up. This was actually for a little bit later. The final boss actually, which is Lemegeton. You have to destroy. Yeah. It's so epic.
What the heck? Like a robot?
Yeah, so it fuses before Nephilim takes Abel out. They fuse all of the anima relics together into the Proto Omega, which is fused with the Zohar, and then that is like in charge of Lemegeton. It's this massive like being, and
wow,
it's so sick.
Wow.
But I died a lot at the final boss actually, and one of the biggest techs was just boosting is a thing. So you're able to add an extra turn, or if you use like 3 boosts, you get like a special attack, or it's like 2 boosts for a less strong special attack.
Really?
So instead of using the special attacks, just literally like boost Cosmos over and over. So you get like 5 attacks in a row. And it was like boost Cosmos. It was like use Momo could like up your attack and then up your
like buff.
Yeah, buff. Right. You buff the shit out of Cosmos,
right?
And then those buffs last for a certain amount of turns.
Sure.
However, it's like turn.
A boosted turn is one turn.
A boosted turn is no. A boosted turn adds to your current turn.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, so you could use 5 boosts, but that's only 1 turn.
That's 1 turn.
Dude, that is broken.
I'm telling you, bro. So I literally, and you can add, only a character could have a certain, like, max of boosts.
For sure.
You equipped her with this certain, it's like you had to go to a certain spot to find, there's like all these hidden doors all over the place. And you have to find this one that gives you 2 extra boosts. So you get 5 boosts when normally you get 3.
You get 3.
Exactly. Wow. So you literally are just able to buff the shit out of her. Yeah. So that her and it's like something like her defense goes down a lot, but her attack goes up a shit ton. And then you can stack that with another one, and then you like she has her own thing that she'll use. It lasts for, like, let's say all those last for 3 turns. You finally get to her turn, 5 boosts in a row. You're doing stupid damage over and over and over and over.
Wow. I love that.
It was exhilarating, bro. Yeah.
Bravely Default.
Oh, yeah.
Has a very similar... Really? It's called Braving and Defaulting.
Wow.
Right? Yeah, so, like, you can have a turn, you just use it normally.
Yes.
That'll cost 1, right? Mm-hmm. But you can... default, which is defense, and you will build 1, and you didn't spend 1, so now you have 2.
Dude,
you keep defaulting. You didn't, man. Dude, I did not know. I thought Bravely Default was original.
That's crazy.
No, I'm not.
That's ridiculously similar to OG, the first game.
And bro, do you know what? The modern version of that gameplay is even better.
What?
Octopath Traveler.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
Wow.
It's amazing.
That's so sick.
And how you manage your backup point system.
Yes.
It changes a turn-based game. I did not know that.
Yeah, that's exactly how the Xenosaga kind of combat. That's why
No wonder you loved it, bro.
I'm not kidding. It's like some of the best I've ever played.
I'm glad you got the grip of it too, because that adds a lot of depth.
It does. So one of the hardest parts about playing through a series is they change the combat every game.
Every game, bro.
It's always different. The first one is very much like that, where it's like if you block, you get an extra 2. It's like a 6 meter. So it's like you start up, you get 2 every turn. You just get a natural 2.
Sure.
And then if you use an attack, you lose 2. Then you get it back.
Okay.
But a full like special, you have to have blocked in some way, or you like I'm forgetting how the first game plays, but it's it's very much
I'm
like
getting you right.
You have to like get into it, and
absolutely,
I'm not kidding. I felt kind of sad because I didn't completely comprehend like it all connected until like the final boss. And then I was done, and then Xenosaga 2 was straight into a new combat style.
New combat, yeah.
And I didn't get it until much later.
Really?
And then it's like, then you're moving on.
Right.
This third one I got pretty early, but still I didn't use that boost tech of just like boosting over and over. I was using it for specials. So I was saving up my boost.
Absolutely.
And you get boost, it's like a meter every time you attack, every time you land an attack. So yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you caught on earlier, right?
Yes.
But like the boost tech and stuff, I'm not kidding though. Like you will take from this. I know it is kind of sad to be like, oh, I didn't fully get it. Yeah. But how many times have you like looked up an old game from a kid and you didn't get it, and you're like, oh, I get it now, right?
Yeah.
Great example, seriously. Ocarina of Time, the boomerang tech on the little uvulas, right?
Oh yeah.
And that is like, as a kid, right, or even as an adult, you play that and you're like, what the heck? What am I? Because you're not going to be far away. You're going to be right next to it, and it's going to be whapping you, and you're like, how am I supposed to kill this thing, right?
Yeah.
And then, and when you try, it just sucks up.
Right.
So you have to use your positioning. It teaches you in a very unique way. Then when you go back, you could not play the game for 10 years. Seriously,
True.
You already know how to play though.
That's a really good point.
It's like muscle memory.
Yeah.
So you're going to take from. I'm sure that the first one built on the second, built in the third, and that's how you're able to catch on sooner, right? Much sooner than fresh. Totally. And you'll take into any now turn-based game you play that has any kind of similar mechanic, right?
I completely agree. I also, I am so happy I played this series. Like I really am. I not only does it excite me for just the future work of Takahashi and Monolith Soft, but just like Monolith. Is it called Monolith
It's
Soft?
Monolith Soft.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay. But,
like, fucking like mountain. The monument, I guess.
So much.
The Monolith, actually. No, dude, I want to know one more thing.
Yes.
Before we give a score.
Yes.
And then kind of like wrap, I got some things I want to bring up, and I think we got plenty of content. We've been recording for a minute. Yeah. Because we could talk forever about this, truly, right?
And I could want to.
Yeah, DLC to come. That's all I'm going to say.
I would love to, honestly, because I think it will. You know, we talked about it earlier, and I was kind of like, yeah, maybe, but I think I would love to. I think a real wrap of even just the whole series, or even mechanics or stuff like that.
Honestly, I think we can talk about anything and everything, right? If, anything. That's exactly what that will be for. So I want to wrap with one question on the score, which is music. And I know I heard a track, but there is something I will say I felt. In my opinion, I'm going to hold to this.
Please.
Just from memory, okay, I've only played Xenoblade 1, 2, and 3 once in that order, okay? Right. But there was parts of 1 that it definitely had, like, exceptional music, okay? And most of the time, I would say it was in the exceptional category. Yes. But it did have a range of pretty good, and then a small range of like no interest for me.
Yeah,
like I could care less to hear this again.
Yeah.
Right? Xenoblade 2.
Yes.
Actually, that list of exceptional was probably about the same, but I had much more music that was pretty good and much less of like I'd rather just not, right?
Yeah.
Xenoblade 3 wrapped perfectly for me because I would put every song on the list either exceptional or very good.
Very, very good.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No,
so I want to know.
I feel a very similar way to even the OG Xenoblades too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's like, it's beautiful in that way of seeing the music evolve. Yes. So like, you know, it might just be appropriate here, like coming from Xeno Saga 1 and 2, coming from Pied Piper, Missing Here.
Yeah.
How did the music stand as the finale?
So for just 3 or just all the?
Just 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like in comparison, I mean, though, going through the series, you're going to build up natural hype.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
What I'll say about 3's score specifically, I think it's the best of the entire Xeno Saga.
Think,
yeah.
Hands down.
Hands down, no question. There were consistent songs that I was just looking up, listening to.
Oh yeah,
and not
that's when you know. Bro.
That's like the shit. That's literally like when I am like really loving. I mean, that song that I showed you, that was in my YouTube music Wrapped, like whatever. Oh, yeah. So that was in my final.
You told me that. Yeah. That's crazy.
It's still there if you want to take a look because it's hilarious.
YouTube music Wrapped.
So I have all these like songs, you know, and then
he's got Playboy Cardigan. Xeno Saga
episode 3, Fatal Fight.
Epic name for a song, by the way. So like, you know, mechanical
Fatal
rhythm.
Fight.
Come on, Fatal Fight.
Yeah.
No,
it's really, really incredible. I will say, though, with Xeno Saga, I think the composers had to find their feet a little bit. Not in a way where I'm like, dude, these songs suck.
Yeah.
But just in the case that especially in the first game, there were not a lot of bangers that I was like listening to over and over.
Sure.
I definitely listened to a good couple of songs, but not to the degree that I ever did with Xenoblade even.
Absolutely.
Or Xenoblade 2 or 3.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I think that's a testament to just Monolith's ability to continuously grow into kind of more of a large scale, like all around complete package in their games.
Absolutely.
If that makes sense.
Absolutely, right.
And that could just be said with like even, like the graphics, it gets better and better and better and better and better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It absolutely does, bro.
So, and even those cutscenes we saw, I mean, like, those look amazing. Like for a PS2 game,
bro.
Like I'm
gonna compare it to Persona 3, Persona 4.
Yeah.
Like I know that Persona 5 and Persona 3 Reload look amazing.
Right.
It did not look like this. You remember what those games looked like? They compared to this series, compared to like the quality of detail in every character on screen.
Absolutely.
Dude, Persona is like just these like little like claymation little figures
little guys,
with no personality.
No,
like you get the personality in the animated drawings, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think it's actually really impressive.
Yeah.
You know, it was one of those I always wished I I did play, especially at the time, because this was the most beautiful looking game of the PS2.
Yeah, I don't think I agree. I don't think there is a better time to play it than now, though. I will be honest, because being able to even just, I don't want to leave this like love that I have for it, because it like that feeling of talking with those people about, you know, this Pied Piper remake, or just like reading the comments on the final like episode of Pied Piper, and just like really like seeing just all these crazy people that are as crazy as I am to sit down and watch this game that's like recorded on a phone. And then like I cried listening to the end of Anel is the name of the guy. I watched his whole, shout out Anel, by the way.
Yeah.
I watched his entire series of like the walkthrough.
Yeah.
Not the entire thing, but you know, I watched whenever I needed it, and I was consistently, and like, you know,
I walked into your room once and you read that. Yeah,
exactly. And there's plenty of times when you need to in older style games, I believe.
No, I agree. I did the same thing with 999.
Right. So I just watched the end of the stream, and it was like the last episode, and I was just I was like crying because it was over and it was done, and just like that level of community was, you know, not that it's going anywhere, but I'll never be playing these games for the first time again. But you know what? I think that's the point, and I think that's what
is the point
Takahashi's trying to say.
Dude, it's, you know, because I think these themes. This is a very theological and spiritual rendition of these themes in Xenosaga, and I think Xenoblade is a lot more real. Xenoblade is a lot less on the spiritual and theological side of things. It gives you that stuff in your face, right? Like the idea of like, I'm going to be a god, and how the storytelling is beautiful, but I think it really touches on relatable emotions and people in a, you know, Xenosaga is like deep and dark. People are like executing each other with guns, right?
Absolutely.
That's not, in a way, it's almost kitted down, but in a way that it's not taking away from anything.
Yeah.
You know, it's changing the approach.
Yeah, I would say a change of approach is, it's not kidding it down.
Right.
But it's like,
it's obviously serious.
Different. Yeah, exactly.
Again, they're just not like executing them as humans on the streets in a New Jerusalem. No, this is like a right off rip, you're in fiction. Yeah. Right? You're in a cloud sea and titans fighting. Like, what is this, right? Yeah. But the relation to all, I don't know. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I think you're totally right. To a degree, because also, I mean, I think Xenoblade Chronicles 3 really goes down that route.
Yes.
Like, it's
probably the most.
It's mythical, but it's also brutal. It's really brutal. Yeah. And like, there's some deaths in that game where I'm just like, that's rough, bro.
That's rough, buddy.
What's her name? Shannon?
Shannon.
Yeah.
That was a hard watch.
I could not believe that was in a fucking Nintendo game.
Me too.
Like, that idea, and like her voice acting, the way she looks, I'm like,
that is psychotic,
that is
bro.
Dark.
Yeah.
You know?
No, it is dark.
So, yeah.
I guess, I
get what you're saying.
Well, I mean it in a way specifically of, like, the point that the feeling, it's like you said, it's like the point. It's Takahashi's point, is that nothing good lasts forever. But nothing bad lasts forever. But you can't, you will turn anything corrupt, bad, and try to even be God of your life and other people's lives by trying to force this to never evolve and change.
It's what Shion faced. That idea of being face to face with your ex-lover that is everything to you, and that idea of like, where are you growing? You're just going to go back? Like, you're going to continuously go back? And that idea is so powerful because, and you know, I've seen people even have issues with that scene. I could see it in your face when I was telling it to you.
Dude.
It's like, it's tough to see it.
It is.
But it's real. Well, we face those every day.
We do.
Yeah. That's the idea.
We do, bro. Yeah, I'm a cook.
Yeah.
Shion fully represents us.
Completely.
She is a mirror, even with these divine connections, because guess what? We're all here with purpose, okay? It's the opposite of, like, we're no one special, we're like everyone else. Right. Actually, Takahashi's point is that you're not, because you can't think that way.
Right.
You can't, it's not putting yourself above anybody,
right,
but it's understanding that you make a difference.
Right.
And you need to choose because that's your duty as humanity.
Exactly. And it's your choice that makes your future.
Free will that is real.
Real, and it's important, and it's the reason that, we do have evil in this world, but it's like, if you don't have the choice between that, then what are you?
Then what are you?
A puppet?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So
exactly,
but you're not.
Bro.
You choose every aspect of life. And I truly believe that's a huge part of what that the reason that this is a part of Xenosaga and Xenoblade as well, all the Xenoblade games, that choice to choose. And I guess the beautiful part about it is that choosing doesn't come easy. Every single one of these Takahashi games I've played, the freedom of choice does not come for free. There's always a sacrifice that comes for the freedom of choice. Every time these characters have to sacrifice something big. For Noah and Mio, it was literally their world. It was like their love for each other. They had to sacrifice in order to allow the world to move forward, putting their faith in humanity that they will see each other again. In Xenosaga, it's Chaos choosing humanity and saying, I have faith in the humans to make a true future for themselves.
Literally.
And I mean, you can say the same thing for like.
And by the way, it's like on
Rex
speaking.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Like just like Alpha, just like Elvis.
Yes.
Like a reflection of that.
Allowing that.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Let's drop a score. What are you thinking?
That's a great question, dude. I honestly am thinking.
Tough one, huh?
I'm getting a solid 5 out of 5.
Solid.
If I could go higher, I would.
Gold star.
Probably. If I could give it even something, I want to give it an award.
Okay.
Especially this game.
Yeah.
I think, since it's the first time we've done something on the Flash Bros, I think we should give it a Golden Flash seal of approval. As in, it's not just like any other 5 out of 5. This is one of the best experiences overall. I don't even think I would give this award to. I don't know what else I'd give it to. I'm just making up something on the spot. But like genuinely, we have never.
Well,
done
you feel like it's
a
worthy
5
of that,
episode.
and you're absolutely
that's what I'm saying.
Fucking right.
We've
bro.
never done a 5 episode series
No.
on anything, and
No.
just for that, the Golden Flash seal of
Golden Flash seal of approval
of a pickle
of a pickle.
of a pickle.
We can come up with something.
Yeah, but I think it needs like a golden
Flash seal.
Golden Flash seal. Let's do it. The Golden Flash seal. It's
Done.
perfect. Sorry,
Done.
I made that up just now, but
actually,
seriously,
that's where it's raw. To be honest with you, bro,
Yeah.
I am 100% behind it. Especially because I feel this way and I haven't experienced.
You haven't even played it fully, but that's okay.
No, but I love Ziggy. I love Shion. I love Cosmos became a character. And guess what? That character wasn't Mary Magdalene.
No.
That also is such a part of all of this.
It's so special.
It is beautiful, bro.
I literally love these characters so heavy. I'm so glad you can see it too.
Oh yeah. I do.
Alan so much.
So much, bro. Let me break into a short epilogue of my own if you will. Are you down?
Please.
Yeah, okay. I'll take the reins from you. From you can relax. You can enter your rest, Joshy.
I don't know if anyone can tell, but I'm emotional right now.
Yeah, dude.
I really do feel it.
Yeah. If y'all can't see it, because you can't,
I guess you can't, huh?
I could feel it, like it feels like you were saying when we were eating, not like a weight's been, not like a burden's been lifted, but like a weight's been lifted because like it's heavy in a really good way. Mm-hmm. It's like a good goodbye. Yes. Right?
It's really a final goodbye. More than even finishing the series. It's like I'm not trying to brag. I put a lot of thought and effort into this episode.
You can feel it. He has a massive note document that he was preparing for days for this podcast. So absolutely. I'm extremely grateful for that. If I haven't expressed that already, this has been so dope.
Absolutely.
Sitting in my chair. I hope you know, bro.
Good, man.
And I hope you all enjoyed it out there, but if you didn't, that's okay because I'm enjoying it for you. Okay? On your behalf. That's right, baby.
Yeah, buddy.
So let me start with this, Joshy. I mentioned this before, right?
Yes.
Eric, and how his name's spelled?
Yes.
How it means the one and only, or ever powerful. I think it was really cool. It was really cool how each testament was very different. okay, and their flaws in why they choose what they did.
Yes.
It obviously reminding me of, it's a very, I see the parallel to Xenoblade 3 with the Mobius.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Obviously, because we find out each Mobius was once a human, or at least once came to a face-to-face decision with power.
Absolutely.
And specifically, like, that power of getting what they want, right? So, do you really want what you want? Do you even know what you want, right? And I think the most impactful one was the Black Testament from the beginning, from Pied Piper.
Absolutely.
And then ending on that, right?
Yes.
Like, yeah, we have a kind of different ending with Kevin, but that's different. Yes. Kevin was almost separate. It almost felt like 3 testaments.
Yes.
And Kevin.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a point to that, though, which is that the start of the game is seeing Kevin broken as a kid. Right. And that idea of, like, okay, what would a child want? And how would a child grow into that?
Yes.
Through the influence of Wilhelm since he was a kid.
Yes.
You know, so he is kind of a separate, he's almost like the, you know, like the right-hand man of Wilhelm. Yeah. Less so the Fourth Testament, you know.
I honestly agree. I feel like it actually is just another, you know, just because what you see is not what you get, right? Oh, there's 4 testaments. They're all different colors. What does this mean? Blah, blah, blah. If anything, the Red Testament had his own agenda the whole time, and he was kind of like the original testament, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, before he was even dead.
He was Wilhelm's right-hand guy. Yeah. The other guys just, like, got power and are being used, and otherwise just had a loose leash so that they could feel their power, like the Black Testament, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I want to break to something else, okay, which is the compass of order and chaos is really, really interesting.
Fascinating.
That's probably one of all the things we've talked about, I think that's something I'm gonna, like, take away from this and research myself is the compass of order and chaos. I don't think it's that deep. Yeah. But I'm really curious if in some mythologies there's some, like, person or god. Chaos is probably it, but, like, someone who's, like, that's their duty, and like, how they handle it.
Right. To, like, check the future, or what do you think?
Like, to prevent order and chaos from tilting too far, right? Like, a true god in a way, but that it's not God. It's just because
that's really interesting.
Yeah,
we should definitely look into that.
Like, it's
I implore you to look into everything we've talked about, because I have done so much already into the idea of everything. So
no, you have, bro. Yeah, and if anything, like, I want you to, like,
I would love to hear your side too, because you know so much more. You recognize names even in a way that I wish I could. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, all I can say is it's just attesting to years more of experience, and that's purely it, bro. Like, you know, just, and maybe some of, like, how it was brought up, but truly, like, I'm like, oh, it's from this, it's from this, it's from this. Other pieces of fiction or games that I've also played, right?
Absolutely.
So, like, Zoroaster?
Zoroaster.
I have no idea.
The Zoroaster. He's the roaster.
This is so fascinating.
What is it?
Okay. Check this out.
Okay.
Also known as Zarathustra. Okay. Zarathustra. His name was Zarathustra Spitama. Was an Iranian religious reformer who challenged basically the ancients' contemporary religion, becoming the spiritual founder of Zoroastrianism.
What the fuck?
Okay? I know. Kind of weird.
Yeah.
It basically, there's other stuff that has impacted Plato.
Okay.
Pythagoras.
Yes.
Heracles. I mean, these are all big
dogs.
Big dog theologists.
Yes.
Okay, that you all are aware of.
Absolutely.
Judaism, Christianity, Islam. Check this out.
Wow.
He basically saw God as fire. And they were, like, made fun of, if I'm not mistaken. I did a little research on this earlier, but if I'm not mistaken, they're almost made fun of, especially later in the centuries going on. And this is kind of like a prehistoric you could say like religion, because I don't think this is a thing anymore. Maybe it is, I don't know, but like I don't know either. I've never heard of this before, right?
And what's it called?
And it's Zoroastrianism.
Zoroastrianism?
It's a really long word. Look at this. It's like Zoroastrianism.
Zarathustra. Wow.
Right.
That is weird.
So basically it's like this like belief in one true God.
Yes.
Okay? Some even say, well, this is the God of the Old Testament, okay?
Right.
The God of fire,
yes.
right? The God of like, maybe even like, some even view the Old Testament God as a different God in the New Testament, okay? Which I don't think is true, because the Bible says over and over again, same God always has, always will be.
Right.
But some people view the old God as the God of fire, okay? The God of wrath, or the God of light, and light is fire.
Wow.
Which I believe in that. I believe like the Bible talks a lot, especially in Revelation end times, how God will unleash his fire, which is light. It's so, and people who have had like visions, and like you've had visions, like the light that's so bright, some people say it's burning sometimes, right?
It's impossible to look at.
Yeah.
It's like it's like
beyond,
you can't even see it.
The sun is like pales in comparison.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So
even looking at the sun, you can kind of be like, yeah.
So Zarathustra. I was like looking up Zarathustra, and it was like there's basically it can be described though simply as someone who speaks by divine inspiration, or someone who is an interpreter of the will of God.
Thus
or
spoke
Zarathustra.
Thus spoke
the word of
Zarathustra.
God. Thus spoke the word of God.
Wow.
The activation of the Lamageddon.
Wow, that's crazy.
Bro.
Thus spoke the word of God. That's insane, dude. Bro. What a good pull you just made, man.
Insane.
That's
it gives me chills, because word of God. Oh, okay. Lamageddon, which is literally a translation of the word of God.
Fuck.
Which means, well, we brought this up right before we went into the epilogue here, but I want to wrap with this.
Yes.
That Lamageddon is Logos.
Yes.
Because Logos is also the word of God.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
Logos, you have also brought forth, is Malos. And if what you're thinking in some of the theory crafting you were doing,
and what Takahashi said in the art book, which was basically Logos is the representation of Jesus in the Trinity, which is what he said.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And talking about how he's coming back, like how he's going to be a big part of what is to come.
He basically said in the interview too, he was like, I can't speak a lot about Malos. He's like, I can't talk about him.
I can't talk about him.
Because it would just spoil everything in the future.
I am so fascinated.
I'm locked in, dude.
I am so locked in.
Locked the fuck in.
Locked in. And it almost seems in this extended universe talk now.
Yes.
Like we have had in both universes, I can't speak for Xenogears, but we've had an Ontos. We've had all three elements.
Yes.
I don't know if Numa was definitely represented in Cosmos, and
I would say so, yeah.
And Shion.
Yes.
Right? Like almost together.
Yeah. Well, they're kind of one part.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right. And then we had Ontos being Yeshua or Chaos.
Yes.
Right. Which we can relate to more in our world too, to those being like real figures of like the Bible, right?
Sure.
And then Xenoblade,
right?
In that universe, there was the Logos, and like that's Malos, right? Literally. So, like Takahashi said, you can't talk about him.
No, you can't talk about him.
Okay, that's got a connection here. We also had an Ontos, right? Which was Alpha, which was
Alvis and
Alvis,
A.
yes, and A, right?
Yeah.
And then we have a Numa, right? So.
Pyramithra,
dude, exactly. This is all connected, bro.
It's something that's cooking so deeply. I literally can't even comprehend.
Dude. And the way I'm kind of looking at it as a final thought.
Yeah.
I'm just spitting now.
Yes.
Like
spitting.
Hawktua,
the Talk to a podcast.
You Hawktua, my dog?
No.
Okay, hear me out.
Yes.
This is kind of where my head's going.
I'm in it.
What if,
yes,
like, Oh, this is fucking crazy.
Talk to me, bro.
Okay.
Talk to me.
I'll start with Xenoblade. Okay. So, like, you know, in like these like mind-blowing moments we've had in like in epiphanies on like this kind of like, what is Takahashi cooking?
Of course.
In Xenoblade, it's like everyone who has really truly tried to be God but wasn't was eliminated by their own power, by free will, by the main party, whatever. Okay, this is Zanza, this is Zed, this is N, this is like any one of these characters messing with this godhood power.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
One person throughout the entire series.
Yes.
One entity, I'll say, on Tos, has allowed, even when times are corrupt, he allowed things to go on, leading to where things are right now. I don't know if he knew it would come, but he is maybe even guided and allowed this to happen.
Well, doesn't Ontos
via free will?
Well, Ontos also has the power of that's the Monado. That's the power of Future Sight. You think that has something to do with it?
No, I think that's more of a key concept. Hear me out on a living human. Yeah. Just hear out this idea. Okay. So what if this entire idea of free will is the ultimate freedom? This entire idea of free will is the key here, of allowing free will. What if, like, now even jumping to, so like I'm saying that Ontos of the Xenoblade universe allowed this to that point. I don't know specifically what he does and how he handles it at the end of Future Redeemed to allow the merging. I don't know if he got destroyed or what, but he allows, maybe he doesn't, I don't think he can, because I think he has to exist. So he allows everything to happen in all three Xenoblades leading up to the end. Now jump to what we've learned in Xenosaga, okay? Please hold all corrections for the end, my friend.
I'm just trying to I'm trying to think already.
Yeah, this is where my mind's going.
Yes,
Keep in this universe, Wilhelm has acted as Ontos. He, in fact, was not Ontos. He didn't claim to be, technically, but he did claim to be the guardian of the lower domain, okay? In a sense, that could be interpreted as the Arbiter. So he could have literally thought that's who he was. Maybe even he believed that with his contact with Udu, right? Well, the true Arbiter, the true Ontos, was actually Yeshua and / Chaos the entire time. Okay, and he has allowed how many cycles went by, we don't know, but he allowed that override where fucking Wilhelm's like, this has never happened,
right?
And Yeshua's like, yeah, we're going to keep it going.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
It's like this idea of now coming together in this third final thing here.
Right.
What is to come?
Right.
Of, okay, God, essentially, or an arbiter of God, has allowed, like, truly no control from either party, has led to this point.
Right.
This has all been from free will.
Right. So what's the connection you were making?
The connection is that
Ontos?
In both universes, the Ontos didn't interfere.
I see what you're saying.
At all.
Like Ontos,
not in a way that anybody else did.
The player in the Xenoblade original series, which is that he allowed Zanza and Maineth to have whatever,
do everything they did.
Whatever they wanted.
Yep.
In the same way that it was like Yeshua was the almost observer and would not interfere unless humanity was able to overcome. So, I'm with you. I really am with you.
But in a way specifically of free will.
Of free will.
Which was different from any other controlling entity.
Right.
Or any other godlike figure.
I'm just thinking, I don't think that's what Ontos was after.
Well, I'm not saying we know what Ontos is.
Well, here's why
I'm saying that Ontos has been, like, basically Ontos could interfere.
Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, the idea though, and I'm going with you. I'm saying also adding on to it.
Pick it apart.
Not even pick it apart. Like I feel the fascinating part about Ontos is that he does not want anything from humanity or the people around them. He is an observer in every possible way, to the degree where when Shulk beats Zanza, he's like, so what do you want? You want to be God? Like what's your plan now? Because he's only an arbiter. And the fascinating part about Ontos, one of the reasons I love Xenoblade so much, is that the reveal that he's a computer is the truth behind everything that happens in these universes, which is that this being Ontos is not alive completely. Not completely. That's what A is, right? That's right. that sense of self. But beyond that, he is a program. He's programmed to work with things, right? And he clearly wigged out when he wasn't able to. But that idea is that, like, I guess my question is, how much does he really care for free will? Is my question. I don't think he cares about anything. I don't think he even I think Yeshua was waiting for something to be different. Yeah, like something to be different. Possibly Abel. Yeah. Right, like, but even just that change of maybe Mary. Maybe the end of there being that one being, Mary Magdalene, and that evolving into something else. Because of humanity. Because of that yearn for the future. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
So it's like...
I do.
You know what I mean?
I think you're right. To be honest.
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. But I think that... I do think...
No, I think it's... I think what it is, it's a narrative... it's like a narrative in the stories.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if it matters, to be honest. But I think that we will be seeing some more Trinity action in the final piece.
You think so?
Which will probably be a Trinity, to be honest with you.
We will absolutely see more Trinity for sure. There's gonna be three. There's gonna be 3 of everything. I think.
Oh, it has to be.
I know.
Right?
I'm just so curious.
Besides this little guy out here, which is Xenogears, and this little guy out here, which is X.
Yeah. But then check this out. They're gonna release the next one, which is X2. And then you've got another Trinity. Boom!
And then in the middle.
And then that's going to be...
Gears X.
Gears X. Oh my gosh.
Gears X Revolution!
And then what they do is they do Gears X2. And then that's when shit gets crazy.
Right, because now we're at a pentagon, and it's actually the opposite.
Oh my gosh, and then...
We've gone to the dark side.
Yeah.
And
is that a pentagon? That's not a pentagon.
No, like...
That's a Star of David, right? Or no? What's the Star of David?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fucked up Star of David, but yeah. The Star of David's like...
That's a regular star. That's a pentagram. If you then circled that would be a pentagram.
Right.
Yeah, a Star of David is 2 triangles and then a... See?
Oh.
Yeah. So that's a Star of David.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Okay. Pentagram would just be a star with a circle.
Right. So then if you draw a line here and you draw a circle around the whole thing, this is actually the...
it's a pentastar.
The compass of chaos and order.
Chaos and order. Wow. Yeah. This is incredible.
This is...
We've broken a lot down. All right.
I don't think we have any walls left.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single wall.
All right,
let's finish.
Want to wrap there?
Yeah. Wait, do you have trivia or no?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I meant wrap the wrap the main topic.
Yes.
All right, man. Well, that's probably the longest main topic we've ever had.
Probably.
Besides maybe going through the nominees list year 1. I remember that took a while.
It took a minute.
Maybe when we had 37 pieces of retro recaps to go through too.
That retro recap is the legendarily the longest. The biggest. It was like longer than the main topic.
I know, dude.
So good.
I love it. We should just call this podcast Retro Recap. You know what I'm saying? Well, Joshy, I in fact have some trivia.
Really?
Yes, sir. Are you ready?
Excited?
For
this? Yes.
Yeah, bro. I'm stoked. I was just piecing some things together and thought this honestly could be a walk in the park. So, Joshy, I'm going to start with a simple question for you. All right?
Yes.
What is Shion's last name?
Uzuki.
Done. Done, baby. Good job, bro.
Yeah, buddy.
You got it. All right. Question number 2.
Yes.
True or false?
Ooh, okay.
Xenoblade. I'm sorry. We're gonna nix that question, okay? Xenosaga, episode 3.
Yes.
Was released in Japan and North America, but not in Europe.
Xenosaga 3?
Mm-hmm. So the question is, was it released in Europe?
Was it released in Europe? That's a great question. Yeah, I'm gonna say yes.
Yes?
Yes.
That's absolutely true, bro.
Yeah, because I've seen it on a...
Never got an official release.
Yeah.
Joshy,
okay, let's get it.
Question number 3.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Which characters become playable in the 3rd installment, but not in the others?
Miyuki and Alan.
And there's one more character.
Ooh. In the 3rd one?
Yes.
Ooh. But I got that right.
You did.
It's
yeah,
Miyuki,
nailed
Alan,
it.
And... what a good question. Let's see. Hold on, give me a second. There's another character?
There is.
Huh. Kanan.
It's Kanan,
right.
baby.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
I'm so stupid.
You got it, bro. You got it. I was like,
stupid.
it could be tough because it's like Lactus technically.
No.
But then again,
he's in the beginning, but it's just confusing because the entire time they're on Micdom, when he's like with them, he's only a like guest member. Yeah.
Right,
like
with
him and
Chaos, right?
No, Chaos is playable.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alan is the other one.
Okay, I got you.
But yeah,
got you.
at one point you can play as Alan.
Okay.
I could never forget that. Ever.
Well, we'll see if you forgot this, Josh.
Let's
Question
see.
number 4. We learn that after/during the first mission, this is episode 3, by the way, that Shion had quit her job at Vector and joined some other organization. What was the organization's purpose?
It was, it's called Scantia.
It sure is, buddy.
It was anti-UMN. So
it was anti-UMN.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. She had another motive.
Oh, really?
Yes.
To uncover the truth of Vector. Motives? Or no? What do they have?
It was exactly that. It says specifically she wanted to expose the lies of Vector.
Oh, okay.
Yes, after they finding out they had something to do with the appearance of Gnosis. Yes. Joshi. I have one last question.
Okay, one last. Let's go. I feel like I'm doing pretty good. Right? For the most part?
You're nailing all of them. I mean, you're doing all right.
That's okay. I've seen better. All right. All
right.
Okay.
That's funny.
Okay, I'm ready.
This is what I just put together myself. Question. The final question, Josh.
Final question. Okay.
How many times, including cutscenes, do you fight combat against Telos?
Against Telos?
The arch nemesis.
In a combat?
Oh yes. Goodness. How many times does your party engage in combat against Telos?
Okay.
I'm counting, I'm saying cutscenes because there are cutscenes where you don't actually battle Telos.
Fighter.
But I'm not counting, like, if there's a cutscene and there's a battle.
I was going to say, and then another.
No.
Yeah.
Like how many scenarios?
Scenarios?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. As the party fighter? Like, as the party?
As someone from the party. Someone from your, like, active party throughout the game.
Right.
Yeah. Which I'm assuming that's all Telos is really fighting.
Yeah. She starts fighting Marcus.
Whoa, what the fuck?
What's happening? Whoa!
Whoa, calm down.
Oh.
I know she's Mary, bro.
I'm the body of Mary.
Get me out of here.
Ow. Fuck it, bro. I'm gonna go with my gut. 2.
Well, bro, you get half points. There are 2 battles that you fight.
Yeah. So what's the other time?
The answer is 4.
Really? When is she? Do you know when?
This is saying it's not including a small like skirmish where the party meets up with Shion, Telos, and Cosmos in Miltia, and Telos like follows them. That's not counting that scene. But no, I actually just gathered the scenes. You know what? I probably should just put them together, right?
Wait, can I see?
Well, there was one piece of trivia that told me there was 2 battles you fight against Telos.
Yes, there's 2 battles.
Telos? Yeah, so she first engages the party when Chaos sees Telos and is able to sense Mary Magdalene from her presence when she claims she is the 13th key.
Mm-hmm. That's in on Renly Chateau when they're in that.
Yes. Yes.
Before she kicks Cosmos' ass.
Yep. So she demonstrates that she's clearly more powerful than Cosmos.
Right.
And that currently Cosmos states she is 4.7 times her own power. Okay, and then on Miltia, after the deaths of Suo and Aoi Uzuki, Kevin and Telos appear in Aoi's hospital room.
Oh, that's so true. I forgot she was there.
When Junior attempts to shoot Kevin.
Yeah, she's so there.
Yep.
Oh, man.
And then in the underground ruins of Mictum, Telos finds Cosmos after Mary Magdalene awakens Cosmos, right?
That was another one.
And when Shion asks Telos is connected to that woman, Telos reveals she is the partner of Jesus, the Messiah, and that Telos' body is Mary's body, and inside Cosmos,
that's one encounter.
Mary's will.
That's still 1, right? Because that would make it 3. At least so far, because then she fuses with her.
I guess it would be 3, huh?
Ah, that's weird. Maybe it flashes to something. Well, who knows? You're locked in now, bro.
I know I am.
You're locked in the lore.
Yeah, maybe it's only 3.
Okay. So 2's pretty close, though.
It is close. I'm only giving you half a point, buddy. All right.
Fuck!
All that.
Fuck!
For one more bonus question. How about that?
Okay.
All right, Joshy.
I'm ready.
In Abel's Ark.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun,
There are 4 large teleportation spheres.
There are.
What colors are they?
Oh, I know this. Damn, that's a good question. Sheesh.
This is in ES area.
Yeah, it is. You have to go in and destroy all of them.
Yep, they teleport you to the...
There's 3 different...
Phosphise and Zohar emulators.
Mm-hmm. Remember, this is the part I explained where they destroy them.
Okay. So you should know this.
Okay.
Vividly.
Here's what I'm going to go with.
All right.
Blue.
Yep.
Green.
No.
Fuck. Red.
It is green.
You lied?
Yeah.
Why'd you lie? What the fuck?
You were too fast in your answer. I was able to quit back.
Blue.
Blue.
Green.
Yes.
Red.
No.
Red's not on there?
Red's not on there. But there are 4 here, so you can try again. It's okay.
Okay.
We got green, blue.
Green, blue. You fucked me up with your lies.
I know, I got you. Red's close. It's not red, though.
It's orange?
No.
Yellow.
Yellow is leading 1 left.
Pink?
It's pink.
Yeah.
You got it.
That sounds about right.
Yep.
Because each world looks like it, and then it all has the design. It has like a puzzle in it.
Oh, true.
Are all different designs. You have to get into the sphere to get into the final sphere. And so there's a pink world, a green world, and a blue world. I couldn't remember if it was red, though.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, red.
Yeah, so pink. I'm glad you got that, because I don't think I would have got that truly. That's kind of an oddball to me.
It is weird, but it's also just it kind of sticks in your mind a little because it's a little weird. Right, you know what I mean?
Well, Joshy.
That was so fun. I want to do more.
I have...
Wish we had more. Do you have some? Cook up some, dude. I'll do like 13, bro. Go fuck.
Who was the father of Rubido, Negrito, and Albedo?
It was... Psych, it was Dmitry.
Psych, it was indeed Dmitry. Okay, can I just tell you something that I was reading?
Yeah.
I will take the trivia, but it says, in this game, Momo actually comes face to face with Joachim Mizrahi, and he knows who she is. True or false?
That's up to interpretation. I don't know.
Exactly. It's false, according to this quiz.
They said,
but you told me.
I swear, if you watch that scene, he's like talking to her like he knows who she is.
Right.
I mean, obviously, he doesn't know who she is.
Right.
But like, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's way too up to interpretation. I think Joachim Mizrahi's way too smart for that too. He's like the smartest man in the galaxy.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And he wouldn't recognize his own daughter. Come on. Stupid awe.
Come on, man.
Stupid awe thing. Stupid awe creep. Ask me another. Those are fun. I swear this is the most fun ever of all time.
What's the average cost of a copy of Xenosaga?
I don't know. 103.
$300.
Whoa!
Josh, my last question for you.
Okay.
Last bonus question.
Yay!
All right. You've said it before, but we're testing your memory here. Okay. What does Momo stand for?
Oh no! Fuck. The second one is Organist.
I'll give it to you if you're close, and that is that's here. It's not the second one.
Mogmented.
Nope.
Organicus. Yeah.
Yes. Organicus.
This is tough. Damn it.
I know, bro.
They say it like once in the whole series. Mimetic. Yeah.
Okay.
Organicus.
Mimetic Organicus.
Mimetic Organicus.
Yes.
Mechanical.
No.
No. Mathematic.
Nope.
Throwing out more. I don't think I know it. I think I have to give up.
All right. It's.
Did I get half points?
I think you can get the first O.
Really?
Yeah. So you got half, right? It's multiple blank mimetic organicus.
Multiple. Original. I don't think I know it, dude. You're locked in, bro.
I know. I'm like, can I give a hint here? What was Momo's purpose?
She's the 100. She's the 100 series prototype, Realian prototype. What was her original purpose?
Yeah, to be.
She was a prototype of a series of Realian.
Okay.
But she was also like.
What were the 100 series made for?
Oh, observation. Dang it. Multiple observation.
Close. It's not actually observation, but
observational.
Close also.
Observationally? Observative. Yes.
Multiple observative mimetic.
Organic. That sounds right.
Yeah, that sounds right. Got it, baby. We were cooking. Guess what? You made up the halfway.
Wait, can I give you some trivia?
Oh yeah.
Please. It's your turn. Wait, can I turn this in?
Yeah.
I can't cheat.
Do it.
Is that okay?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
You just have to only mess with this.
I'm just gonna come up with ones, but I'm just gonna see if I can do this.
Yeah.
All right. What are the three brothers of the URTVs?
Okay, Negrito, Albedo, and Negredo.
You said Negredo twice.
Albedo, Negredo, and
you got it, bro.
Yeah, what? Rubido.
There it is. Yeah, let's go.
Like it's an R, bro.
All right. What was the name of Momo's parents?
Momo's parents were Yuli and Joachim Mizrahi.
There he is. You got this,
it, baby.
I'm doing simple ones for the most part. All right. Let's see. I'm just trying to come up with ideas. I think this is gonna be fun if I can come up with good ones. Let's see. Shit. Actually, I can use notes. Huh?
Sure.
I can absolutely.
Yeah, do it.
Is this fun for you or no?
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm in.
Okay, cool.
See if I retain this shit.
Wait, no cheating, bro. No.
I'm not. No, okay. I'm just. I'm gonna close this out.
All right. I'm gonna do some tough ones. Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
All right. What group was Margulis a part of?
Margulis is a part of Ormus.
That a
Yeah,
boy.
that's right.
All
Dream
right.
shattered when
Absolutely.
your god is actually just Wilhelm.
Absolutely. These are probably mostly going to be names I'm going to test you on.
Hey, I'm down.
Let's see. What was the name?
The most important part
I
of
know,
terminology
literally.
Here.
Do you remember the name of the tower that was on Milsha?
The name of the tower on Milsha. Labyrinthos.
That a boy.
Got it, baby.
You're good at these, dude.
I got it,
good.
bro.
Yeah, you're doing really good.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
better than the Kirby lore, okay?
Absolutely. All right, let's see. No cheating, okay?
No cheating.
You swear?
I promise you, bro.
You're looking
I
at the
wouldn't do you
screen.
dirty. I was just pulling up the culture
right.
sponsors. Look.
Okay, perfect. All right. What's the name of the chunk of Lost Jerusalem that was found in space?
Oh, that was called has a really weird German name.
Been there.
Yeah, and I've been there. It's a German name, but it's French. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, always does.
Well, maybe it was German territory. Who knows?
Could have been.
They wanted it back.
Always something weird.
Desiree.
Let me give you a hint.
Boruto.
That's it.
That's it, bro.
No cheating. No cheating.
I feel like it starts with an R.
It does.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. You're close,
like
man.
Raish? Or, what's the hint? I mean, I'm very curious.
Okay, my hint, it's 3 separate words.
Oh, it's not 2. I thought it was 2.
I'm going to double check.
Yeah. Well, how it's spelled is garbage.
Yeah, it's not really going to help. This is a pretty tough one, I'm sorry.
Oh, Chateau. Something Chateau.
Yep.
Rennes Chateau.
Attaboy. Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
That was really good.
Let's go.
All right, what was the name of Nephilim's father?
Viram.
Mm-hmm.
Is the last name.
That's his
Grimoire.
There it is.
Yeah,
Let's
got
go.
it. Got it.
Let's go.
Hey, by the way, the Lemegeton was actually a
Lemegeton.
Grimoire.
Was it really?
Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, on Magic.
That's crazy stuff. All right. I don't know if I have any other questions. What was the title of this game?
Xenosaga,
Yep.
Episode 3.
Nice.
Also, Sprach Zarathustra.
Nice.
Yes,
You
sir.
aced it, buddy.
Now, can we
You
get
aced
them all? There was a...
yeah.
De Will Zamacht
De Will
is
de
episode
Zamacht
2.
is episode
and
2.
then episode 1 is... Der Will Zermacht. No, that's the second one.
No.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Right?
That's the will to power. And the first one is... Oh, no. It's Beyond Good and Evil.
The first one is?
The will to power is...
Will to Power is the second one.
Yes.
Yes. Beyond Good and Evil is the first one?
I thought... Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Beyond Good and Evil. I think that's the second one. Damn it.
The second one is definitely Der Will Zermacht. The Will to Power.
The Will Zermacht? Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Der Will Zermacht.
I don't know if I know it.
And then there was...
Fuck! Try to look it up.
No. Weiss?
It's all in Japanese. Damn it. Weiss? Weiss?
Oh, I see.
Oh, Weiss.
Fuck.
Oh, that's pretty cool. It says version 4 because that's what she is.
You said that.
Yeah, it was version
literally.
4. That's really cool. I didn't know.
That's sick.
Oh, fuck. We said it. The Wills are mocked. That's episode 1.
Der Will Zermacht?
Beyond Good and Evil is the second one. I knew it was something like that. But I don't know what it is in German.
What is it in German?
I don't know. I'm trying to find it.
We'll find it.
Oh, I think I found it.
Hurry!
Oh. It's Beyond Good and Evil. Jensuits von Gutenbos.
Jensuit von Gutenbold.
Like that. Bos.
Gutenbos.
Good in balls.
I hate that.
And I hate that
It's
too.
the Jesuits.
Technically, no one likes Xenoblade. I mean, Xenosaga too. So
You're right.
we win.
It's not like Uncharted.
Nope.
No. All right, bro. Thanks for that trivia, man. That was fucking great, bro.
Yeah, that was fun.
Shall we wrap here?
Yeah.
All right. We've got a special shout out though.
Oh, of course we do.
That we must acknowledge.
How could we not?
Our dear family.
Yes.
Our truest members, our gold tier sponsors, part of our crew. Welcome in, guys. Thanks for being here with us. Yeah, genuinely. With a bonus shout out to Xenobits, to you mentioned another guy this episode, Zeltic. I thought there was even Anel, right? Yeah, literally. Yeah. Big shout outs to all the guys that have been a part of the conversation.
Seriously, such
for like 5 episodes.
Oh my gosh.
I am probably halfway through watching the third timeline video.
That's so funny because I started it today too.
Really?
Just rewatching, and I'm about halfway through.
Okay. I think it's going to make a lot more sense now.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's
Xenobits. Hell yeah, man. I know. So let's begin our list with Mama Annie at the top. Welcome in, Mama.
Shout out, Mama.
She's had a birthday. Her birthday was a few days ago.
Really?
On the 2nd of December.
Oh, yeah. Did you call her?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Mother.
birthday, Mom.
We love you. Christmas coming up. Gonna see her very soon. Excited for that. And next we got Donald Duck.
Donald D.
In the house.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, brother. Always a pleasure having you on the crew.
I hope he listened to every single Xenoblade. Xenosaga.
That's probably what he's doing. There's a bunch of barnacles, man. Barnacle. Speaking of barnacles, we got a barnacle in the living room right now. Queen Kendi dropping off our delicious burritos for us. I'm so proud of her. I love her so much. She just finished school, actually. For
nice.
this term. Yeah, and going out with all A's. So
she went crazy.
She did, bro.
Yeah.
I know.
Huge shout out to her.
It's been cool to see her thriving in that, truly. Sweet A. Drell. Shout out to our wonderful roommate. Not going to be saying that for much longer.
Yeah.
So enjoy it while you can, buddy. You want to give him a plug?
Yeah, absolutely. So he streams. He goes by Sweet A on Twitch. That's Sweet A-Y-E-E-E at Sweet A-Y-E-E.
At Sweet A. Beautiful. Yeah, check out on Twitch. He is beautiful, funny, hilarious, beautiful.
Wonderful.
Oh, I already said that. Go check him out.
Tell him he's beautiful.
Yeah, well, he is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful man.
That's true.
Yeah. You cannot deny. You know who also is a beautiful man? Johnny Bravo.
Johnny Bravo.
Yes, sir.
He didn't die this week.
No, and he's probably recovering. You know, he's been recovering, so this is giving him like a bonus week. So enjoy it, Johnny. We'll see you back next week, buddy. You know what I mean? It's been a blessing to have him on the show so much this week.
Oh my gosh, I know. It's seriously so great.
Yeah, truly, man.
I don't even know how we're
third unofficial member, bro. Officially unofficial member.
Officially unofficial.
Yeah, part of our Flash Force, though.
That's
Dead ass. And just heavily involved. I've appreciated Johnny so much, man.
Oh, yeah.
So, thanks for being a part of the crew, bro. Lene, love lady, as well, keeping me sane at work, doing her thing. I can't believe how 360 Lene is right now compared to a year ago.
Wow, really?
Yeah, like just in like I can tell like her mental health, just from like what I see from her energy.
So much.
She's so much more herself, man. She's just so much less stressed than like how she was like with her job, how she was with like things going on at home. It's a blessing to see. It makes me happy.
That makes me happy to hear.
I hope she knows that.
That makes me so happy.
Yeah.
She deserves to hear it too. We should let her know this.
She does, man.
Good.
So we got to remind her. We got to keep reminding each other. You know what I mean? Lifting each other's spirits. Like Mikey Sandoval.
Yeah,
Sandoval
buddy.
7. My brother with Caden Sandoval. Additional shout out. Love this guy too.
He leads that crew.
He does, man. Mikey and I'm so blessed. Every single shift, especially in the slower season, like we make it count with like just growing, you know, together and just lifting each other up despite everything going on. He needs a lot of prayer right now too, so lots of prayers going out to Mikey with
I've got a lot going on.
Yeah, dude, he's just going through a lot of life shit right now, especially work wise. He's just not quite where he wants to be, but I got absolute faith. I mean, he is going to get what he deserves, and he will get a place where he's not worried about any of that.
I've got no doubt.
For time.
No doubt in my soul and heart.
I'm just praying for his patience, man. We got to lift him up.
Of course.
With Daddy Mike.
Hey! Shout out my dad.
Shout out.
He's going to be my roommate soon.
Yeah, dude.
Daddy Mike. Yeah.
Get him on the cast.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, that'll be
he's got stories beyond any person I know, really.
Oh, bro.
He's got stories about like our extended family, everything. Even this, he'd probably go crazy with, because ever since I was a kid, he would always tell me how every story is just telling the story of Jesus again. And so he always, and we used to like make jokes about it. We'd be like, yeah, and Dad's gonna say this is about the Bible too. He's like, it is.
It is. That's my dad too, bro.
Yeah.
That's so awesome, bro. Big shout out to Daddy Mike. All the love, bro. Christmas coming up soon too.
That's right. Yeah.
So big shout out to all of our friends and family with our last sponsor on our list. You know who it is. Azarel Huncho, my
Big
man.
Booty Huncho.
Big Booty Huncho.
If I'm allowed to call him that. Legally.
Big shout out. Hey, legally you can.
Legally I should.
Yeah, legally this has been like, he signed it away to Smash House.
Exactly.
That's not burning down with the house. As far as I know, the house is going to be still standing.
The house is still going to be here, so legally we're going to do like a Pokemon, what do we call that?
Heist.
Or heist for sure.
We're going to sue you.
I was going to say, yeah. We're taking that Azzy Huncho name for ourselves.
We're taking it for ourselves.
We're taking it all.
Can we give him a shout out too?
Absolutely.
He does.
He does YouTube, so go check him out. It's Azzy X Huncho. He also, it's the same tag on Instagram. Go check him out. He has some of the funniest stuff on there. So amazing, so great. Seriously going crazy. He also streams too. Also Azzy X Huncho. It's all Azzy X Huncho. That's AZYXHUNCHO. Go check it out.
We also got a special shout out to our Flash Force here. Right. Okay, so we mentioned we got Johnny. We've got Sweet Adriel, also been a part of the cast. Yep. We also have Demon Hunter Caleb.
Absolutely.
Which will be on very soon. I'm actually going to give him a phone call. Right. Tomorrow we're going to be like discussing
shoot
details.
The shit. Talk about it.
But I know he's going to be so excited to hear this episode in completion. He's probably crying right now. You know,
I'm crying on the inside.
Yeah, dude. Just so you know. Yeah, me too. We're all Caleb. Thank you for planting this beautiful seed.
Dude, I'm so happy.
All these years ago.
And I'm so sorry that it took this long to be able to truly discuss it with you.
No, I'm sorry, okay? Because I'm the one who has had this on my plate for years, bro. So thank you, Joshy, for living out that dream for me. And Caleb for planting the seed. Seriously.
That's right.
This has come full circle. Because truly, speaking of full circle, Baywatch Brad.
Baywatch Brad.
Yes.
Big legend.
Big legend. Huge part of who we are. And my support, my uproots, and the music. All the music you hear for the podcast coming out of his garage. You know what I'm saying? So big shouts to Brad. Along with more Dory, who's also been on the show. And Reese the Beast.
Reese the Beast.
You heard him earlier. Yeah. He's on our pregame. So, Joshy, let's wrap here. Do you have a proverb you would like to spotlight this week?
Let me see. I probably can. I probably got something.
Well, if you don't, I might.
I feel like we gotta have like a Xenosaga like style.
No, we do. Whoa.
Let me see. What is it?
I got a pretty good quote.
Really?
It's pretty long, but it's by.
Let's do it.
Well, I won't tell you.
Okay.
See if you know.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay. Are you down?
I'm so down.
Okay.
Yes.
Does he have like an English accent, like Xenoblade?
No one's not in Saga. No one's
Xenosaga.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
No one's got a British accent.
No British accent.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
In ancient times, people used to be together with God. People loved God, revered and even feared God. Out of fear of the undying God, they sought divine power. This was a way for the ancient to resist him. Eventually, they found a method to become gods themselves. We have revived their relics, the Merkaba and the Zohar emulators, as well as Mizrahi's Y data, which holds the records left behind by the ancients. This holds the instructions, so that we may become gods once again. You see, Udu is a god of this dimension. If, in fact, God cannot be destroyed, then we shall be the ones to become gods ourselves. Farewell, my son. I must go now. Remember your great father.
That's Dimitri, right?
That's Dimitri Yuriev.
Oh, man, that's so good.
When is that?
That's when he first they talk before he activates those emulators and ascends up. It's crazy.
Right at the end?
Yeah, I mean at the end of his whole everything he experienced. It's so crazy.
Wow.
It's so cool.
There's another shorter quote here for you.
Let me hear it.
I'm very curious. This is very short. I want to see if you get it.
Okay.
Hope is like a mist before the morning sunrise of reality.
Is that Shion?
It's not.
Who is that? Who is that?
I'll give you a hint. It is one of the testaments.
One of the testaments?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, say it again?
Yep. Hope is like a mist before the morning sunrise of reality.
Is it Virgil?
It's Virgil.
Yeah.
You fucking got it, baby. When does he say that?
In the chapel.
Okay.
Yeah, like when they're talking about it, because he shows up and he's like taunting them and shit.
Yeah. Just doing his testament shit.
Exactly.
Showing up. Yeah, fuck.
Dumb fucks.
Look how pathetic and
Look how dumb and ugly you are. And you go,
I can't help it. It's so beautiful. No, Eric, don't.
Wait, what is that from? Oh, that's from Bucks. Hey, that's what it's from, right? Oh, nice.
I just added in the Eric part. No, Eric, don't.
No, Eric, don't. That's good. That's a good little bridge. I like that.
Yeah, bro. Well, that's this has I have a weird feeling too. A little epilogue here.
Yes.
I feel like a weight's lifted off me.
Really?
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
I feel again very curious in Xenogears, but not in a respect of I need anything from it. More like I want to, but I feel like I needed this.
I am happy you said that.
Yeah.
I feel the same way. I also feel it's really funny. I've always been like this, but I feel very heavily for the way others feel about something. So this was really important that I was able to share it and do it justice, not for the game itself, but for you. Because of how much I felt us really like get invested with Pied Piper. It's like you want to see that true happy ending.
Dude.
And how much we've just kind of been investing in that in this story, or you have been. I wanted to do this right for you, and I'm kind of realizing that now. That's
I think I am too. I think I hope you know. I mean, you nailed it. And if anything, bro, I think I could very comfortably say I'm also realizing this has been the experience you and I have had together as roommates in this house.
It's like
more than Smash. This has been, you know, you could say a lot of things about probably Dorian and your time together in the house, and Adrel and Jack and everyone who's lived in this house, and even people who haven't lived here and what you've experienced, right? But I feel like you and I, we've experienced a lot.
Yeah.
Smash,
absolutely.
Big part, right?
Tiny Barbarian.
But a standalone, like, experience. This isn't AOT.
No.
This isn't some 80 episode anime.
No.
This isn't even One Piece.
No.
This is a, like, multi-hour, like you said, you're like investing way more than just like your eyeballs and your heart taking in something. It's like, oh, like you have to like do research on a part of the game that's not even a game and part that's not available. And like maybe you're a diehard, so you have to have all, like, we got blessed with our tech, but like this is like all printed on discs. And this is an experience like no other, bro.
I completely agree.
I'm kind of just going on a tangent.
No, but I want to emphasize what you're saying. I know we said this like the prologue to the prologue, but like that, like
it's coming full circle.
It's totally true, because I mean I already feel we've connected so much on Xenoblade. I would say even
that's how it started.
That is what really started, was just like my love for Xenoblade, and very much in my time with being a huge Xenoblade fan, it was very much I was the only Xenoblade fan. If anything, like not really many people talked to me about it. But it was crazy when you genuinely saw my phone background. That was like that moment. It was like,
friends.
Bro, it was literally like I was like what?
Yeah.
Like it was like
nice Xenoblade background.
Yeah, you're like, oh dude, Xenoblade, huh? You're like, oh, that's Xenoblade 2, right? What?
What?
Like, how do you know what that is?
Yeah, Pyramithra.
You're like, So yeah, I think our whole Xeno connection has gone. Because I also bought you. Which one I bought you?
You bought me
the first one, or no?
Xenoblade Chronicles.
Though,
Definitive Edition.
And that was special because there's like, I feel like we've just connected in that, and I don't think I'll ever really connect with another person through this series as much as we have. So.
Absolutely.
And it'll probably just
we are only having this experience one time.
I know.
Guy, you know, like, wow. And we got to share that with everyone who's been listening. But it really is, that's a reflection of what we have gotten from, this has been nothing but heart and passion.
Dude,
in this whole conversation.
Everything you said just now has genuinely made my heart feel so much even fuller about finishing this. Like, dude, genuinely, you're so right, because it's man, this prologue of the prologue is awesome.
No, dude.
But like genuinely, like you know, I guess sometimes I'm like, oh, it's over, but it's not.
But it's not.
Over.
No.
It's not.
You're right.
Yeah.
And this is it. Don't you remember? I remember finishing Xenoblade 1.
Yes.
I remember finishing Xenoblade 2.
Yes.
Actually, every fucking game in this series really of like, oh, it's over.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But this is like a different kind of weight of like, oh, it's over. But it's not.
And I think we should keep talking about it. Just all the time, too.
Yeah.
I mean, just like I love everything you know, and I want to bring that into more.
Yeah, me too.
You know?
It's crazy how Xenoblade has actually, without, I mean, shit, dude. Without us even really fully realizing it, it's worked its way so integrated into this podcast and into how we think of gaming and storytelling now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like everything, bro.
Absolutely.
It's why we're like trying to even push like our friends and like stuff to like give this a chance.
Literally.
They got no idea.
I just sent an edit to Dorian. I was like, you at least need to play Xenoblade 2. Please play this.
Of anything.
No, that's what I'm saying. But like, it's so totally true. I also like, you know, I think it takes a special type of person, though. I will be honest, you know, because as much as I'd want to genuinely just spread the love of Xenoblade, it's like you do need to have patience. You need to have like a ready to comprehend a deeper than normal like story. You got to be like kind of ready to understand you're jumping into something big. You know what I mean? Huge. So
yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah.
I also love, from my seat too,
yes,
it has definitely improved your relationship with JRPGs.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. The way you talking about the turn-based battle system, probably honestly the last thing I thought I would hear of your takeaway from this series, to be honest with you. Yeah, just because like I know the type of gamer you are. If anything, the only real turn-based games I think you would say you actually love would be Pokemon. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I
like
mean,
I've never really seen JRPGs on your list.
I've tried like Dragon Quest and like
even Dragon Quest is coming from a more experienced JRPG gamer. I feel like Dragon Quest can even be really, even the modern ones, it holds this retro element to it that can be kind of jarring, right? Mm-hmm. It's not very, I don't know, modernized in terms of its like hand holding. And JRPGs can just be really bad at that aspect to a point of like a fault, right?
Totally.
Like
no, I feel you heavy. I definitely I definitely like agree with you. I think I've taken a lot from this series, which is also just like cemented to me also that it's never too late to play anything, and that should be going down in the history of all gamers. It's never too late to just pick up anything. Like this idea that I kind of felt when I first was playing Xenoblade is like, oh man, I wish I could check out Xenosaga. Or maybe even you felt that before.
Yes, bro.
Or like, I wish I could do this. You can.
You can.
We are in the age where every game is available. In some way or another.
You can make it happen.
You can make it happen.
Maybe you can't play it, okay?
Yeah.
You can access, you can watch somebody play it.
Pied Piper,
bro.
Not available at all, but guess what? I've watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
I experienced the whole thing. Boss fights and all.
Hey, guess what? Like, when that guy fully remakes it,
I'll
be playing it.
You absolutely will.
Betcha.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Dude.
Yeah, no, I'm with it. So just like that also just kind of fills me up as a gamer where it's like I am not relegated to just anything. I've never missed out. Yeah. You never can miss out. There's always time to play a game.
Yeah.
And experience something special.
Yes, dude.
Games don't leave in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a weird feeling where I almost like saw Xenoblade as a series on my dashboard, on my Switch or in my library, and like I want to do it again, right? And I do want to someday, but I think right now finishing this cast, I'm like, I think I'm gonna wait.
Yeah.
I think I really, really want to wait to the point of, I don't know, letting Takahashi cook, being patient for that, but I'll almost like, hey, someday with my kids, or someday with Kendall, whatever that is. Yeah. I'll feel the itch and I'll know, but right now I feel really good.
And how about that? When that happens, you call me.
Hey, yeah.
And we play through it.
Hey, yeah.
At the same time.
Let's do it.
Okay?
Let's do it.
Deal?
Yeah.
Pinky.
Big deal.
Get it, bro.
You heard it here first.
Oh! Yeah, buddy.
Locked in the heart.
All right, let's wrap it up.
I think we've been wrapped.
Yeah, we've been wrapped.
Yeah, people just listening.
Yeah,
we're just doing our thing.
It's true.
We could grab a pop socket. And
I don't have mine.
You ripped it off. Yeah,
I didn't mean to.
I miss the sound sometimes. Like you're on the phone, right?
I miss it so much.
Yeah, we're wrapping here.
All right. I love everybody out there. Thank you for listening. Thank you for letting me share my heart and tell the story.
Yeah, thanks you guys.
Thank you.
Maybe it just fades out and we're still talking.
I think that's a great idea.
I don't know. Whatever.
I love you, bro.
I love you so much, bro. This has been